Hello? Hello? How do you join these tourneys? Me specifically? I don't know. Yeah. Hello? Hello? We sound fine. Yeah, I'm running a little bit behind. So what we have today is the Vermin League, split up between newer players, Skaven Slaves, and Clan Rats. So it's like new player, Skaven Slave on the Vermin League, Clan Rat on the Vermin League. Other tournament is Storm Vermin Chieftains, Grey Seers. It's veterans versus relatively newer players. It should get you next to people that are relatively your skill level, and then you won't have such an abysmal game one matchup or something like that. Is why we set them up. I need to do maps, and that's a lot. You guys are looking at this, right? Yep. But I had a puppy, not emergency. She thinks it was. But Hazel and I just went on a walk to get some of her energy out before the stream. Everything was going great, and then she just stood next to the door whining. And I'm like, do you have to poop for the third time in an hour, or what's going on? And then she went outside and she just stood around. She's like, it's just nice to be outside. I just like standing around outside. It's my favorite thing. So she was wasting a bunch of my time. But in case she did have to, shit a brick or something, I needed to attend to that. So sorry for the delay. There, we got the first two maps set up so we can start this thing, and then I can put the rest in a second. 29 out of 41 participants. It's 10:01. It's Izzy. Okay, that's fine. Just make sure the last person who signed up wasn't like void lols or something. No more messages about people looking to check in, so I can process check in. Okay. Sorry, I have to post this for Bird. Anyway, process check-in results. Okay, let's do some shuffles, then we can tell people we're live, and I can enter the rest of the maps. Shuffle 1, boo. Shuffle 2, boo. Shuffle 3, boo. Alright, how we doing? Deadly Dude, Golden Floof. I'm going to switch Golden Floof and Liam, because Golden Floof won the last new player tournament, but it wasn't Vermin League, so he didn't get any points for it, but I just don't want, whoever Deadly Dude is, I don't want you to face a tournament favorite in your round one. That seems kind of like a dick move. Berserk's another tournament favorite. I'm also going to push him up just because I don't want Biggs to have a really tough round one. Like a tough round two, sometimes you're going to get a tough round, but if I can avoid it, I can, and it's the early season. But Golden Floof, Berserk, and Matthew B are by far my tournament favorites. So I'll give some people a little bit of a break. Other than that, we look good. Any clans fighting each other? RTK, GGX, Geraldo's right next to Spartan. But they have to go through multiple rounds before they meet each other, so that's fine. Yeah, this looks okay. Uncle Benjamin's also pretty good. I'm going to give Matthew a bye and switch Mossy up here with Boojilicious. Again, these three really strong players tournament favorites for me. Just trying to give newer players an easier start, so if you don't like it, DM me. All right. We live! Go, go, go! Go! Sorry, I was just spamming the people. So we're good. We're good to go. All right. Who should we spectate? Who should we spectate? Mossy and Boojilicious seems fun. Can I spectate you? Okay, cool. I gotta finish out the rest of these maps, then I'll pay attention to chat. Okay, so we have Altdorf Outskirts is a good map. The Lost Crater is fine. So we have a medium map with trees, a medium map with terrain, and a large open map. Galabaraz. Again, I try to do within a best of three. There's a bunch of different types of maps, but sometimes I don't succeed. Let's do the Flats of Kislev. Has a lot of forest and it's rather large. Troll Run is also pretty good, though that's a smaller map, so we want a flat-ish small map for the last one. Oh god, is Schwarzhofen even in this game anymore? Maps. Where's my map pool? Chill Flow's fine. Small map. Glacial Lake. Dick, I just lost all those. Glacial Lake, Troll, Run, the Flats of Kislev. Finals. Mortis Wastes is a small flat map. Then we need a large, not flat map. MP Peak Pass? Or is it just Peak Pass these days? It's just Peak Pass. Or let's do Knight's Run. Knight's Run's better. Peak Pass can get a little tricky with attacking rules and shits. Let's just not deal with that. Mortis Waste, Night Run, small map with trees. We need a big map. Wastes of Corn is a pretty decent map. We'll do that. Wastes of Corn. Okay. Now I have a million messages to check, and I'm sure they're all going to be pleasant, but you don't need to wade through that. Oh, boy. I'm away. Cyrus, Grumble Grumble, Grow Fainter. I see. F and G. For looking into it. Okay. We doing picks and bans now? Excellent. Today's pick and ban system, we are trying something a little bit different than the traditional Vermin League, like if you're playing on the ladder right now. We're trying one global ban per player, so if me and Hazel are playing, if Hazel bans Vampire Counts and I ban Slanesh, neither player can play Vampire Counts and Slanesh, and then we move on. Every round is pick 3, ban 1. Just making sure I'm not lying to you, but I'm pretty sure it's this version. Yes. So, if I pick Greenskin, Skaven, and Bretonia, ban Nurgle in that case, and my opponent picks, let's say, Khorne. They want to play Khorne into my 3 factions. They'll ban one of my 3. Let's say they ban Greenskins. I have between Skaven and Bretonia to play against Khorne. Okay? Okay. It's a little complicated, but we're trying out some new things to see what the long-term health of the league will be going forward. I assume matches are to play simultaneously. Yes, sir. You go straight ahead. Do that. Don't you wait up for me. Hate me? I see myself versus WWE, but after refreshing, I can't see myself on the ladder. No! Hate me. Yeah. Alright. Howdy, boss. I know what happened. Did you check in on challenge? I think you didn't check in. You hate to see it. Alright, I gotta find this game. Hold on. There's so much happening right now. There's so much going on. I'm scared. Vermin League Land Battle, spectate. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, it's not 1, 2, 3. It's different. He told me. I'm in. Boojilicious and Mossy Toes. Mossy Toes and Boojilicious were both in my recent new player tournament, but I don't think I got the chance to spectate either of them, which is why I picked this match, because I want to see the new players. I want to assess their strengths, learn their weaknesses, destroy them utterly, and make them never join the tournament again. In, but could be an error. That's messed up. Let me check something. It's too late to stop the cargo. Thanks, Cyrus. I don't know how to add somebody late. Everybody seems fine. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm working on this stuff. How is everybody? Sorry, I've not been here for chat. Holy crap, are on right at 11. What up? Sniff, sniff. There's some lovely grass over there. That's nice. Oh, you're talking about my pup. What up? Put me right into the final. True. Norska, loved your Norska video. It really went into detail on why Norska is meta. Shush your face, Mr. Casual. I don't like you. No, I'm kidding. I like you. You're nice. Let's go, boys. 4 more hours. More Warhammer 3 download. You still haven't downloaded Warhammer 3? Why? I coops. Cyrus. Always Bankathe. I don't want to verse the Empire. Herr von Hagen. Good luck. Thank you. Hello, Mini Son. Yes, yes. Hi. Nice to see you. We are all caught up on chat. My tea is too hot to drink. Okay. So while these two pick their stuff, I'm going to do some things. Reactivate. What does that do? I can hit reactivate on Hate Me and bring them into the tournament, but I have no idea where to place them, and I don't want to shuffle the bracket again. That would be bad. Oh, there's no easy spot I could slot them in. Damn it. Yeah. Hate me if you are in the chat. I can hit the reactivate button on you, but it's going to reshuffle the whole bracket and people are already starting their games and it makes me sad. But yeah, I'm sorry, challenge can sometimes be a piece of shit, especially on mobile. I'm sorry. What up, Void? You playing in 2 hours in the Grey Seer tournament? All right, Hate Me's taking it like a champ. Why isn't Ice in this tournament? Because he's in the other one. So hey, we're in today's new player, Skaven Slave and Clan Rat. So if you haven't played in the Vermin League at all, or you're in the Vermin League of the ranks of Skaven Slave and Clan Rat, this is the tournament for you. We have all these lovely new players and some less new faces, but they are in the lower ranks. And then in 2 hours' time, Storm Vermin through Grey Seers will start, and this is a lot of your high-level elite players. So in here we do have Void Lulz, who was just in the chat. There's Ice Power, you were asking about him. Mofet, who won ODM's tournament yesterday that I was casting with Alfredino. You know. That way also, this is the first tournament, so we have like Berserk, Golden Floof, and Matthew in this tournament, and they're my 3 favorites because they're all really good players. Not that there's, you know, not trying to say everybody's like a bad player, but it's like, you know, I've played against Berserk and he's beaten me, you know, about half the time I've played him. Golden Floof won our last new players tournament. Matthew won the Vermin League Season 1. So like they have pedigree. Not trying to be shitty, but just saying. But like the way the point system works, I should explain that. If you win this tournament, you get 60 points. Where does 60 points land you? In Grey Seer. So like the odds are if you face someone who ends up winning the tournament, they're like mathematically never going to be in the new player tournament again. It kind of works like Herbert Walker's, if you ever saw his stuff, his fresh recruit tournament, where it was like, if you ever won the Fresh Recruit tournament, you couldn't sign up for it again. It's a similar thing, but it just uses math, because you get so many points for winning, it is just infeasible, even if you never played again, that you would fall down to Clan Rat. And that's intentional. So it's like, yay, you won the new player tournament. You're also not a new player anymore. You need to join the Storm Vermin through Gracier tournament. Okay, so that's that. If you see someone, you're just like, wow, they're just going to win every time. Don't worry. They'll never play in the new player tournament again. I'm going to ban them. Okay. So focusing on the game we have in front of us, we have Boojilicious. I believe he was the blue player, and it'll show me in the top left in a second here as soon as we load in. And on the other side, I believe we have Mossy. And it looked like we had Corn versus Zinch, which is really risky for Corn. But tournament admin stuff is done. We can now focus on the games. You'll be happy to see our game against Ice Power. Of course, Void Laws. All right. Corn into Zinch. Corn has balance of power problems in land battles. He doesn't have a mage, and generally, for some reason, in the hyper late game, if you have a mage, you'll just overpower Corn on the balance of power, and he might get army lost at some bullshit times. That being said, his units also aren't super cost effective, and not having magic hurts you on the balance of power, but it also, magic is just really freaking good in the Warhammer Fantasy series, so it's tough to win without it. But spell resist is nice versus Zinch, so we'll see. Mossy Toes picking Zinch. Zinch is probably an A-tier faction, not S-tier, but they are good. The one problem with them is they're kind of like Wood Elves in the previous game, where if you make mistakes, your mistakes can be punished rather heavily, so it is a fragile faction. 4 Blue Horrors of Zinch, a Pink Horror to do some shooting, 2 Chaos Warriors of Zinch with Halberds, 1 Spawn. We have a Cultist on the side with Pink Horror Summon, Cascading Fire Cloak, and Fireball for spells. In the sky, we have a Lord of Change of Metal with Searing Doom and Plague of Rust plus the Fury Summon. 2 Furies, 2 Screamers, nice Air Force. Pretty solid build overall. I don't love the Cultist plus a Caster Lord, and every Zinch Lord is a Caster Lord, but I just think it's a lot of spells. Don't know if you'll have time to use them all, but otherwise than that, the build's pretty fine. I do like Screamers into Khorne. If you properly cycle charge them, they have nice armor piercing for the Khorne warriors, and they have anti-large for Flesh Hounds. On the other side, for Khorne and Boojilicious, we have double Marauder Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes, Flesh Hound, Chaos Warhounds, Skull Crushers, the anti-large armor piercing version, Marauders of Khorne, Chaos Warriors of Khorne, Marauders, Chaos Warriors, Chosen of Khorne in the back with 1 Spawn, and Valkia the Bloody. Valkia's nice. I've been hearing a lot of good things about her lately. I would be more concerned about her being alone in the sky versus 5 opponents if she didn't have the land function that came with Warhammer 3, so if she gets into any trouble, she can just land, she'll be fine. Go Boojilicious. Everybody wants to see Khorne win one. Zinch army looks huge for some reason. It looks about right to me. Maybe I'm just used to Skaven. So Khorne is going to start moving up a little bit. Dogs taking the fight onto Blue Horrors right away is bold, because Blue Horrors are one of those weird units where they're kind of ranged, but they're also kind of melee. So I don't think that the dogs will trade particularly well here. What is going nicely for Khorne is getting the throwing axes right under the Screamers, getting a lot of free value on them, and they are 700 gold units apiece. So, nice value to get. Dogs getting chased off, that is a bit of a mistake. You can see Khorne is moving up the rest of his front line now, but Blue Horrors, unfortunately for most people, are not archers. They are kind of like miners with blasting charges. Debuff spells like Plague of Rust bypass spell resistance entirely, don't they? I actually have no idea, Daniel. I've never thought of that. Sad popcorn noises in 3, 2. Screamers of Zinch. Trying to find a nice spot to sit and cycle charge something, but they have been getting harassed by throwing axes this whole time. Looks like the Zinch player was distracted by the dog charge. And so far, the damage value trades are about even. Valkia she gets Plague of Rusted, but then she pops Demon Shield, so it should be impossible for her to take damage at this moment if the Demon Shield works properly, though we have known many things in this game to be bugged from time to time, so who knows what's real. More Furies are summoned from Zinch. I don't know where they're going to go. I don't know what they're going to do, and Valkia is landing from Boojilicious as soon as the Demon Shield wears off, so that's actually a pretty nice play. As soon as you can take damage, land and try and get your opponent to land on you if their attack orders still stand. And it looks like they do, so these Chosen of Khorne could turn around and help out, but it looks like at the last second, Mossy Toes realizes he has to pull back up and gets out of there. Marauders of Khorne are fighting the Blue Horrors. They're doing okay, they're getting shot, but they are like a 400 gold infantry unit, so they're going to die. That's their job. Meanwhile, dogs are streaking into the back. They have that weird line formation that sometimes happens when you give them an attack order, and it is really annoying to get rid of that. Fleshhounds are falling back from the far side. I think that's a good choice. They would just get shot by Blue Horrors, and they don't want to do that. And Skull Crushers are onto the Chaos Spawn, but generally getting them into the backline and all will be pretty good unless they get shot from all sides. Boojilicious/Khorne has taken about a 2-to-1 damage value lead, and Valky is back up in the sky to duel this Exalted Lord of Change of Metal. Pretty nice stuff staying on him. You are a better duelist with Valkia, and you will do well there. Chaos Spawn of Khorne, and Khorne is pounding through the front line at this point. And while I think the Khorne player made a big mistake with the dogs at the very start, ever since then he's been playing quite well, so very little complaints here. Skull Crushers are going to get countercharged by Spawn. Spawn is what they want to fight, and they also have other Spawn nearby, but it's just a big blob of large units. It's hard to tell who's going to win, but stats-wise, Skull Crushers should win. Throwing Axes of Khorne are supporting this little fight with the Exalted Lord of Change, and Valky is about to get shot with the Bolt of Change, I think. It looks like she is getting movement orders, so she can dodge it. Nice dodge. It even hits a Screamer, though I don't know if it does friendly fire damage. I don't remember if that one's immune to friendly fire or not. Skull Crushers of Khorne trying to get out of the fight with the Chaos Spawn, and a nice little, whatever Valky's wind spell is, cuts through some of the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch with halberds. It's pretty good core mechanics on both players, just a couple micro slip-ups on both sides, but I'm seeing good stuff, a lot of good decisions. Spawn piling into the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. They will do some good damage to the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, but they'll take a ton back, so you need some infantry support in here from somewhere. Maybe the Chaos Warriors of Khorne or these Chosen should come over here and fight the halberds. Spawn of Tzeentch running low on health, and shields aren't recharging, obviously. How are the throwing axes doing on ammunition? Both of them are very, very low on ammo. Valkia is getting a little low on health, too. And you can see Khorne is vastly behind on the balance of power, but on the damage value, they're about even, because the balance of power hates Khorne. Hates him. Skull Crushers having a hard time finding their place in this fight. They were looking for Tzeentch cavalry, and there just wasn't any. They have anti-large and armor piercing that's entirely wasted on blue, pink horrors, Spawn, who... I mean, Spawn are large, but they aren't armored, and pink horrors aren't armored or large, so stats are kind of wasted. Unfortunate for the Skull Crushers, they don't really have a home. Instead, just trying to muck some stuff up. Chosen of Khorne, Chaos Warriors of Khorne, going to bump and grind the front line with Tzeentch. Do what they can. But now, the deadliest foe to any Khorne army. Army losses. It's coming. It's coming. What does Tzeentch have for spells? Searing Doom can take care of Chosen if you spam it enough times. I was wondering if they had an Infernal Gateway or something that could just instantly end this little blob. Is this a summon? Yeah, Summon Fury is about to disappear, keeping the balance of power a little at bay. I know I talk about it a lot, but Khorne loses more games on balance of power than you would think. I do think Tzeentch is in an advantage state at this point. The front line for Khorne that is remaining will beat the remaining front line of Tzeentch, but Valkia is at 1/3 HP and the Exalted Lord to change your metal. While initially the trades were going well for Valkia, ever since then he's been able to run away and get his shields back up, so he has a significant health lead. We do have some ranged assets left for Tzeentch. And while Khorne can win the front line, I don't think the front line will win the game. Another good little sword cast from Valkia, taking out some more of these Marauders, but she herself was stuck in Screamers for a little bit and is now starting to get away. Khorne's still up on the damage value, but it's not gonna matter, I don't think. Valkia's making a beeline for this cultist. Let's see if she can hit him. Oh, he's on a horse. She can actually hit him. He won't get knocked over with foot character problems. Okay. How fast is she? 95 to a 78? Yeah, she's gonna catch him. Khorne's bumping and grinding on the front line, having a whale of a time. The one thing for them is Chaos Warriors and Chosen of Khorne without great weapons obviously have no armor piercing, so they are struggling to get through the armor of Tzeentch, but they will eventually win it. Slowly, surely. Valkia lands a hit on the cultist. Tzeentch takes out his stuff, but Plague of Rust comes in. Hopefully she has her Demon Shield or whatever it is to protect her through this time of vulnerability. Khorne has some units running. Army losses is going to hit pretty soon here. I think it was well played by both players. But Mossy Toes keeping that Lord of Change moving and grooving. Staying away from Valkia was probably what clutched the game. Because if she got to duel him, she would probably win. Especially for cost, because I think he costs like 1,000 more gold than her, so that would be a really good trade. But kept running away, used his screamers to zone her off a couple times. Really nice there. Valkia is sniping out the cultists. If she just turns and fights these screamers, she'll disintegrate them, which would be good. But again, I just don't think Khorne has the teeth left in this game. Chaos Warriors are getting low, Chosen are getting low. And aside from that, it's just Valkia. Demon Shield! I'm calling it. That Searing Doom is going to send us into army losses. Hey, let's go! You owe me $50. Valkia paid for herself, so that's pretty good. Skull Crushers, like I said, just didn't have a target on the field, so they really had a hard time getting their value back, which is unfortunate. Spawn busted through the front line, but after that struggled. Chaos Warriors of Khorne were tanky, but they don't, you know, they're not, even before Mortal Empires, they had a hard time getting their value. They were just front lines. Dogs, after the initial misplay, did fine, but Tzeentch has always had a thing with dogs where blue horrors can just beat them in melee combat, pink horrors too. So dogs aren't always the best choice. Marauders of Khorne they got their skulls taken for the Skull Throne, but that's their job. I think largely, if the Skull Crushers weren't here... Now, this is hindsight, knowing what the build ended up being. But if the Skull Crushers weren't here for maybe a couple Furies of Khorne are actually kind of nuts. Maybe we could have had a different result, but it was fine. On the other side for Bujilicious, I still didn't love the Cultists of Tzeentch, but he played well with the Exalted Lord Change of Metal. The Spawn were fine. The Halberd guys did really well. I always love Screamers in this matchup. Pink Horrors and Blue Horrors are solid. I like the build a lot. Maybe just cut the Cultist. So both builds only had one real issue with them. GG, well played. GG. Searing Doom OP? It's true. They seem pretty evenly matched, yeah. Oh. Oh. I would have to watch Bujilicious, like, from his screen's perspective to know exactly what was happening. But Valkia was microed really, really well. Really, really well. And we saw some of those other mistakes in the army, so I wonder if he was just, like, you know, intensely focused on microing Valkia and the rest of the army slipped a little bit. I don't know. That could be something. Because his play with Valkia was great. Really nice. As for the Tzeentch player, he played good. I talked about Bujilicious a lot, but I run into this problem with defensive versus offensive builds where, like, Tzeentch had a defensive build, and I don't have as much to talk about. Like, yeah, he had good positioning. He positioned his ranged units well. They shot the things they needed to shoot. He got them out of bad situations when they were bad situations. He microed his Chaos Spawn well, but it's not as flashy to talk about as, like, Valkia 1v5ing in the sky, going in when she had her Demon Shield, going out when she was Plague of Rusted. Like, that was really good, and it's really easy to talk about, whereas, like, yeah, Tzeentch had good positioning. So, if you're wondering about the one-sided casting bias, Valkia is just more exciting. Maybe Marauder spam is the way against Tzeentch. Maybe. Maybe. I think Bloodletters would be better over Chaos Spawn. And I hate... I shit-talk Bloodletters all the time, but I think in this matchup they might be a little bit better. Because they kill stuff. Update the score. So Mossy takes in. It looks like we have Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. Blocker can't see that, right? I'm just gonna... Just in case I don't want to run into an issue, I'm gonna message Mossy ahead of time and remind them that the Tomb King's passive is banned, but I'll get to that in a second. The Tomb King's lore passive, if you don't know, currently has a bug where if you have a unit that uses ammunition, it's at full health, and you cast a spell with the lore passive. This works with any healing in the game that resurrects dead models. If you're at full health, it'll resurrect another one of you inside of you and give you double or triple or infinite ammunition. So with Tomb Kings, this can be kind of annoying because if you start a game, you cast a spell. Doesn't matter what spell it is, as long as it's in the lore of Nehekara and you have the lore passive. All of your ranged units, your Shopti Great Bows, your Casket of Souls, your Screaming Skull Catapults, your archers, everything, Skeleton Horse Archers, everything gets double ammo. Or triple. Or infinite. So we just need to ban it till it gets fixed. But I heard from CA that they have a fix for it in the next patch. And the next patch comes out next week, so it won't be very long. But for now, we're just banning it. Tomb Kings are plenty strong without the lore passive. They don't need it to be relevant in the meta. So it's not like you're gutting a whole faction just for one bug. It's like, nah, they're still pretty freaking strong.
Hi, Ace. Hello. 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 Who's so good?
You're needy today.
You're needy today. What's wrong?
She probably misses her mom. Grace is out at a wedding in a different state, so she's just home alone with Dad. At least Zinj can't air cheese corn anymore. Yeah. The horse cav with throwing axes have made a lot of matchups more favorable. Dark Elves versus Tomb Kings. I think Tomb Kings is favored after the undead changes for sure. But it's like 55-45. Either player can win it, but the undead leadership buffs that they got are just a little unnecessary. Plus the Kepler Guard are wild right now with 100% AP. Dark Elves have some teeth, though. The reason this is an unfavorable matchup isn't that toe-to-toe square up Tomb Kings are going to beat Dark Elves. The reason it's an unfavorable matchup is kind of the same way Skaven versus Wood Elves is an unfavorable matchup, though that one's worse than this one, but the principle's the same. The Tomb Kings can take a generic build and be fine. Dark Elves kind of need to guess what their opponent's bringing and have the right answers. Because their roster's too expensive to have every answer in one build ready to go all the time. They can't just take, this is my Tomb Kings build, and it always works, where it's like, do you have Cold One Knights with their armor-piercing anti-large to deal with chariots or Ushapti spam? Okay, cool, that's like 3,000 or 4,000 gold in your build. Well, what if they went with Tomb Guard and Archer spam or Casket of Souls? Okay, well, your Cold One Knights are going to be fucking worthless, so you have 4,000 wasted gold. Okay. Well, maybe I don't take Cold One Knights. Well, then that Chariot spam I just said is going to kick your ass. Or what if they go with the Double Kitty running around, causing bunches of problems?
Hi.
And a Tomb Guard box just behind it. So, like, the Double Kitties run around, fight what they want to. If they ever get in a bad fight, they just run back to the Tomb Guard box. Well...
Hi, hi, little buddy.
Then you need Dark Shard spam. Because you just need to walk up to the box and shoot them in it, so they have to come out and play, and then they come out and play, they just die. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, Tomb Kings have the agency advantage in that they can just take whatever build they want and be okay, while Dark Elves kind of have to get it right. Ooh, I like this Dark Elf build a lot. I like it a lot. It's pretty good.
Hi. Hi.
You're silly. You're a silly pup. Look at this silly pup.
Up, up. Up, up, silly pup.
Look at this silly pup over here being silly. Look at her. Look at her. She's just so silly. Oh. Oh! How are you so silly? How do you fit so much silly in your little body? How do you? Anyway. What up, Corbin? What's the worst meta for Skaven now? Slanesh. From what I've seen, this matchup can be a bit of an artillery duel. Yes. Is the patch Tuesday, or usually it is? Sup, chat, human boy. Hey, Striking, how you doing? Spears the way to go versus Tomb Kings? Yeah, Spears in general are a pretty good way to go. Let's get into it. Double Nehekara Horsemen can trade up into almost any Dark Elf cav that isn't Cold One Riders, but even Cold One Riders, they'll trade up value-wise, but they will lose the fight, but they're like half the cost. That makes sense. Skeleton Archers, we have the Chosen of the Gods who shop to Great Bow, Scepter the Imperishable on his kitty cat, one Screaming Skull Catapult to push the enemy forward, a Tomb Scorpion. A lot of good Tomb Kings players likes Tomb Scorpions. I am not a good Tomb Kings player. I hate them. I think they're worthless. Every time I use a Tomb Scorpion, I regret it. But there are better players than me who love them, so that's fine. Triple Nahakar Warrior. Been really seeing them come back into the meta. Don't know what changed about them, but people really seem to like them these days, so that's fine. And Kepra Guard. Crucial unit at all times. Just super good. Can't not have it. It's a fine Tomb Kings build. Dark Elf build, I really like. Double Cold One Knights in case of Chariots. Double Black Ark Corsairs. Triple Black Ark Corsairs. If you can get them into the melee fight, they'll do okay. They have failed me many a time, but I've also seen them do well. Bleak Swords, Dread Spears mixed in. Dread Spears are generally better, but Bleak Swords are honestly fine. We have Malice Darkblade on foot. Oh, Foot Malice. He got a bunch of buffs. He's a really good character now. I'd probably still take him on Spite, his little cold one, just so he can pick his own fights with a little bit of mobility, but it's not the worst thing in the world because he's slow shit either way. Do have some Dark Shards. I think this is a nice addition. If you can get them in range of the Chosen of the Gods, you'll do a ton of damage, and they're even the shielded variant to try and not die on the way on the approach. We have a Sorceress of Shadows with Pendulum and Pit of Shades. Pendulum got nerfed a bunch of times. I don't love it as a spell, but it could be okay against lower armor targets. Pit of Shades is a very good spell, as we all know. We do have some Harpies, one of which is the Crows of Cain, and we have a Dark Rider with shields deployed in the Vanguard and hidden, but unfortunately there are some Nakar Horsemen also in the Vanguard and hidden. We have double Dark Riders with Peter Crossbows. Dark Riders with Peter Crossbows going to want to avoid the Chosen of the Gods as soon as the match starts, but after that, if they can stay safe until the late game, they will be largely fine. Oh, there's a Skeleton Chariot I missed. Alright. Game started just as we finished casting the builds, and you can see exactly why they want to avoid the Chosen of the Gods. Dark Riders with Peter Crossbows taking one volley and takes it down to about half HP. They immediately book it for the trees, and this is good. Because if the Chosen of the Gods want to track them, one, they'll be shooting into trees, so some of them won't get through, and two, it means the Dark Shards and Black Ark Corsairs will walk up uncontested, so you can't let that happen. I do think the Chosen of the Gods should focus back on the infantry, so good play by both players. It does look like they are immediately targeting the Bleak Sword's not the best target, but infantry in general is better than chasing cav on the map, so nice. Ooh, the Dark Riders are not noticed, and the Nahakar Horsemen revealed that they were hiding in those trees, so this Dark Rider could be very useful in the late game, especially if they can flank archers. They shouldn't flank the Chosen of the Gods because they don't have armor piercing. Those are great bows, but they're still friggin' Ushapti. They have 90 armor and pretty decent melee defense. 49 melee defense, so yeah, Dark Rider should chase down archers. One Black Ark Corsair is getting killed by the artillery. Not exactly shocking. Someone had to die for the great cause. And the Dark Riders with Peter Crossbows are once again the focus of the Chosen of the Gods, and they will take another brutal volley. They don't quite rout, and now the Crows of Cain are on the Ushapti, who are standing in the Blessed Legion of Flach. So that is a 2-for-1 disruption. Nice time it will buy for the Dark Elves. Good catch from Boojilicious on the side. Cold Knights getting a side charge onto the Nekar Horsemen. They are tearing through these undead knights. But unfortunately, the Dark Riders with Peter Crossbows are facing the wrong direction, so they don't notice that there is an opening. Dark Riders, ooh, gonna go take out the Screaming Skull catapults. None of the horsemen were left in the backline to defend them. This is very nice. The Dark Elves are off to a good position. Quick Pit of Shades cast from the Dark Elves. Might do a little bit of friendly fire to the Harpies, but it is mostly just hurting Nahakar Warriors and Blessed Legion of Flach. And the Blessed Legion were outside the Pit of Shades, but they couldn't run away from the Cold One Knights charging straight at them because the Pit of Shades was right behind them, so that was kind of an interesting, if accidental, penning in play. The Kepra Guard are currently getting shot by Dark Shards. They are unshielded 70 armor. That is a very good trade for them. Dark Riders pile on to Skeleton Archers, and they're going to run away as soon as the Tomb Scorpion shows up. I think the Screaming Skull Catapult is a good target for them. These Harpies are being tenacious about the Chosen of the Gods. They're not really getting a lot of damage done, but as long as they're there, the Chosen of the Gods aren't shooting. Nekar Horsemen on the far side fighting 2v1 against the Cold One Knight, but they didn't get the charge. They are, in fact, losing it, and I think the Dark Elves are in a really good spot in this game. Frontline is mixed. Where's that Pendulum? Woo! Nice Pendulum onto the Kepra Guard and the Skeleton Spearman. While it is a nerf spell, a 2-for-1 is almost always worth it, and the Kepra Guard are getting dangerously low. Though with their leadership buffs the Undead receive, they're not even crumbling yet. But still pretty good. Frontline appears to be going well for the Dark Elves. Side areas with the Cavalry appear to be going well for the Dark Elves, and the backline is going well for the Dark Elves. Tomb Kings are trading about even in damage value, though. That is something to be concerned about, but I think as soon as these full ranged assets crumble away, we'll see a big spike up in Boojilicious' damage value, as we see with Skaven all the time when like Poison Wind Mortars or whatever actually get taken out. So I think we're about to see a big Dark Elf spike once these 3 units are all taken out. Malice Darkblade getting the Chosen of the Gods is huge, and I think the Tomb Kings are in big trouble. Balance of power starts to favor the Dark Elves, and I would agree in most cases. Where are the Crows of Cain? Where are the Crows of Cain? There they are. They're coming back. They must have been pushed off. This is my problem with Cetra on a kitty cat. Cetra on a kitty cat is very tanky, but he just doesn't seem to do damage ever, and we can see he is really struggling to keep his backline safe. He's always at the fight. He just doesn't kill anything when he gets there, in my opinion. The Ushopti summon has come out from the Tomb Kings. Dark Elves take about 1,000 damage value lead, and it looks like, ooh, Cold One Knight's getting onto the Tomb Scorpion. They'll do great damage to him. He only has 38 melee defense. They have 36 melee attack with a bonus versus large, armor piercing. Very, very good stuff. Another Pit of Shades on the Nehekara Warriors. Chosen the Gods is surrounded by Dark Riders and Harpies, none of which is doing very much damage to them, but Malice is running around in here, occasionally getting a big shot. I do think the Dark Elves are going to take this, and we'll go to game 3. Very nice by both players. But you can see when Boojilicious isn't playing a faction that I would rate as F tier in land battles, the surround actually worked quite nicely. I like the patience on the Dark Riders to let the Nehekara Horsemen run away from the formation all the way over here before he even moved. Like, they were all the way over here before he even revealed this existed and just ran up. And we see those Dark Riders. While they are running off the map, they got twice their gold value back, so really good play from them. Crows of Cain are also a neat pick. I generally consider Harpies overpriced, but we've seen these guys just be tenacious and walk around. The other Harpies are also quite tenacious, so it might be something I want to take in this matchup, but they can keep Carrion honest, is what I thought this was originally about, is just stopping Carrion from having air superiority. Balance of power is quite doomed. Most of it is locked up in Cetra, who is still full health, but he can't kill an entire army, and these Ushopti summon, which are about to fade away. We see the last of the Tomb Kings ranged is also being killed off, and I do think that is GG. You wonder how the Vampire Coast had Ushopti? Yeah, it's Ark in the Black sub-faction. Ugh, that tea is disgusting. I have this caffeinated tea. It's really gross. It's a lavender. It's a lavender tea, but it does have caffeine in it, so I want it. I want it in my little body. Cube Catton versus Ruckfang, 2-0. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can fix that. I was fixing a challenge issue for someone. And this game is, as you can see, over. GG. I like that Dark Elf build a lot. That was nice. Because the Dark Riders with Peter Crossbows didn't have very much to do in this specific game, but they were there in case of, like, double Kitty Cat or Necropolis Knights or Sepulchral Stalkers or something. Just having a mobile, armor-piercing skirmish cav is a nice call-out, and they both did okay. Dark Shards were great in case of a box. Harpies, they're not my favorite, but I clearly saw their function in this game. Bleak Swords did their job. Black Arc Corsairs did their job. I mean, they died, but they did their job. And Coldland Knights did great. Malice and his caster also did quite well. GG indeed. For the Tomb Kings build, I think the build was fine. I'm always a hater on Cetra on his kitty cat. I would vote for either Kotep on his horse or Arkan on his horse, depending on if you want Arkan Spirit Legion summons or whether you want Kotep's Lore of Nehekara stuff. Kepler Guard was a good shout out, but they got focused down by Dark Shards super hard, which is just good play from the Dark Elf player. It's not that I would cut them from the build or that the Tomb Kings did anything wrong. It's just sometimes your good unit's going to get focused out. One mistake we did see in the game is the Nehekara Horsemen got a little lost in the sauce and got trapped out in the distance fighting Cold One Knights. That got the charge on them. That's a little unfortunate, but, you know, shit happens. Shit happens. I like the build. Maybe just change the Lord for something cheaper, and then you could get more cavalry. More cavalry, more frontline. One of the two. Because something has to protect your backline. When the Harpies dove in on the Chosen of the Gods and the Archers, and there was only Cetra to peel them off, like, imagine if there was a couple Skeleton Horsemen or a couple Nehekara Horsemen back there. I don't know. I think he played well. Cetra was always where he needed to be. He's just had Cetra problems. It's like, all right, Cetra, I put you in the right spot. I clicked all the right buttons for you. Go do the work. And Cetra's like, no. You just look at him like, what? No. I cannot kill these harpies. Cetra, they're oversized bats. You're on a gigantic war cat. Can you kill any of them? No. Hazel, leave your paws alone. We gotta put you back in the cone. We know you hate that. You hate being put in the cone.
But you can't lick your little paws until they have no fur left. That's mean to your little paws. That's mean to your little paws.
Sorry. Hazel had summer allergies, so her paws got irritated and she licked them so much now they have no fur and her skin's all dry. But now her skin's dry, so she licks her dry skin, making it more dry, and the fur will never regrow, and the fur doesn't regrow, it won't get covered in oils, and the oils won't moisturize her skin, so we're just stuck in a loop, so now she's regrowing her fur slowly, but Grace and I have had to put a cone on her at night so she doesn't lick her paws while we're asleep. When we're awake, we just gotta keep an eye on her. Whenever you lick your little paws because you're a bad lady, I gotta shout at you. Someone better play some Norska or Dowie. Traitor GG. No Norska or Dowie in this tournament. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? That's illegal. Uh-oh. The first person has entered the meat grinder. The gentle rat has prevailed over Isfandiar, and now the gentle rat has to face the dreaded Matthew B. I said this at the start of the stream, but in case you weren't here, my 3 tournament favorites are Berserk, Matthew B, and Golden Floof. If I had to pick one out of the 3, it'd be a tough call, but probably Matthew. He did win Vermin League Season 1, but he hasn't played a ton of the ladder in Season 2, so his points are super low. So he's technically a clan rat right now, I think, so he fits into this tournament. But I would not be shocked if he got to finals or won finals. So the gentle rat might have a hard time ahead of him, but he got 1 win on the board, so good for you, sir. Golden Flute from Berserk, similar. I think whoever wins between Biggs and Spartan and Deadly Dude and Lambie is in for a tough time, but such is life. Such is life. Yeah. Cube Catton 2-0 Ruckfang. That's actually surprising. Ruckfang's a pretty good player. I've never heard of Cube Catton, but must be pretty decent. Hope we get to spectate them later. Hope we get to. How's this tournament doing? 26 signups now. Anybody not belong here? Nope, all looks fine. The only thing is, I did message Viva Llama because they are technically either a new player or a Skaven slave. But they didn't answer my message, and if they want... I mean, this won't be the case forever, but since this is the first tournament in the series, and some people just haven't played Vermin League, if they want to play a bunch of really freaking good players, I'll let them. It'd be a different story if, like, if Void Laws wanted to play in the Skaven Slave tournament, I would have more of a problem than a Skaven Slave wanting to play in a Greyseer tournament. But, yeah, Viva Llama might have a hard time, unless he's secretly OP. The rest of these players are pretty good. Hey, Trader! Nice. We'll love Trader. Might see some Norska. How casting's gonna go, by the way? I put a 2-hour delay, so this started at 10. Greyseer starts at noon. I'm gonna cast this all the way through. We love new players in this house. And then whenever we get done with finals, I'll hop over here and just join up with a game that's occurring wherever we are in the tournament. And, yeah, because I doubt this will get to finals. Oh, you are fine, big puppy. Sorry. I doubt this will get to finals before the one before it finishes, so should be fine. Anyway, enough distractions. I'd say release Void and the Skaven Slaves. Please the Corn. Yeah. Best way to learn is to play good players. Yeah. Yeah. I just know some people get discouraged, you know, where it's like, all right, I'm going to try these land battle things. I'm going to try them out. And then you face like Anticity or Void Lulls or Alfredino round 1. And you're like, very cool, very fun, very awesome. Just getting murdered. So we split up the tournaments, try to give people just some more even matchups. Because I think we can all agree even matchups are the most fun, you know? Stomping your opponent, some people think that's fun, some people don't. Getting stomped, some people think that's fun, some people don't. Even match, I don't know of a single person that's like, man, even matchups that are exciting and tense to the very end are fucking stupid, bro. And I have stalled for enough time. Empire versus Lizardmen, another classic Warhammer 2 matchup that either side could win. Personally, I think it might be slightly Lizardmen favored. Slightly, but I have won this as Empire with my dreaded Haggard. I love this build. Central Scrutinizer, who's a very good Empire player, he was shit talking my build because he doesn't like it. But I do like Hellblaster Volley Gun, 2 Huntsmen, and then like a shit ton of state troops, and just throw bodies at the Lizardmen while the Hellblaster Volley Gun machine guns them down. It's a very fun build. It's 1-0, so it's undefeated, but it's only been tried once. Alright, so who is this? Boojilicious is the Empire player. We have a Great Cannon, 2 crossbowmen, the White Wolves, ROR Huntsman in the trees. The ROR Huntsman just has immune to psychology and stock. Oh, you are fine, little pup! You are fine! You're so whiny today. You went on a walk, you had your breakfast, you got a treat, even, and your lunch is not for another hour and 10 minutes. So you are just being a whiny stinker. Yeah. You're being a whiny stinker. You're the stinkiest lady in this room. You're the only lady in this room, but that still makes you the stinkiest. I'm sorry about her. She's just so much. Halberdiers, Sigmar Sons, Flagellants, Unbreakable Frontline, plus some armor piercing. We also have some Spearmen. We have a Life Wizard, and Karl Franz on his Griffin with Gal Miraz. Yes, Reikland and Fang, Stand Your Ground, and Foe Seeker. This is a very, very common pairing. Interesting. No regrowth, which is fine. Earthblood spam's fine, but I think you go with Earthblood, Dwellers Below, and maybe one of these 2 spells, but having 4 spells on a life caster is, it's hard to get all your value out. Other than that, we have 2 Outriders with grenade launchers. They can clear Infinite Saurus in the late game, which is nice, because I was getting a little worried about this Empire frontline if there was a Saurus frontline on the other side, so it is quite good. Another concern of mine is Cavalry. Empire have 1 Empire Knight, but that's it. So they might be uncontested in the mobile game, which could lead to some backline problems. On the other side, we have Feral Cold Ones. Feral Cold Ones, they did get huge buffs. They are an extremely cost-effective unit now, and I strongly encourage you, if you're playing Lizardmen, to always take at least like 1 or 2 in your builds. They'll trade up against Empire Knights. Triple Chameleon Skinks, 2 Skink cohorts with... All right, Franz, calm down. Just screaming at me. 2 Skink cohorts with javelins, 3 Saurus with maces. A Salamander hunting pack. I hate this unit. They suck. I wish they were good, but they suck. Another Feral Cold One. Crocky G! Favorite lord in the whole game. Okay, not in the whole game, but I love Krokgar. Revive Crystal is very solid. Solar Engine, I've been souring on them recently. I just don't think they're that good, but a lot of players do think they're good, so it's fine. And a Beasts caster with Manticore Summon and a Wisdom's Wildford is fine. I like those urban build. Cut the hunting pack, I think, is objective. Everything else is just my opinion, but I do think the hunting pack sucks ass, unfortunately. Chameleon Skinks will trade very, very well against Outriders with grenade launchers. I think they have similar range, and Outriders with grenade launchers can't fire while running away, and they should be running away, and they're taking a ton of damage from the Chameleon Skinks. So I think the skirmish game goes to Lizardmen. The mobile game goes to Lizardmen. The front line and obviously artillery duel goes to the Empire. I think between the builds, the Lizardmen have a pretty significant advantage here. They just have a lot of answers into what the Empire player took. Maybe have 1 Outrider with grenade launchers, cut the other one, get an Empire Knight for a little bit more backline defense. Could see that, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. What just hit them? Oh, the Salamanders are here. You're going to see the problem with the Salamanders in just a second. Taking a lot of damage from basic crossmen who outrange them. And they're dealing okay damage to Flagellants who have literally 0 armor, but if you attack anything with armor or shields, you're just mega screwed. White Wolves get pounced on by Feral Cold Ones, but it looks like Spearmen are going to move up, and Empire Knights are going to move up to cover the escape, and Empire Knights are actually faster than Feral Cold Ones, I think, so they could catch them if they wanted to. Crossmen are moving up. These crossmen are still trading into the salamander hunting packs, but the salamander hunting packs are doing good damage to the flagellants, and chameleon skinks are also flanking the crossmen. So here's the problem with having one cav unit. While it's bailing out this side, there's nothing to protect the far side from the chameleon skinks. They just move in and do whatever they want. It's a little brutal. Latest poll about walled artillery versus popple towers is 100% favor walled artillery. Yikes. Oh. Sometimes playing good players is informative. Okay, for me, so I can get my army. And how much you can take on just makes me. Is that a wild Gorok? No, it's Krokgar, dude. All right, cannon's still teeing off into the Revivification Crystal, but it is going to get routed off by Skink Quartz of Javelins who got in range and are throwing at it. At this point, I think the Empire is a little screwed. I mean, we made some good plays. Salamander Hunting Pack getting dove on by Call Franz, and a Manticore is flying on the ground to try and fight him, but can't figure out how to land. Anyway, so that was a good play. I think this one was a bit of a build diff. Just not enough Empire Knights to protect the backline. You can see how that is working out. Outriders grenade launchers got routed off almost immediately. Cannon got shot by some frontline archers. Now the Jade Wizard's under threat. There was a crossman back here and he had to run away, but he's now getting attacked by Saurus. It's just like, you know, live and learn. The Empire Cavalry is necessary in this matchup, but Feral Cold Ones will trade quite effectively into them, so it feels bad to take them, but you do need to take them to protect your backline. Franz is trying to put his carry pants on, but there's too many men, there's too many people, causing too many problems. There's not much left to go around. This is the land of confusion. And tell me why this is the land of confusion. Yeah. Solid Lizardman build. Empire build had some holes in it. Lizardman build took advantage of those to full effect and is doing very well. I hope to see Boojilicious in future tournaments. It was a wild ride. His Dark Elf game was majestic. That Manticore Franz Griffin animation is not appropriate for YouTube, reported. I agree. Did that Bastiladon just like quadruple hit Franz, or what was that? And then what the hell? It just like shot him a million times. That was kind of funny. GG, well played to both players. And what is this? What is this? What? What is... Gianni. Sorry to disturb, I'm playing the new player tourney and my opponent left after 2 crashes claiming I am alt F4 out of games. What am I supposed to report? First game crash pretty early. Who's Gianni? Who is Gianni? Oh, it's versus... Starukin? What? Can you ping the Hell Pit abominations? They can help you. I'm streaming Etimem, so I can't give this the attention it needs. Yes, sir. Okay. So, sorry, one sec. Come with me. What happened here? WWD is a good player. WWD is a good player. I know that. I fought them in season 1. They beat me plenty of times. Daniel Manuel, someone I've literally never heard of, takes him down to go fight Cube Captain, who also took down Rockfang, who I've seen and is a plenty good player. So that's the next game we're going to spectate. I want to know what's going on with these 2 prodigies that are busting into my tournament and killing my friends. So we're going to go watch that. Okay? Okay. Yes, yes. Spartan has advanced over Big, so he'll go fight Berserk. Good luck, Spartan. Hazel! You do it one more time and I'm going to put the cone on you. Leave your little paws alone. They got to heal. Leave your little paws alone. God damn it. Children. How's it going? What up, Cuden? How you doing, Rusty? Cuden's going well so far. We watched one best of 3. We've already had some upsets in the tournament. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Got the lobby. We're going to watch 2 players I've never seen before, but they did both beat people I thought would beat them. So, we're going to find out what these 2 are about. I'm having a ton of fun with these new player tournaments because we don't know the meta builds. I mean, the meta is still getting decided because the game is, I mean, since Immortal Empires is still so new. But even that, new players are always ones that don't quite have the same read as everybody else. You know what I mean? Where they aren't grinding a ton of matchups and it's like, well, you know, I played Vicious Satsuma 10 times and he took 6 greenskin Spider Riders, so I think that might be pretty good. Then you take 6 greenskin Spider Riders and you play like Satsuma. New players come in and they're like, I don't give a shit, slamming down Foot Malice with some Cold One Knights and Harpies, and I'm just gonna go win the game now. It's refreshing. It is refreshing. Okay. I have a lobby code. We're going. Pit of Shades spam lobby. Got him. Le Lemon. Oh crap, I joined as the player. Whoops. Whoops. Pit of Shade spam lobby. Spectate 1, 2, 3. So this is Gull Daniel. His name is Lil Lemon, but I'm going to go with Gull Daniel because that's what he is in Discord and Challenge. Versus Cube Captain. I have never seen either of these players before. He said, lying. No, I'm sorry, that was a joke. My cat starts squabbling mid-Lizardman versus Empire, so I can sympathize with the children. I agree. Cats are silly. Just lost the micro. Can somebody drop the link to the VOD for yesterday's tourney? Sure, dude. Sure, I got you. Live. Do you want the 11-hour new player tournament stream I did, or do you want the 4-hour one with Alfredino? I wish the prodigies were on different paths in the brackets so we could see how far they would go. Right, Biggs? Biggs, how'd your games go versus Spartan? He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, that old Spartan is. Thanks a ton. Anytime. Don't mind, either works. You can get access to all of my streams by subscribing to my channel on YouTube for free. It's right beneath the video. You can just hit that little red subscribe button, or you can DM me in Discord. Send me $9.99 a month, and I will give you access to all of my videos for free for $9.99 a month. So just vote free. Was fun. Learn more. Biggs, I hope you keep at it. I remember there's a pretty fun game I spectated of yours where you had these Cold One Knights just going ham, trying to carry the whole game. That was pretty funny. Discord. Cyrus posted in Discord. Oh yeah, I was going to do a thing to entertain you while we wait for the whatever. You know how I can tell Grace is gone? Because when Grace and I are both home, we take a lot of time for ourselves. Some people call it fighting. Some people call it breaking up. Some people call it taking a break. But we call it daily life. And she likes to sit on the couch. Oh, Pup, don't get up. She's getting all excited. But Grace is usually out there on the couch watching TV, and then there's sunshine, so the cat sits behind her, and then Hazel's usually out there because Grace is quieter than me because I'm shouting at you people. But since Grace is gone, Hazel was sleeping in her little bed, but she got up now to go be excited about something that isn't existent. But look at, I get the moo cow. I never get the moo cow. He never hangs out with me, but now he's lonely. Yeah, you're a lonely little moo cow. He's my old man. We don't know exactly how old he is because I got, the shelter I got him from, found him on the street, but they guessed he was about 5. And I've had him for 7 years, so he's somewhere around 10 to 14 years old. This other thing.
Hi, puppy. Why are you so excitable right now?
Oh, no. All right. We have dwarves versus Skaven. I don't know how that happened, but that's going to be brutal for the dwarves. Is there a reason we haven't seen Ogre Kingdoms in this tournament? Ogre Kingdoms are pretty bad. Them, dwarves, and Demons of Chaos are all kind of towards the bottom of the tier list of meta factions. Ogres right now are just too easy to counter. If you bring a unit with a spear, you're going to win the game, which is unfortunate. Them chungy boys aren't so good. Yeah. This matchup is traditionally very heavily Skaven favored, though it's also one of my least favorite matchups to play as the Skaven is because you can still lose. Like, it's heavily you favored, you can still lose, but when you lose Skaven versus Dwarves, people make fun of you. So it's my least favorite matchup to get as Skaven.
Hi. You're being so silly. You're being so silly. Why are you so silly? Would it help if I shook you? Would it help if I shook you? Look at this squirrely pup. You're so squirrely. You're so squirrely.
What are Matthews doing in a beginner's tourney? Smurfs? Yeah, but they're technically right as... They're Skaven slaves and clan rats. I mean, they'll go... If they go far in this tournament, they'll get enough points that they won't be in the Skaven slave or clan rat bracket anymore.
You're so silly. You're so silly.
Lemon is secretly a Dowie, has some secret Dowie plan, you'll see. I hope so. I hope so.
You're such a silly puppy. And you're so squirrely. And you just went for a walk, so I don't know what your deal is.
Okay. Legit don't think this is possible for Dowie-less Skaven trolls. Dowie have some all-in builds that can work, but yeah, it's pretty unfavored. What are we going to do with you? You're just so much. Oh, don't huff at me. I'll huff at you. All right, where's your rat? Hold on. I'm going to get a rat and put a treat in it, and then she will be distracted. Beer beat!
Go, 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 go.
Dog has been distracted. Have you seen the Archmage of Metalbug? Yeah, it's pretty funny. 80k dragon is pretty good. Okay, boop. Oh, no, not that. I want to get rid of that. There we go. I'm back. Sorry about that. Hopefully Hazel is a little more amicable now. For the Dowie secret plan, we have 5 Miners with Blasting Charges in the Vanguard, Longbeards and Dwarf Warriors, all with great weapons. We have 2 Slayers, 3 Slayers, to rush, Ungrim Iron Fist, and a Runesmith with the Rune of Speed, the Rune of Oath and Steel, the Hammer of Carrick draws. Okay. Berserk and Spartan are also in the tournament. It is the Skaven Slave through Clan Rat, so as long as you're ranked as a Skaven Slave or a Clan Rat, I mean, you're in here. I did give them buy rounds in the first round, so at least new players wouldn't get berserk Matthew or them in the first round, but there's only so much I can do. We have triple Poison Wind Globes, a front line of Clan Rats, including the Clan Bulk and Tail Slashers, Skaven Slaves as a secondary, 2 Warplock Jezzails. We have the Council Guard in the back, and we do have a Plague Priest up on his mount with Pestilent Breath, Vermintide. That is not a bug. There's a Pestilent Breath that is bound to his thing that he can cast, and there is a different one that he can take. It's not a bug. Next to Snitch, we have an Assassin and Deathmaster Snitch himself. Deathmaster is a good choice here. Skaven build I like a lot. I would cut the Council Guard. Maybe get another Jezzail, but I would cut the Council Guard. You're either just going to nuke them with your own Poison Wind Globes, or they're going to fight, and they're pretty bad melee combatants against, like, infantry specifically. So I just don't think they'll do very much. The rest of this is fine. I would also like some Rattlegers or Wolf Rats to chase off routing units. Oh, we have a Death Runner. Death Runners are good. Death Runners are quite good. Also, little shout out, I think Plague Monks are good in this matchup. I usually take 2 to fight Slayers because they butcher Slayers. As for the Dwarf build, I like the idea. The one thing I really don't like is the Great Weapon spam. It's not going to do anything versus Skaven. They don't have an armored front line, like, ever. And you're just going to get killed, so paying the extra gold for your infantry isn't worth it. But I do like Slayer spam, Miner spam. It's one of the 2 ways to play this. The other way is to just go super hard on, like, 5 cannons. Like, you might think I'm memeing, but legitimately, if you just take so much artillery that you bomb this Skaven out, you can surprise them and win this game, but it is very tough. It's one of the reasons this is one of the worst matchups in the game for the Dwarves. Dwarves are running forward, but yeah. If you're playing Dwarves, either spam a bunch of cannons and stuff, or go with this idea, but cut all this Great Weapon stuff, and either get Rangers who can shoot and deploy in the Vanguard, or just get more Slayers. Miners with Blasting Charges, trying to kill the front line, but they do get disrupted. Very nice job by Cube Captain to get your single entities out and about and stop the Miners from throwing their Blasting Charges and keep them locked down for the Poison Wind Globes. You can see only one of the Miners actually got to throw their Blasting Charges, and they nearly deleted an entire unit. And this one also got to throw it. This unit nearly deleted it, but 3 of the 5 were stopped from throwing their Blasting Charges. A very nice play by Cube Captain. Dwarves are advancing. Dwarves are advancing for Lemon. I still wish to see Halberds put to test on the Empire front line. I think they would hold better. Maybe. Maybe indeed. Clan Rats are pushed off. These Miners are almost breaking, but if they can stand just long enough to throw their Blasting Charges at the Skaven Slave, that would be pretty cool of them. Longbeards with Great Weapons running up to the Plague Priest will actually do good damage. As much as I shit-talk the Great Weapons, if they do get up to a Bellcaster, they'll kind of mess him up if he sits in it for a while, so I have to be careful of that. Poison Wind Globes are trying to stop the secondary push of the Dowie lines, and these Death Runners are being used as pseudo-dogs to just chase down these Death Runners, but they are taking Blasting Charges on the side, and you can see that's why the Blasting Charges needed to be stopped, which they were. I'm not trying to say anything wasn't, but you can see the damage they do to the Skaven front line, if allowed. Dwarves are so far behind on the balance of power, and it kind of is up to this Lord duel. If the Runesmith and Ungrim can just assassinate Deathmaster Snitch and his assassin, really win this fight somehow, maybe they can claw this game back, but it is looking brutal on the balance of power right now. Slayers pushing through the front line is a really good play. Don't sit with them on the front line. You just need to walk past it, get onto the Poison Wind Globes. You can see one of them's already mucked up. They're really near to the Jezzails, so when they're done cleaving through these guys, they can shut down some of the other shooting aspects. It's just such a terrible matchup for the Dwarves. You can see all these good plays aren't mattering as the Dwarves are taking massive losses. Ungrim is getting bodied by Snitch and the Assassin. He's trading back about as good as he gets, but he will die first, and he is gone, and with him fades the hope of the Dwarves. For Lil Lemon, you played your ass off. It's a bad matchup. Now you know that. Never let it happen again. It sucks, but it happens. Thoric would have done better here, in my opinion. Engage, Rune of Doom, cut Skaven. I could see it, yeah. Yeah, I think Thoric is probably the best option, but it's really hard to rate a best option in such an abysmal, terrible matchup. Okay, I'm just checking in on some stuff while we wait for the Slayers to die. Okay. Yeah. It's just brutal. It's a brutal matchup. You tried. Skaven build was good for what it was facing. Dwarf build was also fine for what it was facing. It's just facing its imminent demise. So GG. I'm kind of surprised that Gull Daniel was playing Dwarves into Skaven because their Discord profile picture looks a little like a Skaven. I don't know exactly what it is. It's like this tiger screaming at me, but it looks a little bit like Queek. So weird that he ended up on the Dwarves. How are we doing for the Grey Seer tournament? 28 players signed up. So far, 7 are checked in. I suppose I could ping about that. Find your opponent. Hold on. Grey Seer through Storm. Vermin Tourney is checking in now. There we go. I made a second Find Your Opponent because I don't want to clog up one channel with everybody doing shit. Skaven, yes. Big Skaven victory. All right, let's play the map game. We need maps, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, this is the big people tournament and all the rule breakers and all the scumlords. So I need anti-scumlord maps. Pillar of Bones, small with some forests and some hills is fine. Galbaraz is always safe. I almost typed as always safe. Galbaraz is always safe for a big flat map. And then we need, what do you have? Small and terrain. So we could use Troll Run. It's fine. I gotta stop doing the same maps that I can always remember offhand. Let's do Peasant's Pasture. Vulture Ridge is another good one, right? Where's my map pool? Vulture Ridge is fine. Toothgrass Hill. Oh, dick. Peasant's Pasture. Vulture Ridge. And then the Forest of Shadows. Seems fine. Gore Gateway is a solid map from game 3. Then we'll do Knight's Run. That's a map, right? Yeah. And Golden Monolith. I actually really like Golden Monolith. We need to play with that more. Don't cancel me. Golden Monolith. 3. Eshin has felt a little small, so I'm going to avoid Eshin because I could see people like white line camping, quote unquote, when they're not actually white line camping, but it's just the way the map is. Prague. Oh, God. What's that high elf map? Is it Shimmer Sword? Yeah, Shimmer Sword's in here. Let's do that. Prague, Shimmer Sword, and then I need... those are kind of two small maps. Let's do Tower of Hoeth. It's a big map and has trees. Best of 3. And then what should we do for finals? Oh, God. I don't know. Altdorf Outskirts is contentious. Some people freaking hate that map. Let's do Swamp of Terror. I haven't seen Swamp of Terror in a while. Swamp of Terror. Valley of Thieves is a classic. Nobody hates Valley of Thieves. What's our last map of the whole tournament? The Grand Finals, where 2 players will inevitably rage at me and tell me I'm a piece of shit. You're a piece of garbage, human boy. We hate you. We've never liked you. You picked the worst maps and you're stupid. You could play Eastern Straits Isle. I know some people hate that map, but I like that map, and we're feeling... we're feeling diabolical today. I'm gonna regret it later, but fuck it. It's a good map. Okay. Maps are picked, and while I distracted you, we have Empire versus Beastmen queuing up. Let's go. I don't know who this favors. I don't know. I've lost both sides of this matchup. Honestly, it's a matchup I'm pretty bad at. I've played Beastmen, and it felt unwinnable. And then I've played Empire versus Beastmen, and it's felt unwinnable. So, we're just gonna see. We're just gonna see. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought about clicking off of this stream, wait till next game. Wait, what's behind the blocker right now is gonna blow your fucking mind. You might want to stick around for this one. Then go do whatever you need to do. Alright, I'm gonna message Daniel and tell him to change the map, because we are on the same map as last time. I really hope the map change doesn't change the builds we're seeing, because man, these are fuego. I don't know if they're good, but man, we're gonna see it. Altar, rubber match on Altar of Ultimate Darkness. Oh boy. Hubby, what factions have we got today? We had Skaven Dwarves. We had Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, Khorne Tzeentch, Empire Lizardmen. Those were our matchups today. This is the 5th game we've seen today, and it's going to be Empire Beastmen. Galbaraz, isn't there a tool to sort the maps for you? Yeah. Do that Nehakaran Crater map. Oh, the Lost Crater? It's in this tournament. I didn't put it in the next one. For thousands of years I slumbered. Who dares disturb? Oh, hey, it's Human Boy. What up, dude? Hey, Doomsage. How you doing? I love playing Skaven Domination, but I have to go for style and bring things I like. Yeah. Oakenhammer? Oakenhammer isn't in Game 3, Acute, and you know this. See what happens in a matchup like this, are both unwinnable, is that the Skaven pop out and kill everyone. Exactly. My main problem with Beastmen is I'm really bad at playing them. Was going to go get groceries, but if you insist. Dude, I insist. Did the Beastman player change? No. We have Gotrek and Demigryph Knights with Halberds versus a Gorgon, Centaurs with great weapons, and a Brave Shaman of Wilds, which isn't that exciting, but I just seeing Gotrek versus a Gorgon, I was like, alright, okay. And as I looked back and forth on the builds, it was like, nothing about this is boring. I'm excited for the Demigryph Knights. I'm excited for Outriders, Grenade Launchers. Excited for Gotrek. It's just good. Gotrek, like the Phoenixes, will always get his Gotrek's Doom now. He always gets the healing burst. Sometimes it bugs and it doesn't hit him, which is weird, and he doesn't get the healing, but the burst will always happen. It's just whether or not it hits his model. So you don't need a life wizard. I don't know if this person knows of that. I'm not even going to call it a bug, because every unit in the game right now, even Hell Pit Abominations, as far as I've seen, that have the potential to pop healing, just do. They always do. I don't know. Hell Pit is the one I'm least sure on, but I know it happens with the Phoenixes, and I know it happens with Gotrek. It's just Gotrek might not heal himself at all, because it might miss him, which is weird. But Volkmar heals himself, so we took a Grey Wizard with Pit of Shades. I mean, Pit of Shades is great. People complain about it. They say it needs to be nerfed. It needs a little nerf. I hope it doesn't get nerfed so bad that it's never used again, because I think it is an important blob punishment tool, but it is quite strong here. For the infantry, we have double halberdiers, triple flagellant. We have one handgunner. Outrider with grenade launchers protected by two Demigryph Knights with halberds. We have Gotrek. We have Volkmar the Grim and a Grey Wizard. That's it for the Empire build. Small, elite, vicious. For the Beastmen, we have triple Ungor Raiders, who might be the MVPs of this match because they can just shoot the Demigryph Knights with halberds and deal with them that way. Gore herds and Ungor herds across the front line. That'll slam into flagellants and get nowhere. But now the exciting stuff. We have the Sons of Goros, Centaurs with great weapons, other Centaurs. On the far side, we have Centaurs with great weapons and other Centaurs, so pretty good cavalry corps there. And the Gorgon. A Bray Shaman of Wilds with only Traderkin and a Feral Manticore. This is a Gotrek and Felix book in the making. Him versus the Gorgon. I actually just read a Gotrek and Felix book, ran into a Jabberscythe, and I didn't even realize it was a Jabberscythe until he said, Gotrek literally just goes, that was a Jabberscythe, manling. And I was like, oh, that description, the description of what it was does not look at all like it does in Total War Warhammer. Good grenade volley onto the Gore herds. Nice target selection, not shooting the Ungor herds, but you are taking fire from the herds, so you gotta run away. And look at that charge damage on the Demigryph Knights with halberds. Very nice opportunity, realizing the Centaurs were out of position to stop this, but these guys do have to be pulled back in to protect your backline, or push through and attack the enemy backline like it looks like they're doing. So they're just opting not to protect the single handgunner, don't think it's worth it. That seems fine. The Outrider with grenade launcher might also get caught out, and that could be a bit of a problem. But the Empire does do a good amount of damage to some infantry on the start. They're pushing through. Manticore dives on Gotrek, the worst target for it, and he's ready. His doom is coming for him, and he's coming for that doom. He's already half health the thing. He's swinging, he's chopping, and the Gorgon is in here too. It's everything we wanted and more. Centaurs take over the back line. The handgunners are dead. The Outriders with grenade launchers are dead. And Demigryph Knights with lances are getting a side charge onto the Sons of Goros. So it's side charges on side charges. Nobody's taking frontal charges today. And these Demigryph Knights with lances in the far back area are fighting great Bray Shaman of Wilds. They can do a lot of damage to him. They might want to all get attack orders onto him since they're going to die anyway. They might just want to take that fight. Gotrek has completely bodied the Manticore, and he now needs to turn around and fight the Gorgon. A banishment from Volkmar is killing off some Gore herds, and a nice Pit of Shades cast killing other Centaurs with great weapons. Both the damage values are skyrocketing. We've already killed a third of each other's armies in the first minute and a half of the game. The Gorgon is now trapped between a rock and a hard place as Volkmar and Gotrek are bodying him. He's trying to regenerate. He's trying to stab, but he just can't. He is no crab. But for the Beastmen, the Demigryph Knights with halberds are routed off in that direction, so that is a good trade for them so far. The Great Shaman, the Grey Wizard of Pit of Shades casting is currently bogged down in Centaurs, but the Demigryph Knights with halberds that aren't dead are protecting him. The Ungor Raiders are now coming within range of the front line. They can start firing. They can start doing some good things. The Gorgon is getting completely destroyed by Gotrek and Volkmar, and he's already running. Now, thankfully for him, he's faster than either of them could ever hope to be, so he's just going to run, but the Shadowcaster throws a blast scroll out. He's currently surrounded by Beastmen. He's like, fuck this shit. That guy needs to die. Chucks a fireball halfway across the map to delete him. Now, archers are shooting at the Shadowcaster, not the best target because he is a little small boy. Might want to be shooting at the Demigryph Knights or something like that. The Empire frontline has held and has actually repelled all borders with a ton of spell support. We have a spearman, a halberd, pushing things off. The Demigryph Knights with halberds are going to go attack the Gorgon. That's a decent target for them, but also they're going to get side charged by Centaurs, so I think this is a little bold. Maybe they should have just stuck next to Gotrek and Volkmar. Maybe, possibly, potentially. The side charge from the Centaurs, you can see, is doing a ton of damage, and the Gorgon is also getting his work done. I think these guys will be terror routing any second now. Unless they terror routed recently. Nope. Okay, they're terror routing, just like we said. Halberds are pushing through the front line. They're trying to get to these Ungor Raiders. Gotrek is still fighting. Manticore landed a little dangerously close to him. And a quick Trader King cast only hit 3 single entities, so won't do that much damage. These Demigryph Knights on the far side have rallied. They could rear charge some of these archers, but I don't think they should get involved with the Gorgon or anything like that. They're too wounded. They'll just rout immediately. Great Bray Shaman is charging in next to Gotrek. That's a dangerous place to see, as we learned from the Gorgon. As we learned from the Manticore, you don't want to be standing next to Gotrek if he gets his orders, and his heal is coming up soon, but will it actually hit him might be the key to whether or not this game is won or lost. Can Gotrek actually get his healing, or is it going to bug? I'm looking for the great green plumes of justice. Army losses in close, but your two key characters are both unbreakable, so who gives a shit? At a nice Demigryph Knight with halberds charge. They're trying to kill this great Bray Shaman. I really like that play, because if they can manage to just kill him outright, the Beastman leadership would be so low, they might not be able to withstand Volkmar and Gotrek cycle charging. Another nice banishment from Volkmar. Army losses is going to hit for the Empire soon, but what can they get done before it happens? Demigryphs are so low, they can't finish off the great Bray Shaman. Gorgon's fighting Volkmar. It's taking him off a low. Banishment is still ripping through the Beastman troops, and Gotrek's heal goes off, but it doesn't hit him. it does this stupid bug, and now he's just farting his way through the Beastman backline, but it doesn't matter, and since he didn't get his healing, I don't think he can carry this game, and he is out, but goddamn, that was a roller coaster. Alright, you can leave now. You watch the game I asked you to watch. Get out of here. Gotrek with 2,000 value. Volkmar with 1,600. Demigryph Knights, one of them got really good value. The other one did not, unfortunately. I mean, it did okay, but it got shut down. Handgunners and Outriders, Grenade Launchers got murdered. And then the front line of Sigmar was grinding with the best of them. The Pit of Shadescaster did fine. If you want to redo this build, if you're going to go this Giga Chad on winning the blob fight with Gotrek and the Demigryph Knights with Halberds, I would honestly just cut the range tool so you don't have to defend them at all and use the 1,400 gold to get a couple more frontline troops, maybe the Sigmar's Sons and another Swordman or something, just because you couldn't defend these, but that didn't mean your build was bad. Like, the elements that you used aggressively worked really well. It's just then, why have a backline if you're going to rush? You know what I mean? So that'd be all I suggest. Beastman build is fine. I liked it. He played it well. The only thing I would note is that don't throw the Manticore and Gorgon straight at Gotrek, who literally just wants to fight them. Chase around Volkmar was fine, but the Manticore literally dove Gotrek, so don't do that. But otherwise, it was well played. The cavalry charges were really good. Great Brasham was usually where he needed to be. A lot of good stuff there from the Beastman player. Just don't throw your giant single entities at Gotrek, who literally just wants to fight them. That'd be my only note. So, yeah, I really liked how Lemon played that. Very nice stuff. The Empire player is Padawan, but the build was fun. That was nice. Win or lose, Beastman games usually fast to hell, especially when the Empire player was like, you want a rush? I'll show you a rush, and just counter rushes him. That was great. How much meta difference from domination to land battles? Massive difference. How many game 2 maps aren't in 3? Any of the Karak, like Karak Bufdar, Karak Asgal, any of them are not in here, which is sad. Yeah. And then Oakenhammer isn't. I think also Summer Song isn't. I don't know. I'd say about half of the game 2 maps came over to game 3. Yeah. Okay, what was I doing? Traderkin, since Warhammer 3, take Keck W. That was fun. Grenade launchers are too hard to bring. Pistoliers, and just put them on skirmish mode if you think you can micro them. Yeah. I would agree. I would agree. Okay. I'm looking for our next game, so 1 second. So I'm looking for a game right now, so you guys aren't just left looking at the main menu. You can join me on my quest. The easiest thing would be if Whatever Dude or Uncle Benjamin finished their game in a hot second here, and we could just watch them fight Infidel Castro. That would be easy, but if we're just sitting here awkwardly, I might message... I don't know who fought when. I might message Samarak and see how he's doing. He's usually pretty quick to respond. Gianni and Thunderwolf also might not be that far, but I know Gianni and Starokin were having disconnect issues, so I don't really want to burden them with a spectator if I don't have to. Like maybe Gianni's internet's fucked up or something. I don't know. Could have been Starokin too, I'm just saying. Don't really want to burden them. Okay. Looks like we have a battle. Okay, we got a game. Entropy 1, Samaric 0. I also would have thought Samaric would win this. What's with all these new players being good at things? That's illegal. Alright. So we're gonna go watch Samaric versus Entropy. Entropy is apparently up 1 game. I'm gonna block her up. Pale Ale is Samaric. Pale Ale 0 versus Entropy 1. Very nice. Mulder chat. Sorry, I'm just dealing with something. One of my admins messaged me. Aw, Gold Daniel called me handsome. Samaric's telling us to pick bands. Samaric picked Tzeentch, Empire, and Tomb King's banned Korn. Why would you ban Korn? Why would you do that, Samaric? Damn it, I come home too late again. Hey, Count Lake, how you doing? We have 64 people, 63 people now watching, but only 36 likes, and we only have 2,700 subscribers. Some about those numbers isn't adding up. I think if all 63 of you subscribed 4 times, we would be up to 8,000 subscribers by now. Crowd Raccoon, hey, what's up? What up, dude? Were you supposed to be in this tournament? Did you end up checking in? I don't think you did. I miss you. Entropy's been around for a while. Used to grind hard on End. If it's the same person, I don't know. You banned Korn because you don't want them to die again. You banned Korn for Korn's sake. Like, hey, Korn, listen, I don't want you to lose another game. We might have Cathay versus Dwarves. So Dwarves versus Dwarves. Or Cathay versus Cathay. Oh, it's Tzeentch versus Dwarves. I like this matchup. I like this matchup, actually. I usually take Village. Village with Infernal Gateway, no other spells. I really like him bumping and grinding the front line. And after he grinds through a bunch of Dwarf Warriors, he increases his own stats the longer he fights. So then in the late game, he can be a pretty powerful duelist against whoever the Dwarves brought as a duelist. I really like that tech piece. Other than that, Chaos Knights are fine. Marauder frontline, definitely don't really want to go with Chaos Warriors. But if you must go with Chaos Warriors, probably Halberds. The anti-large is wasted, but the armor piercing is pretty good. Chaos Spawn. I personally like Spawn and Marauder spam because the Spawn will lower their armor a bit, so the Marauders can actually do some good damage. Chariots. The Chariots of Tzeentch were MVPs for me. They didn't get their value back, but they were just so annoying for the Dwarves. Like, they had their Quarrelers and Thunderers, and I just like, bleh! Chariots disrupted 3. Didn't do any damage, but they disrupted 3 units. Okay, Dwarves, reform ranks. Shoot those Chaos Spawn. Bleh! Damn it, stand back up and shoot the Chaos Spawn. Bleh! Like, you just keep running through them. They can't shoot. Chariots are always very funny versus the Dwarves. Is this a tourney for beginners and advanced players? Yes, Dwayne, kind of. Hold on. I gotta message Samaric so he doesn't break the rules because I'm watching his build right now. All right. Sorry. One of my mods is messaging me about something that's kind of important for the second tournament. First Tourney. Yeah. All right. I was busy at the time, Crad Raccoon. Oh, dude, sad. I've only like you sign up for a lot of tournaments, but you can only show up to some of them, and I always enjoy when you do play. So, because the VM lads, you, Berserk. Isn't there one like Geety or something? I don't know. There's some of the new VM lads that are pretty promising, and I hope to see you guys in more tournaments. Anyway, oh yeah, I was going to show you that thing. So when you asked about new players, our tournaments are split up. So the Skaven Slave and Clan Rat, you can also be a new player. So it's like this tournament is for new players, Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. Oh, okay. Sorry. I just got to get out of this current standings. There we go. So if you look at the Vermin League, it's like anybody in Clan Rat can sign up for these tournament, the first tournament, or just brand new players who've never played in the league. And then anybody above this point has to sign up for the second tournament. So Storm Vermin, Chieftain, and Grey Seers will end up in this tournament that starts in 19 minutes. It's just a good way of dividing the system. And then if you win the new person tournament, you're going to get so many points that on the current standings, you'll bump up to the higher tiers. And the next time this tournament is hosted, then, you know, since you won the tournament, you're clearly not a new player anymore. So then you get kicked out. But, yeah. Zinch vs. Dwarves getting set up. It's almost ready. Variant. What? What? What are you talking about? All right, both players are ready up, but I have to check this thing to make sure that I'm not way off base for the future that is being screamed at me. Variant max 8. Okay, yeah, I'm not going insane. Okay. Done. Fixed everything. Can I join Vet even if I'm new? For this first tournament, Bohemund? For this first one, sure. In the second, third, and fourth, when people have more Vermin League points and the standings get a little bit more, you know, like sorted out, I'm going to say sure. Now, I would have much more of a problem with a higher tier player coming to the lower tier tournament and just smacking a bunch of new players around because that's kind of a dick move. But if you want to opt into a higher tier tournament and you yourself potentially get slapped around by Ice Power and Void Laws, you are totally welcome to do that for this first tournament. Second tournament, when we get more Vermin League points settled, when we get more players, I would prefer people stick to their exact brackets. But in this first one, it's fine. Because like Ice Power, if you don't know Ice Power is, he's an incredible player. Played just so much Warhammer 2, he won tons of tournaments. Technically, because he hasn't played a ton of my Vermin League, he's a Clan Rat right now, which he doesn't belong in this tournament. And he messaged me and he's like, is it fine if I'm just in the veteran tourney? And I said, yeah, sure, because like common sense, we all know Ice Power is really good. So this first one, we're kind of giving people a pass as they find their exact place in the Vermin League. So yeah, that's fine. Unless you want Ice Power and Void Laws down in this tournament just because they haven't played a ton of ladder games yet. Alright. Anyway, I'm actually going to play very hard difficulty, then go multiplayer. Yeah, the campaign's lit right now, Mr. Casual. It's super cool. You should definitely play that. Anyway, we got our second shot of dwarves, and this time they are not fighting Skaven. For entropy, we have Thoric Ironbrow. He was the Meta Lord at the end of Warhammer 2. Rune of Doom, Rune of Oath and Steel, and Rune of Slowness. Double Grudge Thrower. Double Slayer or Triple Slayer? Triple Slayer, one of which is a dragon back. So we have Longbeards, Rangers, Bugman's Rangers, and Rangers. Longbeards and Miner's Blast charges across the front line. That's pretty standard stuff for the dwarves, and it is good against Tzeentch. I really like the Bugman's Ranger picks. They are shielded. They have a little bit of armor, but most importantly, they do have regeneration, which can help them win the fight against blue horrors. For Tzeentch, way off in the distance for Samrak, we have the Knights of Immolation, double Chaos Fury, all sitting in the woods on a flank position. For front line, we have 5 Marauders, double Chaos Spawn, Village the Curseling, with Infernal Gateway, which is great. It's pretty much Pit of Shades, but Tzeentchian, and Blue Fire of Tzeentch. I don't love that one as much against the dwarves and with Village. On foot, he doesn't have great attack angles for the Blue Fire to go through, and he has a hard time seeing his opponent, and usually his opponent's going to be magic resistant because they are dwarves. 3 blue horrors is totally fine, and double chariots with some chevrons thrown in them is also plenty fine. As long as they don't get bogged down in slayers, they'll be largely great, which is why dwarves fear chariots all the time. You just want to cycle charge through a whole bunch of things and never get bogged down. Alright. They are getting through the front line. Ping the hell pits. They will help. Okay, sorry. Someone's messaging me about their opponent not being ready and taking a really long time, and I just told them to message the hell pits while I'm doing this. Infernal Gateway on the Miners of Blast and Charges is going to do a lot of damage to them. It is a cheap target to use that on, but it's not the worst thing in the world, I suppose. Fury's diving deep onto the Grudge Throwers. Probably want to throw 1 Fury at a Grudge Thrower, 1 Fury at the other one, but we are taking out an entire Grudge Thrower, so it isn't the worst thing in the world. Knights of Immolation, bombing the Miners of Blast and Charges. Apparently Samaric just hates the Miners of Blast and Charges because he's using everything to take care of them. And it is, I mean, he did just punch straight through the front line with Blue Horrors and that Infernal Gateway. The center is now open, and Chaos Spawn and Marauders need to be forced path to the back line. One of the chariots did sit in Slayers and unfortunately was killed, and the other one now has attack orders to get the hell out of here, and it does need to do that. Pronto, post-haste, if it wants to leave. Knights of Immolation shutting down the Grudge Throwers. So Samaric taking care of the back line with ease. Very well played on that. The front line is having a little bit of issues, though. So, tit for tat. Dwarven player doing just fine. Shooting at the Knights of Immolation. Taking care of 1 chariot, though that chariot still has 3 out of its 4 models, so it could come back even at that low health point and just wreck people. Rangers with their shields are currently facing the wrong way, so the blue horrors are actually going to do decent damage to them until they turn back around. Chariot's back. It can continue chasing any routing units it pleases, and these Chaos Chariots just sitting in Slayers. You can see how much damage they're taking. Now they're starting to move again, but they really just need to pull all the way out of the Dwarven Forest, reset, come back, reset, come back. They just can't get locked up like this. Chariots are notoriously hard to micro, though, so makes sense. Both Grudge Throwers are now shut down. Miners Blasting Charges are running away, and it looks like the Bugman's Rangers and Rangers are currently being pinned. Not dead, but pinned down, so the Dwarves are without their ranged assets for now. Tzeentch is a little bit behind on the damage value balance of power, but they're doing their best to stay in it. Dragonback Slayers are trading extremely effectively into this Chaos Spawn, and Marauders of Tzeentch are trying to fight these Longbeards, but not having much of a good go at it. Village the Curseling probably wants to walk over and start dueling Thoric Ironbrow. Got to do something about that. Knights of Immolation are taking down the last Ranger. Samaric has done a really good job taking down the ranged assets. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Do you need a player to step in? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with that. You don't mind losing, I hope to learn? Yeah, then feel free, dude. Feel free. Alright. I was checking on that opponent waiting thing. Balance of power is against Tzeentch, but it's not unwinnable yet. Fury is still dominating the back line, and Bugman's Rangers are forced to turn around and shoot them instead of the front line. But it looks like they don't even need to shoot the front line, as the Dwarven front line is doing great. Chariots are chasing off some more of the Rangers, doing pretty good there. And the Knights of Immolation are hovering ominously, but I don't think they dropped any bombs here just yet. So I don't know quite what they're doing. I worry about the Slayers for Tzeentch. There's still plenty of Slayers left, and they're all quite healthy. Ooh, Knights of Immolation landing on the Dragonblack Slayers isn't the worst take in the world. Slayers have anti-large, but they don't have good armor piercing, so if the Knights cycle charge effectively, they'll do plenty fine, especially supported by Marauders of Tzeentch. Village the Curseling is doing well. I haven't seen a second Infernal Gateway, and I would like to see one. There are some pretty good Dwarven blobs you could punish. But I wonder how his Wind of Magic solution is going. Rune of Slowness on the Chariots is decent, but they're still faster than most Dwarves. They could get out of there. 31 speed versus Slayers, though, is actually looking a little rough. At this point, Tzeentch is getting ground down. I don't know of a lot of ways they could get back into this game. Maybe if they Infernal Gateway this blob of healthy Longbeards, then that leaves the Dwarven Force so tattered that maybe Village can carry it, but it is looking tough. It is looking tough, tough, tough. You forgot about Villith? Yeah, Village is good. You can see now that he's been bumping Ronnie for a bit, he has 61-61 melee stats versus 45-50 of Thoric. So this is what I meant by I like Village in this matchup, because in the late game, when you have to walk up to a Dwarven Lord, he's usually going to have stacked so many stats that he can actually duel him pretty good. Now, Thoric's notoriously good at dueling, which is a little silly, but sometimes there's Belagar or Ungrim or something, and Village can actually do pretty well there. Nice Infernal Gateway cast is going to clear out some of these Longbeards, really help Village to just have his 1v1 duel versus Thoric that he wants. And even the Tzeentch army ability is also getting cast over here. Probably just got it. Yeah, definitely just got it with the second Infernal Gateway cast. Got enough of that Tzeentch army passive powered up to cast it. So a big deletion of infantry units, leaving just Village to fight Ungrim. Really? Really? These miners aren't going to break right now? You're being serious with me? Okay, miners. I see you. Anyway, Village is doing his best, but without any support left on the map, the Knights of Immolation taking a ton of damage. They just can't chase enough stuff off, and I do think Tzeentch is a little doomed. I liked the army comp from Samurek, and he played it mostly well, but Chariots are unforgiving creatures, and if they're forgot for even a second, you saw how quickly they just died, so some unfortunate Chariot micro, but shit happens, man. I'm still pretty bad with Chariots, so it's not like, wow, why can't you play with Chariots? I struggle with Chariots. It's hard. But I think they were the right choice to bring. Knights of Immolation got a good bombing run in the back of the Bugman's Rangers, but now they are stuck in combat with Dwarves, and their leadership is faltering. Village is still fighting Thoric, but all this chaff that's surrounding him is making some of the shots miss, and there's even more Longbeards here. Stupid, filthy Longbeards! Interrupting the duel of Village, the casting. I think that'll be army losses. What do you mean Thoric is a support lord, not a duelist? Miners have more leadership than Bestigors. Do they? Actually, that wouldn't surprise me. Bestigors, for some reason, have trash leadership. Just trash. We're up to 75 viewers, which is actually really nice. So welcome. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. And if you're not, don't tell me. Come on, man. Just let me live in this bubble. Army losses has hit. The second tournament is 8 minutes away from starting. And we have 7 people not checked in, so I might poke some of them when I'm on my next thingy. Well played to Samurek. Friend of the channel, cool dude. Always funny in the chat. My DMs with him are always pleasant, but Entropy will be taking the win this time moving forward. Nice job. Our next game is set up for us. It is... Oops, wrong tournament. Infidel Castro versus whatever dude. We'll be hopping down there in just a hot second. I did notice Matthew messaged me about something. He was defeated by the Gentle Rat. He didn't know some of the Warhammer 2 matchups. So, the Gentle Rat, upsetting one of my tournament favorites. Berserk and Spartan are still going at it. Golden Floof and Deadly Dude. Will all 3 of my tournament favorites drop out? Who knows? Okay. Before I forget, checked in. Central Scroot, Vivalama, Mofat, his dudeness, J. Okay. Settings. Oh, god damn it. Advanced options? Permissions, admin access, Qden. Don't you give me searching. I think that's Qden. He's just signed up as Qden, right? Yeah, that should be him. Okay, cool. Qden's messaging me. Alright. I just the message was literally, can you give me admin access? Okay, Infidel Castro has started their game. I need to go find that. Okay, it is Clan Rat Playoffs, spectate 1, 2, 3, and then I'll get the blocker back up so we don't reveal whatever builds they've been working on. Okay, cool. All right, sorry. I'm all caught up. So whatever, dude, we saw on yesterday? No, the day before that. The new player tournaments. We saw whatever, dude. He does have a Skaven picture as his profile picture. He also played Skaven versus, god damn it, I'm always forgetting their name. Was it Ajin? I don't remember, but they played Vampire Coast, and they had an epic comeback versus whatever, dude. But whatever dude did end up taking that series, I think. So we might get to see some Skaven. As for Infidel Castro, I haven't cast any of his 1v1 games. He does play in a lot of Qden. We were just talking about Qden. He plays in a lot of Qden's 2v2 tournaments, so he's no stranger to the scene. He's just normally got a partner with him. So we'll see how he does on his own. Without anyone to hide behind. Global bans are at Cathay and Counts. That makes sense. Got to update the scoreboard, then I'll check in with you, chat. I'm sorry I've left you alone. Infidel Castro. I hate to ask for it so much, but we have had a banger stream today with pretty high viewership compared to our normal amount. So I have to assume that some of you have not been here a ton. If you are not subscribed, please do so. Our channel is growing a lot right now, and I want to keep that going so people know where to come find land battles. I'll do some domination tournaments if the scene quiets down, but right now it's like, out of all the tournament hosts, most of them do domination mode, so I'm mostly doing land battles just because people need a place to play land battles. But if eventually people start doing more land battle tournaments, I'll also do some domination stuff because I don't hate hosting those. But on this channel, if you haven't been around, we work with Qden to do 2v2 events. We really like those. They're a lot of fun. We do the Vermin League, obviously normal land battle tournaments. We also try to do some fun tournaments here and there. We do some streams of me just opening a lobby and spectating random players who come in, giving my advice on their builds. We do fun campaign challenges. There is one tomorrow, I think, where it's every 100 units of mine that dies in a battle, even if it's auto-resolve. Like, I just have to look at the casualties. For every 100 units, I think I have to do 5 or 10 push-ups or squats or something, which adds up because I'm playing the frickin' Skaven, so every battle has at least, like, 800 deaths on my side, so that's 40 squats or push-ups every battle I decide to take. So we try to have fun around here. I hope you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, my bad. I demand siege battles. I want to do siege battles. It's just hard. What do you mean Thoric is a support lord, not a duelist? Base 68, base 66. GG. Still Norska. Steamy shirtless stream. It usually is after like 100 or 200 push-ups. That last week Monday stream, I did 500 push-ups, 500 squats by the end of it. It was a lot. It was a lot, but we have fun here.
Don't we, Hazel? We have fun here.
Also, it is about your lunchtime, so I guess we could feed you. I'll feed you after game 1. How about that? Because game 1's about to start, so... How about you just chill out for a second? Skaven vs. Warriors of Chaos is traditionally Warriors of Chaos favored, though I do think the Skaven have plenty of teeth in this matchup. There are ways I like to play it, and it's usually been pretty close. Infidel Castro's build is solid, though I do have some concerns. So the Skaven might have a shot in here. Whatever dude's build is solid, but I have some concerns. Thanks for doing these. Dom is way more fun since launch, but nothing gets the blood flowing like land battles. Hell yeah, Boojilicious. I was talking to Alfredino about it yesterday, but I think in an ideal world, people play both. You know what I mean? I like to compare it to Call of Duty Team Deathmatch versus Free-For-All. It's like, I know very few people that are like, I only play Free-For-All, or I only play Team Deathmatch. It's like, why not both? I enjoy both. I'm not very good at domination, but I like playing in a tournament once in a while.
Hi. Hi. Puppy. A puppy.
I do know a secret. Skaven vs. Warriors Chaos, nice. I do know a secret that I'm not allowed to share, but there might be another big streamer, gigantic Giga Chad streamer soon that is hosting another land battle tournament besides me. But you didn't hear it. You didn't hear it. You just keep it to yourself. Hey. It's not like anybody can go back and find this. Between me and the 64 people watching right now, this is a secret. That next Saturday, there might be a land battle tournament from someone's favorite big-time, big-shot caster. Also, ODM hosts land battles. We're partnering with them, actually, for the Vermin League, because I have a shit ton of tournaments I've been hosting, and I can't sustain this current rate forever. So the ODM land battle tournaments that they do every weekend or every other weekend are also going to be worth Vermin League points. Just like, it's the exact same tournament, nothing's changing, but just I'm going to go through after the tournament and be like, the guy who won gets Vermin League points. The guy, the guy who got second got this many. Because it's just land battles, Because then it's not like a player like Mofet from yesterday's tournament won the ODM land battle thing, and he could come into this tournament and be like, quote unquote, a Skaven slave, and it's like, come on, Mofet. So, yeah. Because the points are mostly just a tool to get you near other people in your skill level, so when we do tournaments, we get a bunch of close games. That's what the points are about. It doesn't matter in the end if you have 400 and the second place person has 200, you're still going to have to fight them, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just like, you have 400 points, so you win the Vermin League. It's like, no, it just places you in a tournament where you fight the other top players. So, it doesn't matter how many points you have. It's just a system for getting you in a skill bracket. Right. Infidel Castro and his Chaos Force is rather elite and small. Only 715 models on Ultra unit size. We have the Weird Spawn, Chaos Spawn of Tzeentch that do have Armor Sundering, Magic Attacks, and Shields. Marauders, and the Summoners of Rage, Dragon Ogres, all in the woods to advance while not getting shot by Skaven. In the sky, we have Bellicor and 2 Exalted Heroes on Manticores. Bellicor has Pit of Shades, Enfeebling Foe, and Melkot's Miasma, and a very far flank, nice and secret, 2 Marauder Horsemen throwing axes and a Chaos Warhound of Poison. For the Skaven build, we have Wolf Rats, 2 Night Runners, 2 Gutter Runners, and they are positioned correctly, in my opinion. 1 Night Runner paired with 1 Gutter Runner gets the strengths out of both. Very nice. Clan Rat frontline, Clan Rats with Spears, 4 Rat Ogres, and the only backline thing to protect is Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. We do have Ikit Claw, one of the rising stars of the Skaven Lords. I really don't like unlimited power, but that's just me. I think if Ikit does himself any damage, it's huge disservice because he doesn't have regen, but the 2 spells are pretty good. Brass Orb is buffed, and I really like Musk of Fear for casting rune spells over and over again and slowing your opponent's advance. Okay, cool. Cuden's handling the other tournament like a champ, so thank you, Cuden. You're doing great. Thoughts on the build? Reasons I said I had questions about both builds is I'm really nervous about the Warriors of Chaos being too thin. Just not enough units. Because while you aren't susceptible to poison wind or anything with a small army, also that means, like, in the late game, you might be stuck against a million Skaven, and even Bellicor can't take out a million Skaven, so could be tricky. For the Skaven, the only thing I'm worried about is the Wolf Rats. They're a bold pick, because in my opinion, this is just my opinion, Wolf Rats are good against Skirmish Cav, which Skirmish Cav is the least of your worries in this matchup. If the enemy takes Skirmish Cav, you're actually kind of happy, because it's not as effective gold use as Chariots or Dogs, in my opinion. So, Wolf Rats are only good against a unit that's bad against you anyway as Skaven. Just my opinion, just saying. But these Wolf Rats did see the entire army in the woods and started to run away. And this happens in Warhammer 3 more than Warhammer 2, but for some reason, a lot of times you click on somewhere, your Wolf Rats, infantry in general, just end up in these really long lines. Don't know why, but it happens. Ikit Claw is getting some harassment onto Be'lakor with a Howling Warp Gale. But after his fun and games are over, he gets Melkoth Mystifying Miasma. Nice play here, running through your Rat Ogres. So the Rat Ogres will try and block up Be'lakor and do some good damage while Ikit gets away free. And his Howling Warp Gale is almost off cooldown already. Brass Orb was a little wasted. Doesn't do anything versus single entities, but I like your spirit. Chaos Warhounds are getting rear charged by those units that no one knew was there in those trees, so that is a pretty nice sneaky play from the Chaos player. Hazel, you will be okay! Oh my god, you are fine! You had breakfast 4 hours ago! Jesus! Howling Warp Gale cast again. Be'lakor is just getting shot consistently by these Natty Bobo sharpshooters, but the Chaos army has emerged from the trees. They are here, and they are here to play. Currently, Skaven are up on the balance of power and the damage value, but that could change when the Weird Spawn and Summoners of Rage start bodying your entire force. Hazel Basil, you are okay. You are not the most underloved, starving puppy in the whole world. I know this because I fed you, and I gave you treats, and I gave you peanut butter within the last 4 hours. You are fine, you little whiner. Exalted Heroes are currently sitting in the middle of Rat Ogres and Night Runners and Gutter Runners, not enjoying their life. The Night Runners and Gutter Runners probably have to spread out. Be'lakor's health pool is getting real low, and the Skaven are taking about a 2-to-1 advantage. But, like I said, Chaos is here, and you can see that when the armies collided, we have tons of routing Skaven units. A good 2-for-1 Pit of Shades on Night Runners and Gutter Runners is getting great value, and Infidel Castro is clawing his way back into this game. His Skirmish Cav and Dog Gambit has worked out. They've traded up against the Wolf Rats, but they do need to come in and help out where they are actually needed. Summoners of Rage throw their free Lightning Bolt on a clump of Gutter Runners and Night Runners. It does start arcing back in a very, I mean, I don't want to say lucky. It was a nice cast, but it is nice RNG that they came back to decimate the Skaven lines. You can see a mass rout is coming in from the Rats. What started off so good, as it usually does for the Skaven, is now going so poorly. Rat Ogres are trying to peel off these double Exalted Heroes who are getting really low on health from the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, but they did do their job. The Sharpshooters are running and they're not getting any damage out, and now the Manticores are diving back onto them. But Be'lakor and the Exalted Heroes are both very low. It gets surrounded by Weird Spawn. He does not want to be there, but it looks like Weird Spawn are pathing through onto the Clan Rat, so he's going to slip away uncontested. That is fine. You can see the damage values are rocketing back up, or it used to be almost 2-to-1 in Skaven. Now it is about dead even. The balance of power still favors the Rats, but the balance of power changes its mind very quickly when units start routing, and the Skaven are routing in mass. We see the dogs are barely clinging to life. One of these dogs needs to be brought back in. He has plenty of health in this fight, so he could be very useful. But I'm struggling to see what will kill the Weird Spawn and the Summoners of Rage that won't just break immediately. Maybe if the Natty Bubos come back, they have 16 models, which is actually a lot considering how low their health is. If they come back, maybe just run them away, keep them stealth for a little bit. Ooh, actually, yeah, that is good. Throwing out a Howling Warp Gale, maybe they can snipe out this last Exalted Hero, but it looks like they're facing the wrong way for now. They just got attack orders onto him, and there are some Night Runners trying to finish him off. Ikit Claw is running around doing well. We are having a very close game. Balance of power is heavily in the favor of the Skaven, but I just don't know. Just don't know what can kill these Summoners of Rage. I am nervous. I am nervous. I am scared. Good Warp Lightning cast. And that Exalted Hero only has 100 health left. He's running, so he can't dodge. He will probably die. No, it looks like he's actually going to be okay. It gets rallying a blob of Rat Ogres. And again, we have some units that the Skaven forgot. And while that is a misplay in the moment, definitely all your units should be doing things at all times. It is going to be kind of lucky to have a healthy Wolf Rat in the late game. You can chase down some stuff without them being so low in health that they will die. Marauder Horsemen with their throwing axes are almost out of ammunition. They'll do a number on Ikit if they can hit him, but it looks like they've been shooting mostly Rat Ogres, which is fine. And a really nasty rear charge from the blob of Rat Ogres is actually going to take the Summoners of Rage a little low on health. If their leadership can hold, they can definitely turn around and murder these Rat Ogres, but their leadership is dipping, dipping, dipping. And Natty Bubo, as we said, they can rally on the far side and start shooting in. Bellacor's an okay target, but they're not super great against single entities, and he himself can usually get damage resistance. I would prefer them to shoot the Summoners of Rage or the Exalted Hero personally, but something's got to kill Be'lakor, so really any target is a good target. Chaos is teetering on the edge of army losses, and I think that is some bullshit. I really hope they don't get army loss, because they are definitely still in this game. 100%. These Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, devastating the Rat Ogres with a nice couple volleys, and then, ooh, Brass Orb might catch a few. It does catch a few. They turn around and go back into it for a little bit of damage, and the Wolf Rats are going to charge straight through their own Brass Orb, taking massive damage and routing themselves off, unfortunately. But another Warp Lightning is really just keeping these Marauder Horsemen out of the fight. You don't want these full health skirmish cav rear-charging your forces for the leadership's sake, so Ikit's trying to keep everybody honest and happy. Natty Booba Sharpshooters are out of ammunition. This Chaos Force is so low. The Weird Spawn need to be taken out because their Unbreakable is a real pain in the dick to deal with. They are down to 4 models, though, and that's going okay. Chaos Warhounds charging in. They have more leadership than the rest of the Skaven Force, but they are very low, and they are dog units, so if they take 1 or 2 nasty volleys from something, they will rout off here. No problem at all. The full health Wolf Rats are coming in from the forest. They get a nice charge. They will do a lot of damage on the burst, but very soon you'll see their leadership dip down and get out of here. And that's the big problem with the Skaven right now. I think that's why their balance of power is so inflated, in my opinion, and I've been so negative on them. It looks good, but look at how low all their health bars is. They're just going to cycle route. Like, yeah, if everything was unbreakable, the Skaven win this game easy peasy, but that's not how Skaven work. Howling Warp Gale keeping Be'lakor locked down. Summoners of Rage are routed off by Ikit Claw's Terror and the Wolf Rats chasing them. Somehow these Wolf Rats are clinging to leadership, just barely hanging on. I think they terror routed so recently that they can't terror route again. And the Skaven are forming one last clump to try and keep their leadership high, strength in numbers, and if they can just get the balance of power low enough, they can get army losses on Chaos, however fraudulent that may feel. Rat Ogre's charging in. A nasty Brass Orb or Pit of Shades. What is this? Who's it from? Who's it going to do? It's a Pit of Shades. Be'lakor betrays his own horsemen, but it's worth it to kill all of these Skaven, and he dives onto Ikit Claw. Mass rout, and a lot of the Skaven army is dying from that final blob. They stuck together for leadership, but they stuck together to get sucked into the void. You see the balance of power rocket away from army losses, straight back towards the middle. Ikit Claw is running out of ammunition to keep firing at anything, if you could even control that if you wanted to. Be'lakor and the Exalted Hero, we're going to chase him down, but a quick little Howling Warp Gale will lock them in place for the moment. The last Chaos Marauders are getting charged. The last Marauder Horsemen are taking fights in the distance. Bellacor's looking healthy. He's looking healthier than I think you want him to. Does he have a healing ability of some kind? Yeah, he does. Increased by each unit within range that is wavering. Oh, shit. That's how he's been healing so much. So the Skaven army with its low leadership has been slowly healing up Be'lakor, who took so much damage in this matchup. I honestly think Chaos is favored right now. The Skaven just don't have enough left in the tank to deal with them at all, in my opinion. Even if it's just Be'lakor, he can solo the rest of this army, and it's not even him. He has some weird spawn with their armor sundering. He does have an Exalted Hero who's wavering, but still on a Manticore. Still very scary, and I think the Skaven are in trouble. Real question is, when will they finally release Storm Fiends? Probably when they get thankful. Nice charge here from the Wolf Rats, getting some damage onto the Weird Spawn before Be'lakor shows up, but you can see immediate terror out from them, and they also shatter as they get a rear charge. Weird Spawn down to 2 models. Be'lakor's going to solo this game pretty easy. A pretty funny Warp Lightning cast just to get the army-wide debuff and maybe get a little cheeky shot onto the Weird Spawn, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Rat Ogres turn around, take the fight. Just trying to kill the last of the Weird Spawn. Ikit Claw's coming in for a rear charge, and he does get it off. Can he kill these armor-sundering bastards? Does not look like it. Rat Ogres are routing. Be'lakor takes a nasty shot onto Ikit Claw. Ikit throws out his Howling Warp Gale to lock them in place, make sure they can't chase him so he can get a cycle charge off, also lowering their melee stats. Both of them fly into the air for a mere second, but it looks like the Clan Rats can't even hold their shit together enough to get a charge off. Weird Spawn getting attacked by Ikit Claw, still at 2 out of 2 models. And that is all Chaos Spawn needs. Some people recently have been saying Chaos Spawn aren't good into Skaven, and I'm like, what are you talking about? These guys are annoying as shit to deal with. I hate Chaos Spawn. Yeah, Chaos is going to clutch this game out. From army losses to winning the game. Never trust the balance of power bar. Always trust your heart, ladies and gentlemen. Heart of the cards. That was a nice Howling Warp kit. Warp Lightning kit, but it is over. No hope. GG. If land units were all killed, Be'lakor and Extra Hero would run his flying units. Another Howling Warp Gale locked them in place. A side charge from the Rat Ogres should finish off these Chaos Spawn, but man, Chaos Spawn are like so sticky. So damn sticky. And yes, I mean that every possible way. Last Chaos Spawn should die. It's a moral victory, but just no possible way you're killing Bellicor. Just die, bro. Thank you. All right. Triggered me. I hate Chaos Spawn. Rat Ogre's fighting Bellicor. Wolf Rat's going to charge in as well, but when their Rat Ogre friends route, the Wolf Rats will 100% route too from nearby units routing. And if it's charging in, getting some damage in. But 40% damage resist on Bellicor right now. Army loss is hitting. That is it. That is it. GG. I really liked how whatever dude played that. He did so much so correctly, but a couple nasty Pit of Shades. One that caught two Night Runner and a Gutter Runner in it and nuked them from full health to about half. That was brutal. That final Pit of Shades that hit all of his wavering units. Because he had to... That one's like... It is a misplay. Yeah, it's a misplay. But he clumped him up because they're so low on leadership, he wanted them to stay together. And that is a smart thing to do, but then Pit of Shades appears, and if your micro isn't perfectly on point, which nobody's is, you know what I mean? But it is just going to appear and delete them all, so he needed to back out, and he just couldn't in time. Lost a lot of his army, and really turned things around. But Bellicor hard carried that game, as he usually does. 3,400 for him. Summer's Rage, 1,500. Weird Spawn, 1,200. Exalted Heroes, mixed value, but one of them got good, the other one didn't. Marauders with the throwing axes struggled to pay for themselves, but they did fine. Dogs did really well, and Marauders all died brutally. For the Skaven, Ika Claw, 900 value. Natty Boobos, 1,900. Very well played with them throughout the game. Gutter Runners, Rat Ogres did fine. The Rat Ogres' values is always going to be low, but you just need them. Like, they serve an important function. Wolf Rats, they ended up being okay. I don't love them in this matchup in particular, but they ended up doing fine. Night Runners did pretty well as well. And Clan Rats actually got pretty good value considering what Marauders got for more money. But eventually Pit of Shades came for them. How much mana is frickin' Warp Gale? It's like 4. That's pretty good. Okay. That was a great game. That was a great game. Land Battles is plagued by the Festus and Vampire Counts blobs, but man, if you don't get those blobs, it's such a good format. Like, I can acknowledge that. So, you know, some people have legitimate criticisms about Land Battles, and it's like, yeah, but if you get two people that just handshake to have a good time, you can have a great fucking time. Hi, puppy. I need to go give the pup some lunch. I also need to take a leak. So, I will be right back. How do sub-factions work in IE? You just flip the banner. It just changes your color. It doesn't change anything about the game. Except at Count Leak, I did release a bug video. The only one I know of, but you might want to be careful, is the Teeth Snatches for the greenskins don't get WA. Don't know why. It's for no reason. I think Coops is the one who told me about that one. So if you're playing an army that relies on an army-wide passive, maybe stick to a faction that has a legendary lord. You know, like, because then they're designed for it in campaign. But if you, like, I'm not saying this is true, but if you play one of the Dark Elves and you pick some random faction, like, that doesn't have a legendary lord, there's... maybe they don't get murderous prowess. So you might want to be careful. Just saying. God, that was way more. Why chase Archaon if Bellicor exists? That is a great question. Archaon has a different spell lore, and he's an insane duelist, where Bellicor actually isn't that good of a duelist. Like, he bodied Ikit, but Ikit's a pretty shit duelist. But, like, if you land Bellicor onto Scarbrand, Bellicor's going to lose. But Archaon can actually duel Scarbrand pretty well. I don't know who wins it, but I know it's a much more even trade. But Bellicor cannot land and fight Scarbrand. He'll lose. All right. I got a BRB. Also, Archaon's smaller, so if you're worried about getting shot, Archaon on a horse is a little harder to shoot sometimes than Bellicor, who's huge. So they are different, but Bellicor is currently very strong. BRB. Don't go anywhere. If you go anywhere, I'll find you. I'm back. Pup has been fed, non-alcoholic beer has been procured, and I am ready. There's some Slaanesh sub-factions that never charge their army abilities. Oof. We have Kislev versus Best Men. I have recently found this matchup to actually be excessively Beastmen favored. Which sounds like it wouldn't be. You know, their backline can have Kossars or Spears, all their units are unbreakable, and Beastmen are very much about charging in and breaking stuff. But something that has been noticed, I've seen this matchup twice, and both times went heavily Beastmen favored, is Razor Gore herds are super cheap for their armor piercing, and that can really mess up Streltsy, because one of the strengths of Kislev against most factions is if you assault their backline with like dogs or something, their backline will just beat your dogs and then keep firing. But Razor Gores can actually punch through Streltsy and Kossars pretty effectively. So Razor Gores are Chads here. Centaurs with throwing axes have no bad targets because Kislev is generally expensive and heavily armored, but if you get your armor-piercing missiles, they can do pretty well. And Centaurs can cycle charge. The backline thinny too. So Centaurs with throwing axes are a great unit in this matchup. Razor Gores are great. We even saw Minotaurs recently. And we have a little friend. Say hi to the stream, Mr. Muko. Say hi to the stream, Mr. Muko. Yes, you're very nice. We even saw Minotaurs with great weapons. I think from maybe whatever dude, because he brought him again, did excessively well against Kislev. They charged into the bears. They got good value. So this actually can be a pretty good matchup for the Beastmen. They also can opt into taking archers, which Kislev can struggle against archer spam. They just have a lot of, the Beastmen have a lot of good options here. As for Kislev, they have some stuff that on paper would be good. Their problem is they're so expensive that, and this doesn't apply to everything, it just applies to the Beastmen matchup. Kislev are fine. They're B tier faction, but everything they have is so expensive that, if you have your warbears that get 2 volleys of throwing axes into them, you just lost like 800 value, and the Beastmen just paid for one of those Centaurs with throwing axes entirely. If the Minotaurs get a good charge on them, they do incredible value, and they're like 250 gold less than your warbears. And the healing blob doesn't tend to work against them as much because the Beastmen aren't a grind faction, they're a burst faction. So even though you're unbreakable and stuff, sure, you're taking a ton of damage. What Kislev excels at in certain capacities is taking a blob, healing it up slowly over time, you just can't grind through it. Well, the Beastmen run in there, slam into you, kill like 5 models, and you're not undead. Those models aren't coming back. And then they'll back up and they'll do it again, and they'll do it again. And before the game is 2 minutes in, the game's won or lost, but Kislev needs a bunch of time to heal, so that's why it's felt pretty bad. We'll see what Infidel Castro can do, but Beastmen have found a pretty good matchup for themselves. What kind of beer is it? I just had a smoky bitter ale. I have a Coors Edge non-alcoholic brew. There's not a ton of non-alcoholic brews in my area, and I have some genetic liver stuff coming at me later in life. So I got to be nice to my liver now, because later I'll need him to fight his battles. So, hooray, genetics. And I can still have a drink every now and then, but just don't, pound, 12 shots of vodka every weekend! Oh, fuck, my liver's shot, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but, I have a specific genetic thing that later in life my liver's not going to be so good. For Kislev, we have Boris Ursus. He is an excellent duelist. Brothers of Tor Oath Riders, double Snow Leopard is also pretty good, and we do have a Frostbane of Ice with Heart of Winter and Frost Breath. Pretty good hero in single entity core. We have 1 Streltsy for armor piercing, 5 Kossars of Spears, and the Daz's Hearthblades on the front line along with Winged Lancers. A very small and elite Kislev build. Don't hate it. For the Beastmen, we do have Gore Herds and 1 Ungore Herd, but mostly Gore Herds in the front line. We have a Bray Shaman of Shadows with Pit of Shades, and we have a Beast Lord, a basic Beast Lord with Apocalyptic Visions, but it looks like they're going cheap so they can get a nice wide front line. We do have 2 of those Minotaurs with great weapons. We have quadruple Centaurs with throwing axes and double Razor Gore Herds. A lot of cheap, effective units here that'll do great. And here is exactly what we're talking about. The Oath Brothers of Tor are getting involved with the Centaurs with throwing axes, but they're about to get side charged by Minotaurs, and they are going to have a really bad time unless they get out of here pronto. Pit of Shades is going to delete one of the Streltsy units, and these Centaurs with throwing axes either need to throw at the Oath Brothers of Tor or charge these Kossars, either or. But you can see exactly what we were talking about. That's a 1,600 gold unit and is currently just getting murdered by the Beastmen full surround, and these Winged Lancers are also getting bodied by the Minotaurs with great weapons, and yet you love to see the Minotaurs finally being good. Potentially an overextension here. Snow Leopards are a very cost-effective single-entity killing unit, and the Beast Lord on his chariot is fresh fish for them. The Minotaurs probably have to come over and bail him out. Meanwhile, the Oath Brothers of Tor are completely fucked. Just destroyed, and there's no Patriarch to even heal them up if they wanted to, but it would take them a long time to heal those injuries. Centaurs of Throwing Axes are kiting out the Frostmane device, but you can see she is also just taking an absolute working as she follows them around. Boris Ursus is also leaving the pool, but the Beastmen have this game in the bag. I'm already going to call it. They're up on the damage value. A lot of stuff has already popped its Unbreakable passive and is running away. And Boris Ursus is going to pop his Shard Blade. As he charges into melee combat, it takes some time to wind up, so it hasn't started yet. Now it starts just as he gets in there, so actually that was a pretty good use. But the Minotaurs already helped with this guy. The Beast Lord has taken a lot of damage, but the Snow Leopards are also not feeling so great. Some Centaurs are throwing axes were used to rout off troops, and Kislev is already down to the Daz's Hearth Blades, and Boris is pretty much all they have left. I mean, this lady's not having a good time. She's currently in combat with Centaurs of Throwing Axes, who are like, you thought we were Skirmish Cav? Yeah, we're Skirmish Cav, but these axes do more than just throw, lady. And they're beating the shit out of her. We do have some Ungor herds and Gore herds that extended a little bit far. I think they were chasing off some cavalry that was routing, but they do need to be brought back. Also, these Centaurs of Throwing Axes have ended up in melee a little bit too much, and they should back off and use their Throwing Axes against Boris more often. Overall, things going well for the Beastmen. Kislev is evening up the balance of power and the damage value, as there are a couple things going awry for the Beastmen. Just one or two too many times we have had Centaurs of Throwing Axes sitting in melee rather than throwing, and another nice Pit of Shades to take out some Kossars, but the Beast Lord is currently getting bodied by Boris. Shadows Caster was running away from the Oath Brothers of Tor, and we have some Razor Gore herds sitting idle. We have some Minotaurs also sitting in the Daz's Hearthblades. Would start off so good for the Beastmen, and we have some minor micro mistakes that are really hurting them in the late game. Too many units standing around. And will it cost whatever dude this game? Balance of power is back to the middle, so is the damage value, and the Beastmen are without a lord. These Minotaurs, the great weapons just standing in the Daz's Hearthblades, are getting massacred. Oof. Centaurs with Throwing Axes that remain have to stay out of melee combat, and they just have to throw from a distance to get their value back. These Minotaurs with great weapons are still 10 models. Not a lot of health in them, but 10 models, so they should be cycle charging whatever they can. Frostmane device is coming back after her short rout. Beastmen aren't out of it yet. They're pulling back ahead on the balance of power just a little bit. They do have a Shadows Caster who's still plenty alive. You can get another Pit of Shades off. Ooh, right here. If Pit of Shades is off of cooldown, right there is an excellent spot to really turn this game back into your favor. Now, the Oath Brothers of Tor are routing. The Iceman is routing for a second time. And it's just Boris. It's Boris in a pit. With one Pit of Shades, you could turn this into just Boris versus the world. Minotaurs with their last bastion of strength, last vestiges of leadership, are going to go fight Boris, who throws Stand Your Ground and his Rampage on. He's probably going to kill these guys, but while he does so, he will take some Throwing Axes. And I think the Beastmen are back in control of this game. That got scary in the mid-game as they kind of let it slip through their fingers, but they're doing fine now. The Ice Witch is getting effectively chased off. More Throwing Axes are rallying and could come over here. And as soon as we get a Pit of Shades onto these Daz's Hearthblades, it will cease to be good for them. Now, this is blobbing a little bit hard for the Beastmen. They want to separate out. They want to be charging in from multiple angles, not all of their units on the same angle. And especially with Boris throwing out the Frostblade, he's currently kind of a mini Mortis engine, so if he was positioned more in the center of this blob, it would be much more devastating. Thankfully, some units are keeping him occupied outside of the blob, but just saying for future reference, you don't want to pile up like this. A rear charge from Centaur's Throwing Axe could be effective, but right now they're just chucking in at the Daz's Hearthblades. It looks like we don't even need a Pit of Shades to clear out these guys. Balance power shifting very heavily against Kislev. And the Beastmen scared me in the mid-game, but they did close it out. Count Leak, you enjoyed the board game? Good. Good. How was it? Did all the directions make sense? That's been one thing sometimes people struggle with, is the directions. Kossars with spears are probably a good shout out in this matchup. They do have anti-large and they're archers, so if they get attacked by Razor Gore herds, they're cheap and effective. Streltsy did okay, even though they got Pit of Shades. They almost paid for themselves, so that's fine. Daz's Hearthblades did surprisingly well, though I don't think they would always do well in this matchup. I personally don't like them. I think they got most of their value from a Minotaur charging into them and getting a little bit forgotten. Boris is a fine pick. I think the Oath Brothers of Tor are a bait. They look really nice, and they are good in certain matchups, but I just think the Beastmen are so good at dealing with them that it's a lot of It's a lot of money. For whatever, dude, I think it was him, and I've seen these Minotaurs twice now, and I am gonna say it. I'm gonna say it out loud. Minotaurs might actually be meta in this matchup. I know, it's crazy, but it's true. And throwing X-Cav all did pretty well. A note for the future. Hazel's barking. Would be not let them sit in melee as often. Like, they can be used to cycle charge some stuff or catch out some archers. But there was too many times where they got stuck in melee with actual good at melee units and they needed to be pulled back. Hazel! That is enough. Hey, come here. Yeah, you're being mean. Gores and ungores are fine. I mean, if you had the extra money, fine, but I wouldn't spring for gores if you didn't have to, because you're not going to win the front line in melee. You're going to win the front line through the Razor Gores and the Throwing Axes and the Minotaurs. So why pay for better infantry that are just going to lose anyway, in my opinion. But it was well played. Hazel. Who upset you? What were they doing? Were they walking on your yard? Were they walking on your yard? Because that's your yard. Because you mow it, and you water it, and you take care of it, and you clean up trash from it that blows in. Oh, wait, I do all those things. You don't do anything. You poop in that yard. So maybe you shouldn't be so judgy, huh? Maybe I'm the one who has the right to be upset if they're on my lawn, and I don't care. So you shouldn't care, because you literally poop on it. I don't think you respect it if you poop on it. Fucking dog. Bodied by Boris. No, it's a fragrance I've never heard of. Hey, Knighthood. Moo. Kislev versus Beastman is a sick matchup. It's pretty good. Need a land battles tier list? It's on my list of things to do. I've just been streaming constantly. If I'm streaming, I can't make that content. Okay, the Storm Vermin through Grey Sea tournament started. How many people do we have? 22, 26, 27. 27 people playing isn't bad. And in this tournament today, we had 41 sign up, but I think some didn't check in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 times 2 is 26. And then we had 3 buys, so 29. 29, 27. 56 people playing today. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's my poopy yard. No one else is allowed to poop there. Pretty much. Where I come from, pooping on things is the highest form of flattery. Slaanesh versus Tzeentch. An interesting matchup. Before Immortal Empires, I would say this was heavily Tzeentch favored. Heavily Tzeentch favored. Because you could just Burning Chariot cheese them, and Slaanesh couldn't do anything about your Air Force. So you would just snipe their Lord, kill everybody. It was a terrible time to be Slaanesh. Post-IE, I haven't seen this matchup ever, but Slaanesh did get a Zazel, so you can have a Flying Lord that can contest the Burning Chariots. And you got Marauder Horseman Skirmishers, who can actually shoot up into the sky. So I think the main reason Tzeentch used to win this matchup entirely, like, one-sided, no contest, is gone. So I'm curious what they plan to do now. Do you have any idea how many people are playing ranked land battles? Yeah. If you mean like the official CA one, no idea. But we have 71 people who have tried the Vermin League bot. And in this tournament, I've seen at least 18 more people that haven't played on the bot at all. So that number goes up to 89, I think. So 89 people have tried out Vermin League. Which is good. Though I'm going to have to figure out, I know Zep put a command into the bot for me to give people points based on how far they get into this tournament. I'm going to have to have him remind me what that command is. But another thing is we have a lot of people playing that never tried the bot. So they're going to get points, but I have to figure out how to add someone to the bot who doesn't play. You know what I mean? Because I got to like, all right, add this person and give them 10 points. So we'll see. Tzeentch is taking a variant. No, not even a variant. Okay, I was going to say, they used to have a Burning Cherry, but they must have cut it. So we're getting a different version of the Tzeentch build. We're getting Triple Chosen? Oh no, that's going to get Pit of Shades for sure. Oh, thank God. Hazel's taking a nap. I love you, pup, but you're being a lot today. Okay, let's see what we got. Slaanesh wildly outnumbers the Tzeentch build. Wildly. It is so narrow. We have 2 Chosen of Tzeentch. The Severed Claw, Aspiring Champions. We have 1 Flamer. Village the Curseling with pink and blue fires, and then the Infernal Gateway. Triple Spawn of Tzeentch, and the Knights of Immolation Doom Knights. That is a tiny, tiny build. And Pit of Shades does exist. Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. So for Slaanesh, we have 4 Marauder Horsemen in case of Air Cheese, double Hell Strider, just a generally effective unit, 1 Spawn of Slaanesh, and then we have Marauder Spam, some of which are the Hell Scourges. We have double Keeper of Secrets, one of which is the Exalted Keeper of Secrets Lord of Shadows with Pit of Shades. Rules are a lot at first, but easy while playing. Who did all the nice artwork? Pretty good. Dude, for the board game, I got people... I had a different artist for each faction, and sometimes when I submitted it to reviewers, that was actually a negative for them, is there's like, the art is all over the place, and it's like, each faction has its own feel. Like, how could you hate that? But yeah, so I had various different artists, some of which do the artwork for my streams. The one who did the Beasts faction is also the one that did the army blocker that I'm using right now, so he's a pretty cool dude. We're off to the races. I heavily favor this Slaanesh build right now. I just don't know what the Tzeentch box is going to do against Pit of Shades. Because it's gonna do some nasty work. It's going to do some nasty work. Blue Fire of Tzeentch going all over the gosh darn place, but it is doing good damage on the Exalted Keeper of Secrets of Shadows. And I wouldn't hate for Slaanesh to just skirmish them. Like, you don't have to advance with your whole army right now. You could just skirmish and really whittle down these spawn, but it looks like he's just going to take the fight, which is the Chad move, but you could be a little more degenerate right here and get some more value and punish your opponent for not having any cap of their own. Now, Flamers are here. Spawn are fighting Spawn, and Flamers are shooting through their own troops, and it's hard to tell how much damage value they're really getting, while the other Keeper of Secrets is currently getting harassed by Spawn of Tzeentch. If they get a full surround, they'll do a ton of damage, but it looks like she's just going to easily walk out of there. The Skirmish Cav have gotten surrounds. They're just going to act as archers for a little bit, and the Flamers are left behind. Ooh, something has to go into melee with them, like, right now, and really punish that unit. The Knights of Immolation are lining up for a nasty bombing run, it looks like, and they do get it. Good shot, taking half health off of Marauder Cav. On that, Pit of Shades is cast behind the Chosen of Tzeentch to try and get some of them without really damaging the front line, but the Chosen of Tzeentch aren't actually taking that much damage from it at the moment. Village the Cursing is trying to keep his troops up. Damage values are about equivalent, but I think when these Flamers die, you're going to see a big spike in the favor of Tzeentch, and a Pink Fire of Tzeentch is also going to roast some Marauders with some Marauder Cav. So for Tzeentch, all of the Chaos Spawn are looking a little worse for wear. Their Flamers are already contested, and the Knights of Immolation are back here fighting Hellstriders along with Village. For Slaanesh, their spawn are also not looking too good. They only have 1, though. Their infantry has taken a ton of damage. Their skirmish cap is all very healthy, and both their large single entities are fine. Slaanesh just start pulling ahead on the damage value, but it's not over quite yet as the Flamers do disappear. Flamers in general don't do as much damage as I would suspect. I think they're not a super great unit for some reason. Knights of Immolation are going to start chasing the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, and she is in huge trouble. Huge, huge trouble. If these Chaos Spawn turn around and start attacking them, and then the Knights of Immolation are attacking them, these models are like bugged or something, but they just can't move when they get surrounded, and they will die with only 5 armor. They'll just get whittled down. So this is a panic moment for whatever dude. He's got to get this large caster lord out of here. It looks like instead he is opting to stand and fight as a quick blue fire is coming in for him. Nice double Pit of Shades, but the Severed Claw Aspiring Champions only have 16 models, so they don't actually take as much damage as you think. And a lot of the Chosen of Tzeentch, you can see all their models are over here, even though the flag is right here. They're not actually in the Pit of Shades. Tzeentch is pulling ahead on the balance of power. The Pit of Shades, 1 was cast a little too behind these guys to try and not damage the Slaanesh units, but it should have been cast more central. And the other one got jebaited by the flag being somewhere else. You can see exactly why I was worried about the Exalted Keeper of Shadows. She lost half her health in that engagement, and so did her other Keeper of Secrets. I don't know what they can do at this point. Another Pit of Shades maybe later can take out these Chosen, but for right now, the Knights of Immolation are dive on the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Village is full health and full shield, so a Lord Snipe isn't really going to be the play here. And the Skirmish Cav have plenty of ammunition. I think you have to back off. I think you have to be a little bit more degenerate and just use your Skirmish Cav ammunition to its fullest effect. Use your Pit of Shades to the fullest effect, because opting into this blob fight has not worked. It's exactly what Tzeentch built for, and Tzeentch is dominating it. We're looking for a Lord Snipe attempt onto Village the Curseling. He does acquiesce on him, and a nice Pit of Shades cast. This is exactly what you need to get back in the game. That is dead center on the Chosen of Halberds, and you can see they're actually taking good damage value this time, now that their models aren't scattered all over the planet. Village is taking a lot of damage from the Seeker Snipe. The Sneakers are also taking a lot of damage, and Tzeentch is Slaanesh is clawing this damage value back, but they have to get out of here now. I think your charge bonuses have worn off. You need to back off, back off, back off. Let all three of your Skirmish Cav do the good work. Knights of Immolation down to one model. I really think Slaanesh can pull this back if they just play the Skirmish correctly. Village takes another nasty shot from the basic Keeper of Secrets, and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is charging him from behind. While these are going to be good plays onto Village, I just worry you're taking too much damage from all these Chosen. Poke him. Please, for the love of God, poke him and charge up another Pit of Shades. Village is running. He's terrified. He's naturally routing. Just run away. Don't fight him in the middle of the Chosen. Oh, no. Oh, no. Tzeentch's Doombolt thingy is coming down as well. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets can dodge it if she gets out of this blob, but standing still, she kills Village, but she kills herself. She's going down. She crumbles fully away, and without Pit of Shades, I don't see how you kill the Chosen. Your Marauder Horsemen have a little bit of ammunition left, but that's not Chosen killing ammunition. That's normal ammunition. Ooh. And while that was a close game brought down, I think the Skirmish Cat, I think you just needed to be scummier. Whatever dude is just too honorable to win this game. You need to be scummier. But it was a good game. Do you think Ogres are pretty bad right now? I think they're fun, but I do think they're pretty bad. Yeah. Too many of their good units got buffs, so now they just have a bunch of units that cost a lot, and all of them are large, so you know you can just bring anti-large and you'll be fine. The spawn might turn around and attack him? Yeah. With Slaanesh, I try to switch up the pronouns because it's one of the few factions where everything isn't a boy. Because, like, there's so many he's in this game, but Slaanesh you can kind of just go with either. Now they're basically two units that hold the entire faction together: Lead Belchers and Man-Eater Pistols, Bulls and Saber-Tusk to lesser degree. Those 4 units are technically the entire order toolbox, everything difficult. You see Crusher sometimes, yeah. Good cycle charging. The leadership is getting low, but the Severed Claw are still here, and they don't give a crap. They're perfectly healthy and fine with this. Actually getting really close to taking the Chosen of Tzeentch down to, like, taking their leadership down so low they might rout, but I just don't think you have the staying power. Army loss is going to hit soon as more and more units break, and as units break, other units will break because of the leadership debuffs nearby, and I think that'll be the game. It was very close. I liked the cycle charging. It was effective. It just stayed a little bit too long in those halberds. A little bit too long in those halberds. It was a good game, though. Flamers didn't do anything. That unit, I think that unit sucks and blows. Keeper of Secrets together did about 5,000 damage base. It's pretty good. Spawn got murdered. Marauder Horsemen all paid for themselves, which is nice. Seekers did fine. Hell Scourges got wrecked, and Marauders got wrecked. GG, well played. Love seeing whatever dude in tournaments. Hope to see him again. Infidel Castro will move on to the next round. And in the interest of continuity, we will watch the Gentle Rat versus Infidel Castro, I think, because the other games are likely already underway. Yeah, the other games are likely underway. And I don't want to sit around here waiting forever, so we're just going to follow Infidel Castro. I'll message him. We are just but to begin, by the way. You're in the next tournament, Count Leak. I'm speccing the Skaven Slave through Clan Rat tournament. I'll join up with the Storm Vermin and Gracier tournament when I get there. Sir. How dare you? How dare you? That's twofold. One, I really like getting new players exposure. Two, actually it's threefold. I like getting new players exposure, for one. Two, I think new players benefit more from commentary because you can talk to them about what they did well and didn't do well, and the more veteran players know what they do well and didn't do well. So I don't think the commentaries is beneficial. And three, I just think new players, like, not trying to be a dick, but just saying, more fun. They don't know the meta per se, or what the meta is perceived to be, and they just take builds they like or they think are fun, and yeah, it's just nice. Not saying the Storm Vermin tournament would be boring, but if I had the choice between the two, I would rather give the new players more exposure and then hop into the Storm Vermin tournament later on. Did not see. How dare you, Count Lake? How dare you? Okay, boop. Join this code, join that code, boop. Clan Rat, playoff, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I don't want to join that, I want to spectate it. 1, 2, 3. So Gentle Rat upset one of my tournament favorites. We'll be excited to see what they can do in this match. And Infidel Castro, we literally just saw them, so they don't need any introduction. You know who they are. So we're down here. Gentle Rat beat Matthew. The big Chad Matthew. I will message these 4 players and tell them when they're done with their series to wait for me up here so we don't just follow whoever went, you know. Oh, we're down here, and we're down here, and we're down here, and we're to finals. So to get some new people on the stream, I will go up here, but yeah, I'll message them. And so that's going. Oh, since we're waiting, I will check in over here. Race has defeated Coops. Papa Palpatine has defeated Voins. And other than that, we're still going. Oh my god! Bowmund Beastslayer got Void Laws round 1. And then Void's gonna fight Acre. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The destroyer of man has come. Oh man. Rest in peace, those players. Aside from that, things are still working out. Riffle Shuffle's fighting Ice Power. More. Lord of the Dark Realm awaits his challenger. Gentle Rat is in this lobby. Infidel Castro did say they have somewhere to be, so they're hoping that this series is short, and Gentle Rat might just take the win, even if he loses the series, because of scheduling conflicts. Shit happens, man. You never know how far you're gonna make it, and sometimes you just want to play. All right, we're up. I'm gonna assume the Gentle Rat plays Skaven, but we'll see. We'll see. At Golden Floof, at Gianni, at Mossy? Is it Mossy? That's potentially the other. And Cube Catten. Okay, yeah. Whoever wins and gets to that semi-final, can you do picks and bans and wait for stream? Want to pop over and spectate. There. I just pinged them so they don't start without us for whoever wins those 2 best of 3s. You know I always play what I like, no meta here, sir. That is true, Count Leak. That is true. Greasus is garbage. Greasus is garbage. I thought he was good for a little bit. I was wrong, and I lost 7 games in a row being wrong, and then I accepted I was wrong. He had, like, the first time I took him, I was memeing on stream. I took him, and then he did such good work on stream that I was like, holy crap, this guy might actually be good. And then I played 7 more games of Ogres over time, and every time I took Greasus, and he always just sucked and died. And I'm like, all right, maybe that was just one thing. Maybe he had one good game and that was it for him. Mr. Casual still downloading Warhammer 3. Yeah, they did him real bad. It's fine. Void is win. Easy win. Skaven versus Zinch is an interesting matchup. I think it's even. I played it in domination mode, got completely slaughtered, just destroyed. But then in land battles, I think I'm 2-0, but I can't remember. I'm either 2-0 or 1-1 in this matchup. I still need to play a lot more games on it before I can definitively say this is how the matchup's going to play out. But Skaven seem fine. Into it. The big thing for Zinch that makes it not so terrible for Skaven is the lack of powerful melee single entities. Like, there's no Bellicor to cycle charge things. There's an Exalted Lord of Change, sure, but he's not as intimidating in melee as Bellicor. And he doesn't have healing. So as we saw in the first game where we saw Bellicor versus Skaven, and it was whatever, dude. Bellicor just had to heal so much to stay in that game. Whereas if it was an Exalted Lord of Change, he would have been dead because of all the nets and the Natty Boobos poking at him all game. So you don't have as nearly bad of a single entity flying oppression. The front line isn't as good as Chaos's front line because it's more expensive if you want to get units that'll push through the front line. And then the blue and pink horrors like Skaven will outshoot you all day. I don't give a shit at all. Wolf Rats can have magic damage. Howling Warp Skaven have some of the best anti-air in the game, so Howling Warpgale can deal with like Burning Chariot Cheese or Screamers and Furies. So Skaven have a lot of good answers. Now that sounded very pro Skaven, and why I said I think it's even is because Zinch is still a Chaos faction, and Chaos factions in general are usually good against Skaven. So you have Chariots, you have Spawn, you have good sniping spells, you have fear and terror causing units, like you have that stuff. So Zinch has the tools, but it's just they're uniquely designed that Skaven can actually just match them with their tools. So I think it's even. It's fine. Grease's worst Legendary Lord and isn't even close. I think Gorich might be decent versus some of the Chaos factions, but I'm not a great Skaven player. The problem with Gorich is he needs healing, and Throt keeps getting nerfed. So you kind of have to take a Packmaster with him, and Packmasters are okay, but a little too expensive. I've been playing around with him a little bit, though, because I think Brood Horrors got buffed in general, so maybe they'll be okay. I'm still working on that, Coops. Gorge could be alright. I think he'd be terrible against Zinch, though, because Blue Fire would do so much to him. He's big, so he wouldn't dodge any of the shots. He's unshielded and he's low armor, so he would just melt. Alright, let's go. Enough jibber jabber. More pitter patter. I literally just did a thing and I forget if I put the blocker down. There we go. Oh boy, these are some builds. I gotta think. I don't love the Zinch one. We'll see. It's too small. I think the Skaven are going to be just fine against it. For the Skaven, we have quadruple Poison Globes. Probably too many. Maybe you want 2 or even just 3 or none. I don't know. Skaven Slaves, Clan Rats as the front line is fine. Night Runners with Slingers are very good. Very good in general. All Slinger variants for Skaven got pretty nice buffs coming into Immortal Empires, so they're fine. Skaven Slave Slingers are also fine. We have a Chieftain on a Bonebreaker. I personally don't love this unit very much, but I have known people that use it very well. It's nice as a deterrent piece. We have a Warp Lightning casting, Musketeer, Mortis Engineering, Warlock Engineer, a Greyseer of Plague with just the summon. He has Scorch, but that's bound to his bell. 4 Rat Ogres is always a must. After their cost decrease, they're just so great now for their price. And that is it for the Skaven line. Except for a Doom Wheel. There it is. I was like, I swear I saw a Doom Wheel. Doom Wheel! Doom Wheel's got a couple buffs. I still don't think they're the best unit, but they're fine. They do magic damage and stuff, but their melee stats are pretty low. You don't really need Terror versus Chaos, because a lot of Chaos is ITP or just Demonic, so they disintegrate instead of routing, but I don't know. Doom Wheel's okay. Don't love it. Don't love it. Oh, there's a fuck up. Cube Catton's busy trolling me. Okay. Boom. Right, for Zinch, sorry about that. Somebody they reported the wrong score. We have 4 blue horrors. The Blazing Squealers is what I don't like, but I'll get back to them. Chariots of Zinch, we have triple Forsaken, and we have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Zinch up on a disc with Infernal Gateway, Blue Fire. Ooh, Sword of Change. Summons a unit of Chaos Spawn. Oh, that is cool. That is cool tech. I forgot this existed. That's a really cool tech piece versus Skaven. Yeah, because they hate Chaos Spawn. Hate it, especially when it spawns in their backline. That's a really neat pick. I like that. Blazing Squealers I hate, because the Blazing Squealers are a good unit, don't get me wrong, but they're good because of their like ridiculous melee stats for being a ranged unit. So they're nice because they can defend themselves. Oh, we also have the Knights of Immolation and Furies in the Vanguard. I didn't see them. They're nice for their melee stats, but the Skaven are never going to kill them in melee. The Skaven are going to kill them by shooting them to death, and that they're not any tankier than a normal Exalted Pink Horror, so they're just going to die for more money. So I think the Blazing Squealers are a good unit if you're worried about your backline getting threatened by melee units, but if you're worried about range versus range, I think they're terrible, personally. Forsaken is fine. I would prefer some Marauders to eat the damage, because we are going to have just Poison Globes kill them all. The Chariots is a great pick. Chariots versus Skaven is always really good. I mean, you have Rat Ogres to block them, but it doesn't mean you're happy about it. Furies are nice. Furies are always great versus Skaven. Now, they do have nets to deal with them, but they're essentially just flying dog units, so they're always going to be good. And the Grey Seer is currently getting bombarded by Blue Fire, so he needs to run away. Doomwheel is into the back line. If you're going to use it this way, I guess I understand it. You're just trying to muck up the Blue Horrors and Pink Horrors and stop them from advancing / shooting. Forsaken have advanced. They already crushed through the front line of Skaven Slaves, but there's another one behind that. We are ready to go, so Skaven are doing just fine. Unfortunately, for Infidel Castro, his Furies flew past the Poison Globadiers and now are just sitting above the army. Briefly, they were locked down by the Howling Warp Gale. Or wait, no they weren't. They didn't bring Howling Warp Gale, so it was just a slight misplay on Micro there. Night Runners with Slings are getting dove on by the Knights of Immolation. That happens, and they will need to be rallied soon. Poison Globes got attack orders on something out of their range. They're currently walking into the melee to deal with it, but fortunately for them, these Forsaken are just about to break, so they will get in range of those Blue Horrors they're trying to shoot and do good work there. Poison Globes are just deleting the Blue Horrors everywhere, and the Blazing Squealers are currently mucked up by the Doomwheel. You can see with their like really good melee stats, they're just not taking any damage from these Rat Ogres or the Summon. That is one place where they're good, but again, Poison Wind's going to do the same damage to you as the next person, so it's not really a big deal. Skaven have almost gotten rid of all of the Zinchian front line, but what they haven't done anything against is the Zinchian backline. A Chaos Spawn Summon is killing their Poison Globes. The Knights of Immolation routed off one Slinger, and now they're working on the Poison Globes. It's hard to figure out what was in that blob. And their Lord is largely unthreatened. He's currently taking some Poison Globe shots, but he's not going to take too much damage from that, all things considered. Furies are still alive, though a Rat Ogre rear charge on them might change that. Who knows? Blue Fire cast against the Grey Seer, but a very, very nicely timed, and I'm going to pretend that was all player decision making. A very nicely timed attack animation takes the Grey Seer out of the way. Poison Globe still just harassing the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Zinch just for fun. And Beaumont, yeah, you fought maybe the best player in the world. I am so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. We hope to see you in the next tournament. I'm so sorry what happened to you. Skaven have taken a real dominant position in this game. You can see the Blazing Squealers are fighting their way next to a bunch of Rat Ogres and the Chieftain. They're doing okay there, but if the Poison Globes ever get in range, they'll do just fine. Knights of Immolation are still full health. They are the only hope in this game, but I think there's just way too much for them to fight. And there's plenty of Rat Ogres that have a decent amount of HP left. Yeah. One thing that could be problematic is if you Poison Globe this blob, it will do okay damage to the Knights of Immolation, but you're hitting 3 or 4 of your own units. So if you're going to do that, back off some of the Clan Rats. There's no reason for all of them to get nuked like this, but we'll see. This guy's been getting whittled down by these freaking Poison Globes that are just chucking at him. There's a whole game, and they're doing very little damage, but eventually it counts. And on the other side, they're bombing their own, and now a second unit of Poison Globes is hitting this guy. They're just like, fuck you. In particular, they're bombing their own Rat Ogres on the other side. You treacherous Skaven bastards. Hit the disc thing. What about our troops on the other side? What troops on the other side? Ha! Oh, shit! Tic-tac-toe advance. Nice job, Count Lake. What do you think about the factions without an army ability getting one, Sword of Corn, etc.? I think that would be cool. Some armies don't need it. Like, I think the Greenskins have an army ability in WoW, and, like, Tomb Kings have one, obviously. But I think armies without an army ability could probably use one. Just because it is fun. Like, it's fun to think about. That's some of my favorite things about fighting the new factions is, like, oh, Slaanesh, like, we saw Central Scrutinizer take an unbreakable front line because then it wouldn't charge Slaanesh's passive at all, and that's kind of cool. You know what I mean? Makes you think about things. So I think it's a good call. Rat Ogres did great. Poison Globes did excellently. They did their jobs. Night Runner Slingers got ganked, but your Poison Globes weren't getting ganked while they were, so hooray, you did it. Just well played. Why do I have 4 messages? I gotta head out. Call the best of one, give the rat the wins. Hey, man. Take care. On my way. So yeah, what just happened there is Infidel Castro had to leave with some IRL stuff. He didn't think you would make it this hard. He didn't think you would make it this far in this tournament. He just had to go. So it happens. He called it a best of one, let his opponent have the win. IRL stuff always takes priority. If you get semifinal opponent, start without me. No need to wait. I'm hopping to the other side. All right, Golden Floofster. Cube is MIA right now. What? Okay, sorry. We're trying to find one of our semifinalists. World Baiter, stop bothering me, you bully. We have Golden Floof versus Cube Cat. As I organize that, I suppose you could see something more interesting than a blocker. You just got wrecked by 2x Star Dragon? Oh, God. Yeah, I saw the new fruit rules allow that. In the Storm Vermin tournament, Count Leak prevailed over Rocket Row. Hanadins prevailed over Naked Cherub. They are going to battle there. Acre and Voidlaws are fighting. Acre, good luck to you, sir. Icebound Riffle Shuffle is still going back and forth. Pop Palpatine and Voids. We already saw that, so he's fighting Yumi. Cuden and Raced are now fighting. Trader has advanced over Will Francisco. Saltudio and Butcherbird are still thinking their way through some things. Bowmore has advanced over Alea and now fights Low. Central Scrutinizer defeated Kiara. Charks defeated Jean Pasteau, and they are also fighting. So good progression over there. On this side, we have Golden Floof versus Cube Cat. We are going to go watch that. And I told the Gentle Rat, whenever he gets his opponent, he can start without us, and we will join up with them after we're done with this series, or meet them in finals. Because we have, as you see, a second tournament to go host, so no time to waste. They can start without us. Sound good? Sound good. This is a rare view time, so I must do it while I can. Human boy says, bother. No. Oh, how are my tournament favorites doing? Sorry, it sounds like Golden Floof and Cat are still working on connecting, so we actually have time. I did say Golden Floof, Berserk, and Matthew were the scary ones, and Golden Floof is currently slamming through the bracket. So is Berserk. So, but Gentle Rat upset one of our tournament favorites. Can he do it again? I'm gonna stick with my prediction that I think it'll be a Golden Floof Berserk final, but I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. Oh, Floof is messaging me. There's something called just Floof versus, so I'm gonna guess that that's it. Floof versus seems like, yep, there he is. Cube Cat versus Golden Floof. First map is Glacial Lake. Glacial Lake is tiny, 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 tiny. So, if you pick an artillery faction here, you're trolling. You're just gonna have to take the fight, buddy. There's no room to maneuver here, and that's kind of intentional. We also, some people don't like it, but I like the philosophy that has come with Game 3, now that some of the different maps are good now. Because in Game 2, there was a lot of maps that were just, like, trash, and the only good ones were flat ones. But now that we have a bunch of different maps that are actually good, it's kind of nice to have a variety. Like, this is a small map. Play like it's a small map. This is a big map. Play like it's a big map. This one has trees. This one doesn't. You know what I mean? So I actually like that we have to vary our strategies based on what map we're playing on. And like you saw at the start of the stream, in every best of 3, I try to diversify the maps. So it's not like, oh, my best of 3 was 3 flat, small maps. Very cool, human boy. I'm a Skaven player, and I have no room to shoot anything. It's like, yeah, just pick Skaven on the big map that I gave you. Okay. Cube sent me a message 2 minutes ago, so hopefully not too MIA. I had a bug or Nurgle army abilities didn't change. Still lost hard. Didn't matter, I'd say. Ooh, did you play a sub-faction? Beaumont taking a game off Void is actually huge. It's more than I can say. I think I've maybe taken 2 games off of Void ever in all of my times playing with him, and that's a maybe. Evil Rats, Knighthood. Knighthood, how you doing? Goddamn, I just got wrecked by 2 Star Dragon. I already read that. Got destroyed by Moon and Star Dragon. Know the feeling. 6-3 watching. Well done, human boy. We were at 70 for a bit. It's been spiking up and down, Mark. But thank you. So, factions with army abilities don't pick new sub-factions, which sucks because the Slaves of Czar have the best greenskin color scheme flag by far. I've been able to use the Tzeentch army ability without sub-factions, but hey, I've been bird, I'll be cautious. Yeah, I tried to make a video about that, Mossy, but it happens. How'd it go for you today, friend? You made it to quarterfinals. You beat Stingers and Boojilicious. We saw the Boojilicious one. So hopefully you had a good run today. You took a game off Evenstar once? I have not. That one I know for a fact. I've never beaten Evenstar in a single game. Skaven High Elves. Traditionally, I would say very Skaven favored. You all know that I talk about that. But Golden Floof on the stream, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, forget which one, did beat Skaven with a rather notorious High Elf build that I will not announce right now because in case of his opponent's listening, that would be kind of a dick move. Another thing that goes in the High Elf's favor here is how small the map is. I just mentioned if you're going to try and shoot your opponent, Glacial Lake is a bad map for it. It forces Skaven to play a mid or short range style, and the High Elves can win at that. They can win at that, but usually Skaven like more room to move. Who won the noob thing? Golden Floof, who is right here. Any stick-arounds from the newbie tourneys? Yes, and plenty of new players, Mr. Toyful. Pleasantly surprised winning 2 rounds is the first I've gotten in the 7 tourneys I've played in the last 2 weeks. It was early game 3, Nurgle and the Ogres. Ooh. Better at counting my wins versus known players than I am at counting the losses, Knighthood. True. Knighthood, I think I'm 0-2 against you, because I found you in quick battles, I think, twice in Warhammer 2. I think. But I know once. Once for sure, you beat me, because I made a video about it. But I think there was a second time. I don't remember. But I think you have a 100% win rate over me, my friend. With your high elf scummery. Golden Floof is ready. Cube Cadden is ready. And both these builds are very good for this map. So good. Good. I traditionally take the RR Warp Lightning Cannon here, but I think on a map this small, it is just not worth it. And it looks like Cube Cat's not doing that. The Mortars and Giselles are both mid to long range, which on a small map means they'll be in range right away, which is fine. But Warp Lightning Cannons and Plague Claw Catapults are a waste of your time on this map. Also, Night Runners and Gunner Runners are a waste of your time on this map because there's nowhere to kite to. Like, they'll just end up back in your... They'll end up back in your formation, so you might as well have taken Slingers, you know what I mean? More ammo, more range, better arcs of fire. So Cube Cat did bring a good build for the map he got. And Floof is taking almost the exact same build he took yesterday, which is why when I saw it behind the blocker, I didn't want to announce what it was. It was a good build, but I don't want to tell his opponent exactly what's coming in case he's listening. We have 2 Ithalmar Chariots. Chariots in general are just great at mucking up the Skaven backline. We've talked about this before. Just stop them from shooting, and you'll do the rest. Double Flamespire Phoenix, very annoying for the Skaven to deal with. They are currently bugged or not bugged. It's a debate right now, but... there is no miscast chance for the Rebirth. It says there is one, but there isn't. They'll get Rebirth literally every time, as far as I've seen. So these guys are going to heal cap themselves. That allows them also to take an Archmage of Fire with Burning Head and Fireball. So these 3 birds are going to fly around the Skaven formation, terror route, and attack ranged units, trying to muck them up along with the Chariots. Aside from that, we have some Illyrian Reavers to chase routing units, and Illyrian Reaver Archers. I think he just had the gold and he sprung for the arrows because their melee stats are almost exactly the same, so you might as well get free arrows. Well, not free, but, you know, with the extra money. Front line of Spearmen and Rangers. Rangers will cut through Skaven rather quickly if they cannot get Poison Wind Globed, so the idea is stop the Globes with your single entities and Chariots, win the frontline fight with your Rangers, and then by the time the Globes finally get a chance to shoot, it's too late. On the Skaven side, this matchup is traditionally favored for them, and you're about to see why. Clan Rats with shields on the front line. We have 2 Poison Wind Globes, 3 Poison Wind Globes. We have the Avalanche Mortars, which are absolute MVPs in this matchup. You can see they're already teeing off onto the High Elf front line, and I want to watch the damage because it's always so satisfying. We also have Natty Boobo Sharpshooters. And we have big damage. That's a 500 gold unit of Spearmen, and it's already gone. Aside from that, we have some Wolf Rats paired up with Rat Ogres to chase around. Wolf Rats, are they the armor piercing? They are the armor piercing. They're very good against Chariots. The non-poison version. The poison version does not have armor piercing. The magic damage version does, so that's why you want to take that one. Gracier of Plague with some summons in the Dread 13th to try and slow down the front line. More Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres on the far side. We do have the Council Guard. Something here that Cry is free. Another Skaven player showed me that I really liked is Eshin Triads. I think they're low-key OP in this matchup. It doesn't look like we have any today. The Purple Mortars are still doing an absolute number on the High Elves. We can see 3 units have already been deleted, taking the Skaven up to an 1,100 damage value this early in the game. They're taking a huge lead, but Burning Head, it did get nerfed, but not nerfed enough for the Skaven. Their low leadership and low armor is just a wrecking ball as it goes through them, and the front line is already crumbling. Golden Floof is going to push straight through and corrupt the Poison Wind Mortars. You can see the Chariots doing exactly what we predicted. They're just sitting here, and there is a Phoenix ready to poop on the Council Guard. Is his micro on point? Can it poop? Poop, poop, poop. I mean, I love the Skaven, but I do like seeing a good bird poop kill like a million rats. Poop, bird, poop. Looks like the chance is gone. It is getting some poops out, but it is too little too late. Avalanche Mortars and the Poison Wind Globes are routing. You can see the High Elves just smashed through the front line with that excellent Burning Head placement. And now the Poison Wind Globes, unable to get their job done because of the Chariots, are now unable to get their job done because they're getting stabbed in the face by High Elf Spears. I think the High Elves are going to have this game just because the Skaven backline is entirely corrupted and there's not much else they can do. Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats are catching some of the cavalry. They are catching some of the fleeing units. They're doing okay, but they were unfortunately needed in the back line to protect their actual carries, which is the ranged assets of the build. Storm Vermin, the Council Guard, trying to get things done, but they just can't catch up with the stupid birds. I think Golden Floof is going to go 1-0 in this series. He'll become a feature next year. Got him. Another nice Burning Head. You know, I thought Burning Head was so nerfed that it was worthless, but after seeing Golden Floof take it twice in a row against Skaven, and it's still deleting Skaven units, I think there might still be some place for it in the meta. It's just now, It's now not always good, it's just good against low leadership, low armor factions, which is fine. A spell with a niche is fine. If a spell's always good, it's probably overtuned. This was a bit of a mistake from Cube Cat, was taking this fight for so long with spears. These assets are just needed to do other things than fight spearmen. But other than that, I think it was more good play by Golden Floof than mistakes by Cube Cat. Played fine. He's been really harassing down this Archmage of Fire, but cannot hurry a Phoenix. A Phoenix poops only when it chooses to. Gotta go for 2 mins. Shit. Of course, it's Bug, so it'll be a feature next year. Let's go. High Elves getting a rare victory. A rare victory on the channel. They're not the strongest places of right now, but they're not too out of the game. You know, they can get a good matchup or two. Dog versus cat. I'll say there's also an old grudge match. Steam picks. True. I stopped saying words, but there's not too much left for me to say. The balance power is about even, the damage value is about even, but I just think the scary part for this Skaven is how much of their carry threat they've lost. Whereas a lot of their health value is in units that are now blockers, but they're not blocking for anything. So I do think that this is going to be a slow death for this Skaven, but it is coming. Because that Grey Seer can't kill a Phoenix on its own. We have 1 full health unit of Rat Ogres, but there's tons of Spearmen left to deal with him. The Fire Mage is getting a little low, but the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters are routed off for the 2nd time, so it's going to stop taking that little poke damage. And as long as she stays back and just acts like a mage, I do think the double Phoenix is to take the rest of this game. So I know the balance of power is even, but as we've seen before during this stream, the balance of power lies to you frequently, and I think it's not accounting for how badly the Skaven are in dire straits right now. A really good Protective Scorch from Cube Cat, and he has been making some good plays. Or she. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Storm Vermin are about to get pooped on. The poops are coming. The poops are fierce. Could Skaven be? No. Okay, no. Because this is a summon. I was going to say there is a full health spear unit here, but it's about to fade in 8 or 9 seconds. And there's plenty of chariots. Yeah. As soon as that fades, I wonder how the balance power looks. Shifts a little bit. Phoenix is landing some good attacks onto the Grey Seer. He only has 34 melee defense, and it seems to me, from watching a lot of games of Volkmar and Grey Seers and playing with Grey Seers, they fixed the bug from game 2 where Chariot Lords were like, on big, aesthetically pleasing chariots were hard to hit in melee. They've fixed that, so now Grey Seers actually take a lot of damage when in melee, which they should, so you can see the Phoenix is getting some nice hits over there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Burning Head or something. That is another Clan Rat summon, so summons are keeping Skaven in this game, but we're about to get more poops, I think. More poops onto the poor Council Guard, and they're getting side charged by chariots. We have some Wolf Rats over here. Wouldn't be shocked if they got hit with a Burning Head just to rout them and then let the chariot chase them off the map. When we have some Illyrian Reaver Archers, I think their arrows should be going into Rat Ogres, not the Wolf Rats, but it's a minor point. Any Wicked Bangers? The whole stream has been Wicked Bangers, honestly. Yeah. Venge, it's been actually really great. What happens when cats go against rat wolves, which double as rats and dogs both? It's a real Velociraptor question. Velociraptor, that's been a while. Ithamar chariots getting stuck in combat with rat ogres are getting pushed off. Ooh. And the balance of power is still staying about even. We saw Burning Head go wild earlier, but it would have been nice right here. Skaven have got to be running out of summons soon, you'd think. Another fireball onto the Grey Seer. Do the birds have any poop left in them? Maybe. Both chariots getting taken out is a bit of a pickle. Because I was counting on them to get the rear charges in to scare off the Rat Ogres. Because your actual Rat Ogre killing potential is a little low. And ooh, no, this is really bad. Oh, no. Phoenix is stuck in the middle of a bunch of Rat Ogres and Council Guard. He's just going for the fight with the Grey Seer, trying to snipe him out. But landing in the middle of this is a bold move, my friend. It's a bold move indeed, unless you have a Burning Head ready to go. Another Clan Rat summon. Where is it even going to go? Okay, I guess it's going to go over there. That seems fine, I guess. There's the Burning Head we were waiting for, and that'll lower the leadership of these Wolf Rats. And, yep, Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres. They might rout soon, but the Grey Seer is keeping them all alive. And since you didn't snipe the Grey Seer, now these Phoenixes are just stuck. They're just stuck in a bunch of halberds and armored monsters. Oh, God. The Illyrian Reavers need to come over here and rear charge the Rat Ogres. They got to bail this out. Now, the Phoenix is going to get its rebirth. Almost certainly. Watch as I'm wrong about that bug, like it's all of a sudden gonna work, even though multiple high health players have complained to me about it. Alright, yeah, he gets his rebirth, but he's routing, so the Router's gonna walk him off. And is this a very sudden turnaround by Cube Cat with a little over-ambitious, I don't want to be a dick, but kind of lazy play with the Phoenixes just diving in to exactly what can kill them, not properly cycle charging or picking off the sides or letting the Illyrian Reavers do some charging, and it looks like the Phoenix is actually getting taken out. Fireball spam on the Grey Seer is just doing no damage, so I don't know if that's worth the Winds of Magic, all things considered. The other Flamespire Phoenix is routing, and this might be a very sudden turnaround, a tragedy for the High Elf player. Now, the rear charge from the Archmage does take out the Rat Ogres. Storm Vermin have 47 models, but their health is so low that that number is going to tank down. And these Chariots did rally only to charge back in. That's a Clan Rat summon, so it doesn't matter. These are Skaven Slaves that have now shattered. It is just a Grey Seer and a full health unit of Rat Ogres, but that might be more than they need. Phoenix rallies. Plenty of heal cap left to go. The other Phoenix is going to rally. I still think the High Elves have a chance in this game, but it got a lot more risky. It got a lot more risky. We've got to play this one safe. We've got to play this one tight. Rat Ogres get routed. Illyrian Reaver is going to help chase them off the map, and another Fireball just strikes him in the face. But if you have any Fireballs left, probably use them on the healthy Rat Ogres and just start picking them down, or save a Burning Head for the Council Guard, because they're so low on HP that, like, Burning Head, even though it's not that great against armor, will still take out a lot of models. Those Rat Ogres have shattered. This Clan Rat summon is fading in 2, 1, 0. Oh, gone. Grey Seer has been burning summons like there's no tomorrow. There's no way he has a ton left. A quick little bird poop on the Storm Vermin with Halberds, and the Illyrian Reavers are coming back to fulfill the attacking role as the Phoenixes are also diving in. They just need to get the rebirths without breaking is a big thing. If they break and get the rebirths, they're kind of fucked. But if they actually just get the rebirth, they'll be fine. The birds are throwing out some of their last poops. Storm Vermin numbers are depleting rather quickly. Went from 50 to 25 in the blink of an eye. Phoenix is low, gets its rebirth, but it might break anyway. No, its leadership spikes back up to 19. It is going to hang in there. Its rebirth hangs in there. Balance of power swinging back towards the middle as another Phoenix charges, is trying to get onto the Grey Seer, it looks like. Takes some damage. He needs to get his rebirth before he breaks. You can't break. You gotta get it before you break. Illyrian Reavers are running away. Storm Vermin, how are we doing? Still 25 models since I last saw them. Another rebirth. Another Clan Rat summon. How many of those do you have left? How many of those do you have left? Another Fireball misses the Grey Seer again. It's still very hard to hit him on his bell as he's swinging around. Another Fireball spell onto the Rat Ogre. Sometimes they bug where they cast twice in a row. That is a very common bug. It does not look intentional from the Archmage of Fire. It does not look intentional from the Archmage of Fire. It just looks funny. But Phoenix is going back over. Does he have poop? He has poop! He has poop to scoop. Illyrian Reavers charge back in, but they're met by Summoned Clan Rats. Summoned Clan Rats take that charge with ease. They are doing just fine. The Council Guard cannot break. The Council Guard cannot run, but these Phoenixes sure can. They're so low. They're like, please damage me before I break so I can heal. No, they're both breaking. It's just the Archmage of Fire. And I guess technically the Sethomar Chariot, but it's not going to do anything. Archmage of Fire is diving back in. These Clan Rats are shattered, even though they're just a summon. That looked strange. I don't know what happened there. Save the replay and check that out. Archmage of Fire fighting, but she is gonna die. The High Elves take a balance of power lead all of a sudden somehow, even though they're definitely fucked. They're definitely fucked. The Grey Seer is still hanging in here somehow. Archmage of Fire needs to leave, probably Cycle Charge. Flamespire Phoenix is diving to the back. This is getting wild. Ithmar Chariots break again. Just shatter, you bastards. Frostfire Phoenixes. I think each of them only has one route left in them, so the Skaven want to break them without damaging them too much, or the frickin' rebirth again. Or the frickin' rebirth again. This one's getting so close to breaking. The other one's getting so close to breaking. The Grey Seer's just running away from the birds, and he's like, Rat Ogres, please! Please finish this. The rebirth happens again. High Elves rocket up with the balance of power. Damage values are dead even, but these frickin' rebirthing birds, man. These rebirthing birds, man. The Grey Seer takes a shot. It looks like he's gonna take another shot soon. He's just trying to get away. The Mage of Fire might rout. The Phoenixes might rout. The Grey Seer might rout. Fire Lady's routing. Fire Lady's routing. Terror out on the Grey Seer, but the lady dies. The leadership spike is like definitely gonna take out these front Flamespire Phoenixes. The balance of power is heavily in the High Elf's favor, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Rat Ogres are still fighting. Another rebirth cast, but this one misses on the Phoenix. It just gets the plume, but it doesn't get any of the healing. Negative leadership, just break, just shatter, and it kills itself trying to rebirth. These Rat Ogres are hanging on, barely hanging on. The Council Guard are stabbing. Who's gonna take it? The Rat Ogre's leadership is so low from the Grey Seer being dead, and they lost a lot of stats when he died. The Grey Seer Bell does give a passive aura to everybody nearby, but if this Flamespire Phoenix breaks even once, there's nothing left on the battlefield. They'll just lose the game. As that other Phoenix actually didn't die, it just shattered apparently. Yeah, it got a reboot. It's reboot just fine. His leadership's so low. His leadership's so low. Rat Ogres have got this. They've got this. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Just don't let him fucking rebirth. And they took it, and they took the game. Let's go, Skaven. Let's go, Skaven. Yeah, let's go. That was so cool. Flamespire Phoenixes did their job. Fire Mage also did hers. Ithilmar Chariots did great. The Illyrian Reavers did great. The front line also did fine. I really do, not to be a dick to Golden Floof, he played overall well, but I do think there was that one moment where he got a little lazy. He dove in with both of his Phoenixes into the middle of 2 units of Rat Ogres and the Storm Vermin, and then he couldn't get out, and I think that one moment cost him the whole game. I don't think it's a problem with the build. His build is fantastic. We've seen it work before. I think it was one oversight, and he lost the game off of it. For the other build, I also think the other build was fine. I mentioned earlier, but I thought the Rat Ogre and Wolf Rat positioning was non-ideal. They were set up to flank High Elf archers, and I understand that, but once there were no archers, I think they had to rush back to their own back line and protect it. That didn't happen, but the build was also fine from CubeCat, and CubeCat fought it really well after that mistake happened, fought well in the late game, and, you know, your opponent can throw a game, but you also have to catch the throw, and I cannot begrudge them at all for their play. It was fantastic. They really kept their Grey Seer alive through a lot of it. The Council Guard getting 2,800 value. Very nicely done stuff. 2,200 on that one Rat Ogre. Oh, and the Wolf Rats did fine. Clan Rats got bodied by the Rangers and the Burning Heads. It was very good. It was very good indeed. I gotta go save that replay. There's a bug I wanted to see. That hold on. Hold on. I mean, while we're waiting, I might as well go look. While they do picks and bans. It's not like we're missing anything. I just want to see if that replay is worth saving for a bug I thought I did or didn't see. The bug in question was a summon in the very late game. It looked like it did the summon thing where it disintegrated, but then just a couple models didn't die, and they shattered and ran off the map, but it just looked funny to see a summon shattered and running off the map. Maybe there was a burning head I missed or something, I don't know. But if it is a bug, I just wanted to make a video about it, so we might as well go look while they do their next picks and bans. Man, those purple mortars. Doing the work of the gods. Oh, dude, knowing what happens in this game, can you imagine if Golden Floof had noticed that he was hovering right over the clumped up Council Guard? Knowing that they get 2,800 value, knowing that he could have just like... Oh, it's tragic when you know what happens and you're like, poop on him now or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. And I know that's a weird sentence, it's just the sentence we're dealing with. Da, 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 da. These Rat Ogres went off to Narnia chasing Illyrian Reavers. Run, scurry, more. Run, scurry! Skaven, let's go. And the Rats still win. Honestly, didn't know Rebirth can happen multiple times in one entity. Oh, yeah. It can happen a lot. You just don't get that sort of excitement on a Dom battle. Yeah, it has to be pretty specific. It has to be like one of those 1 point left clutch ones. So here's where the Phoenixes dive in, they get fully surrounded, and they take a ton of damage, and that's when the game gets real rocky. There are like 5 to 10 battered down units for each player on Dom. It's simple. It's a similar situation, but mostly one player destroys the other armies decisively. Yeah, it's a very different game. Okay. I'm all caught up on chat. Now I don't know which clan rat does the thing, so now I needed to slow it down a little bit and just pay more attention. So that clan rat fades, no problem. It's right here that it happens, I just don't know when it happens, because the fight stays here for the rest of the game. Another clan rat summon. And I'm feeling good about this one. I feel like this is the one. So this clan rat, why does he have like 14 seconds left? He just got summoned. Didn't he just get summoned? Whatever. Okay. So now he's starting to go down. What happens to you? Is it a burning head I just didn't really pay attention to? 2-1. And then they disintegrate. And Terror Route. The Terror Route stops him from fully disintegrating. Ah, I knew I saw the bug. I knew I saw the bug. It's one clan rat. Yes! That is perfect for the video, because then I can just point out that this guy's... I already know the video. This guy's not even a summon. He was just hanging out with the summon, and when the rest of them disintegrated, he's like, ah, I was a summon too, and just leaves the fight, because he doesn't want to fight the Phoenixes. Yes! Content! Okay, cool. So the bug is confirmed, and I have to save that replay. What was Golden Floof's lobby's name? Crap. It was Floof versus something, wasn't it? Human Boy Tourney? No. Floof versus, that was it. 1, 2, 3. And blockers going up so we don't reveal a build. Got him. Cool. I have to save that replay. And I have to pee. So I'm gonna go do that. Bugged. Clan rat, summon, at end. I love how just one model didn't die. Just one. Imagine if a full health summon terror routes. That would be funny. That I gladly agree with. It's just more exciting to see units fight to the death than stand in a square. Yeah. I'll agree, but in effort of fairness, I'm no Dom apologist, but some people like Dom more. Some people, it's easier to get into playing it, and also I will agree that it is easier to run as a tournament host because you don't have rule breaks or anything, but I think both game modes have their merits. Really. I know that's the least sexy take of all time, but I'm like, both games are good. Mr. Casual, you're back! That means you missed the best game of all time! You missed the best game of all time! That was so cool. It's funny because I entirely wrote this, gave it off. I was like, they literally can't do it. This game's over. And then, bangers. I mean, you can always rewind if you really care. So, while we were looking for the bug, picks and bans happened. It looks like we have Kislev versus Tomb Kings. I don't know if I've ever seen this matchup. So I am quite curious. Oh wait, yes I have, because Little Grom. I forget if it might have been Golden Floof, but somebody showed me during a stream that Little Grom destroys Ushabti. Like, holy shit. So, we do have Little Grom. He will trade extremely effectively against Ushabti. We have 5 basic Kossar archers, 3 armored Kossars in the front line, double Streltsy, Kossovite dervishes as the cav with 1 winged lancer. We do have a Patriarch for some healing, and an Ice Witch of Ice with Heart of Winter, Frost Sheet, and Guardian's Call. Nice Kislev build. All the games lately have been bangers? Hell yeah, dude. It's like, this is the stuff I was talking about. Remember when we did the new player tournament and we had the EU and the NA one? And the EU tournament started out with bangers and then everyone decided to just play Festus blobs. I don't know why they decided that, but it was boring as shit. And it's like, if players just don't take a Festus blob, land battles are bangers. But if someone does decide to pick Vampire Counts or Warriors of Chaos and just blob up, yeah, it's going to be a shit time. Like, I'm not going to argue that. On the other side, we have ROR Central. The Blessed Legion of Flach with another archer. We have the Chosen of the Gods Ushabti with another Ushabti Great Bow. We have the Kepra Guard on the front line with Skeleton Warriors and Tomb Guard with Halberds. And a lot of Skeleton Warriors. Skeleton Spearmen used to just be better than Skeleton Warriors in every way for 25 more gold. And then lately, I don't know what changed, but all of a sudden everybody is taking Skeleton Warriors. Ark in the Black on his floating chariot with Spirit Leech. Love to see Ark in the Black back. I am a well-known hater of Setcher the Imperishable in-game. And Lori's fine, but in-game he kind of sucks, so I'm glad to see Ark in. We have 2 Nehekara Horsemen. They are some of the most effective medium-tier cavalry in the game. For only 650 gold, they can trade up versus most things, so you love to see it. It's a nice pike and shot build from the Tomb Kings. Going to push up, going to shoot their enemy. Meanwhile, Kislev wants to hold their position with their Little Grom, snipe out as many of these Shafty Great Bows as they can before they get into... they went into... they want to shoot the Shafty Great Bows before the melee starts. There it is. I feel like given time, we will find counter to Festus Blob. We know it. It's archers. It's archers. It drives me insane. Or skirmish cav, or dragons, or anything. But then people see a Festus Blob, and they're like, what if I blob too? And it's like, why would you do that? Anyway. Fun unit in quite a few matchups. Little Grom destroys both Ushapti of 2 kings and also one-shot Scourge Runner models. Yeah, Little Grom is weird. It's a weird cannon, but it is good if you know what you're doing with it. I don't. Gameplay analysis. Kislev has the advantage in the mobile game. I mean, they have 4-2 in cavalry options, and one of them is a Winged Lancer, which is technically better than Nehekara Horseman, so their mobility advantage is pretty evident. I think the front lines are going to be about... Ooh, actually not equal. I forgot these are Kossars. These are archers. Tomb Kings have a pretty heavy advantage in the front line. Shooting game is about equal on both sides. In the hero core, I mean, Kislev has a Patriarch and an Ice Witch versus just Arkan, so I do think Kislev has an advantage there. But the main game is going to be about Kislev's cavalry versus the undead shooting, I believe. So these cavalry chasing the Nehekara Horsemen is cool, but you got to get some of them in here, and you can see already they're pathing onto these Shafty Great Bows. Are these the Winged Lancers? No, they're Dervishes. Dervishes won't do very much damage to these Shafty Great Bows, but they'll do some, and they're unbreakable. But we also got to shut down the archers, especially these armor-piercing, armor-sundering lads right there, really hurting Kislev's chances. Now, Arkan's having a bad time with most of the Kislev troops having some form of ranged attack, and he's already down to about 1/4 of his HP missing. Little Grom needs to back up out of the Ushapti Great Bow's range. We can see these ones have been teeing off into him, and it's going unnoticed, but his Unbreakable passive is already popped, and he's so low on HP, they need to walk away. Meanwhile, the Kislevite archers are trading onto the Blessed Legion of Flach and doing great work there. These other Winged Lancers are fighting Nehekara Horsemen in the woods, and they will win that fight. That is just fine. Kossovite Dervishes did do a dive. They are now stopping some of the ranged assets, and that is good, but is it too little too late as Little Grom runs away? He will rally outside the range of the Ushaptis. So, oh shit, that's a big volley. Run! Run, Little Grom! Get out of range! Get out of range, Little Grom! Snow Leopard Summon is trying to get to Arkan, but it's currently blocked up, and a whole bunch of Skeleton Warriors, and the 3rd Spirit Leech in a row is going on to the Ice Witch of Golden Floof. But the backline is going fantastically for Golden Floof. He has done half health of the Chosen of the Gods, done a bunch of this Skeleton Archers damage, and he has killed off Blessed Legion of Flach! And the other Shafty Great Bow is Fresh Fish, just waiting to be charged. Kislev's a little behind on the damage value. I think a lot of it comes from Little Grom getting murdered, and Little Grom, if he can rally, but he's driving towards the edge of the map. -5 leadership. Can you rally, little buddy? Because he could give a ton of love, especially now that he's out of range of the Tomb King's stuff. Ushapti summon onto the Streltsy. Not good for those Streltsy. They're not going to enjoy that whatsoever. That is the big sad. Front line for Kislev is doing better than I would have thought. Where are the Kepler Guard? Okay, Kepler Guard are healthy. Both Tomb Guards and Halberds are healthy, but the Skeleton Warriors are not having such a grand time. Little Grom's back! Little Grom's gone. Oh no. Depends on his angle, but he might run straight off the map. Poor Little Grom. And that could be the series if Little Grom doesn't come back. Golden Floof has been so good at harassing the backline of the Tomb Kings, but the Spirit Leech and the one mistake with Little Grom is really punishing. Oh, he's back! He's got 1 leadership! Turn around and fire, big boy! Don't rout again, you piece of shit! Don't you rout again! Golden Floof needs you! And he's firing. The Nehekara Horsemen don't seem to notice that he's back. He's firing at the Kepler Guard, so maybe he can do some good work there. I also want to see a Heart of Winter cast on the Kepler Guard to just take them out. Ark in the Black needs to be defeated as well. Armored Kossars and Kossars blobbing up a little too much here, but it does look like they're going to get some healing from their, melee attack and vigor from their Patriarch friend. Little Grom's here! 1 leadership next to the edge of the map, doing his best. Kossovite Dervishes are fighting the remnants of the Nehekara Horsemen, and archers trying to get them off of this battlefield, and these Ushapti Great Bows that are not the Chosen of the Gods are rallying somehow. Golden Floof is down, but he's not out. I haven't seen a Heart of Winter yet. Maybe I just didn't see it because we're on a snow map or something, but an overcasted Heart of Winter can do a lot of work with Kepler Guard. We saw a ton of Heart of Winter in pre-Immortal Empires Warhammer 3, so we know the power of that. And the Ushabti that was terrorizing the backline has officially faded. We have one healthy Streltsy that's trying to fire into these Tomb Guard and do that, and some brave Kossars holding off the last of the Nehekara horsemen, who are not even close to crumbling because Undead needed leadership buffs for some godforsaken reason. Last Ushabti Greatbow is crumbling now. Probably gonna die. Maybe. Maybe? Maybe. Possibly? Maybe. Heart of Winter right here would be pretty good. Don't know how your Winds of Magic are looking, but I haven't seen a ton of ice sheets, so I hope you have enough for a big Heart of Winter. Or Chow. Skeleton Archers are slowly crumbling away. Another Spirit Leech onto the Ice Witch of Ice. That's why I like Arkin so much, is he can't do the Nehekara passive spam that heals up your whole army, but with the bug, you can't take that anyway, so might as well take Arkin and Spirit Leech, because I think Spirit Leech is better than any of the Nehekara lore spells, personally. I think the Nehekara lore sucks except for its passive. Hot take. Arkin, nice job fleeing into King Neheka's Scorpion Legion. And they are going to fight these winged lancers. Plus, Arkin throws down a skeleton summon, really trying to keep himself safe. And the crumbling is broken. These stupid archers are still here. What the hell? Patriarch's trying to get rid of them. Ice Witch is here, and I really haven't seen a Heart of Winter, and I just am wondering where it's at. This is a big blob of infantry that Heart of Winter could do a ton of damage to. Little Grom sneaking in on the side, doing great value onto the Kepler Guard. No one knows that he's there, and that's just kind of perfect for him. Heart of Winter. Heart of Winter. Give me the Heart of Winter, please. Another Spirit Leech. Where has all your mana gone? There's no way you've been casting that many ice sheets. Like, you have to have a Heart of Winter. I mean, that could be their only way back into this game, is like deleting 3 or 4 strong infantry units might be the only way to even up the balance of power a little bit here. Unbreakable passive is popped on the Ice Switch. She has maybe 1, maybe 2 Spirit Leeches left in her, but not too many more. What is following her? Solik's Lullaby healing her up might actually keep her in this game for a while, so that's pretty good. Nehekara Horseman, if Cube Cat realizes it, he could run them over and finish off the Little Grom, but he's going for it! He's going for it! But they're crumbling slightly. It says they are. Now they're crumbling. Little Grom, did you notice? Can you save yourself? Can you fire a shot at the Nehekara Horseman? No, he can't. And they get close enough that he shatters. And what's happening over here? All of a sudden, the Kepler Guard are extremely low. Patriarch is trying to follow around Arkin at this point. We have a backline reestablished. Kossars and Streltsy standing side by side, firing at Tomb Guard with halberds. Do we have a Heart of Winter, please, God? That is the SFO crumbling Lamau. It's really slow, and the mod seems one more thing you may borrow it even if by accident. Yeah. Patriarch getting some rear charges onto Arkin is actually pretty huge because, like I said, I mean, even with the healing, 1 or 2 more Spirit Leeches will take out this lady. She is going to charge these horsemen, really try to keep the range units online. We have Ice Sheet again. Why do you hate Heart of Winter so much? You took it. Please, for the love of God, just cast it unless I missed you casting it somewhere else, but I haven't seen one all game, and you really need it. You need Heart of Winter right now to kill these Tomb Guard. Patriarch's fighting Arkin, but Arkin... Oh, God, those aren't a summon. That's King Kesh's Scorpion Legion. They're surrounding the Patriarch. He's trying to get out of them, but they do poison and pretty good damage. The kiting has begun. Patriarch's trying to attack Arkin. Ice Witch is coming in. Use a Heart of Winter, please. Magic is weak. It's mixed infantry rather than melee infantry, true. Wolfric has got character. Boris is better, but I haven't unlocked him yet. Yeah. Hope Kislev get a new front lines, a new Lord soon. Kislev feels weak. They have some bad matchups, but they also have some really good matchups. The Kepler Guard will just win. Top tier land battle troops. Chat's popping off. Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with it as much as I should. Another Spirit Leech, and this time she doesn't have her Unbreakable passive, and she's awful close to the edge of the map, so she might just run off, and that might be GG. Kislev was trying to kite. I understand the Frost Sheet, and I do think it is a good play, but I just think when all 3 of these Tomb Guard units, because Kepler Guard is Tomb Guard, when all 3 of these Tomb Guard units were right next to each other, I do think a Heart of Winter, if available, would have been better. Pretty well played by Golden Floof. Awfully close game there. Awfully close game, but Arkin, I'm telling you, Arkin or Katep are the way to go, not Cetra. I know there's a lot of Cetra simps in the chat, but that's just not... It's too expensive. He's too expensive. Kislev will fade into the stuff of dreams. Is this patriarch still just chasing Arkin around? He's like, please, fight me. And Arkin's like, no. No, no, no. Whew. Foof. Well played to the floofster, to the golden floof of the day, but I think it belongs to Cube Cat. 2 very close games. 2 very close wins. Listen, I won't defend Cetra. Alright, I am listening. Little Grom with 180 kills after getting murked in the start by that Ushapta Greatbows ended up paying for himself, so nice job, Little Grom, rallying on the edge and just sitting there. Kosovo Dervishes all paid for themselves, did very well. How'd the Winged Lancers do? Honestly, fine. Kossars did great in the end. Patriarch did what he had to. The Ice Witch of Ice, with only 300 value, I don't think cast the Heart of Winter. I think she just stuck to ice sheets. As for Arkin, 2,600 value. Ushapti, the basic Ushapti, paid for themselves in spades. The Chosen of the Gods struggled a little bit. Kepergard just barely paid for themselves. Little Grom shot them for a lot of the game. 2 guards, however, did fine. The Archers both struggled to get their value back, but one of them did okay. Nekar Horseman got bodied. King Kesha, Scorpion Legion, and the Skeleton Warrior frontline all did fine. I'm okay with the crumbling rate. Otherwise, you just see all the undead. You just stall the undead after Lord Snipe. I think crumbling's too slow, personally, but you're allowed to have an opinion. I'll allow it. Those skellies are hard to kill off. Yes, they are, Golden Floof. Yes, they are. Golden Floof! If you watch the replays back or whatever, I'm going to talk about it a lot, but I need to ask you now that you're here in chat. Did you not have enough Winds of Magic for a Heart of Winter? What happened? What happened? Where was it? Answer me, damn it. Answer me. I need answers. Whenever you in lobby again, we would like to spectate, but no pressure. Okay, so the other bracket, the players met up with each other about 20 minutes ago. So I am guessing that they are well into game 1, and they might even be done with that soon. So hopefully we'll jump in with Gentle Rat versus Berserk. Hopefully we'll jump in there, game 2. But Cube Cat will go to the finals in their first tournament I have ever seen them in. They beat one of my tournament favorites, Golden Floof, in a banger 2-0 series. I know it's weird to say 2-0 series was the banger, but it really was. And now let's see if the Gentle Rat can upset my other tournament favorite in Berserk. Could we have 2 fresh new faces in the finals? Or will Berserk prevail? We will see. Berserk is a promising new-ish player for VM. New-ish. Very strong player. Seen him in a couple tournaments. Played with him. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. But currently in the standings, he has not played Vermin League at all. And he is definitely not like Ice Power or Void Laws level. So I'm not just going to be like, you have to play in the veteran tournament. He's good, but he's not unbeatable. Gentle Rat messaged me. Sounds good. We are back. What's the score? And the lobby name, please. What is this? What is this, Hazel? The Gentle Rat is up 1-0. Oh, what? I mean, not oh no. It's fine, but my boy Berserk. My boy Berserk is currently on the back foot against some random. This is illegal. Ban this man. Can the gentle rat close it out? Or will Berserk unleash his cornate fury? He used to play Corn a lot. And take some skulls for the Skull Throne. Wood Elves for me and Vampire Counts for him. Ah, yeah, that is a hard matchup for the Vampire Counts. I mean, Wood Elves didn't get a lot of buffs, and Vampire Counts did, so maybe he thought he could turn it around, but it's traditionally a pretty bad matchup. Oh. A couple upsets on the veteran bracket. Are they? Let's see. Let's go check it out. I will let you all stare at its glory while I really need to pee. So, BRB. All right, I have a quick announcement. Oh, wait, no, we're going to look at the upsets first, and then we'll do some stuff. Bowmar versus Low, Central Scroot versus Sharix Trader, GG versus Saltier Than You. Papa Palpatine did defeat Yumi. Riffle Shuffle defeated Ice Power. Moore now has to fight him, and Hanniden's and Count Leek are still battling it out. So I do have an announcement to make. It's because some of you may not know this. Some of you might just pop in and to use a Heart of Winter. Oh, I see. Golden Floof, I see. Well, you played well. You're not being close. So, Ice Powered early is a surprise, I see. If you go into the Vermin League, you can go to lead feedback. Even if you don't play, that's fine. Even if you don't play. I mean, don't troll me, but even if you don't play, you can go into lead feedback. You can talk about things you want to see changed in these tournaments. If you don't think the pick and ban is very good, if you don't think some of the maps are very good, if you like this or you like that, you can go into this Discord and have your opinion known. It's a very flexible thing. Our Vermin League, currently the ladder is pick 1, ban 3. After this tournament, I'm going to pull a poll out and see what people want to change, because we did pick 1, ban 3. IE was brand new. We didn't know what the meta was going to be, so we just did pick 1, ban 3, and we'll catch up with it in a bit. Right? So if you want to vote, I usually put up a poll. Oh, God. Where was the last poll? There it is. If you want to vote, there is a poll that I put up about what's our pick and ban going to be, what size are we going to do stuff. So we're voting community. It is community based. So if you want to have influence on how the tournaments are done in the future, or what the pick and ban is going to be, feel free to hop in here, have your voice known, vote in the poll that I'm going to put up right after these tourneys, and say, hey, what's the new pick and ban going to be? Because this is a community project. I have this team of Hell Pits and Pack Masters. They are very, very involved with telling me what would be good and bad for the league. Currently, the league is set up in a way where if you win, where was it? If you win, you get points from the win, and you get a point from the loss. Some people would prefer you lose points from the loss. Some people would prefer if you didn't. Some people have asked for ELO, and then like Vermin League points in one thing, ELO'd in the other thing, and the ELO can go up and down. All these things are things you can weigh in on. You can make the league better. So I would encourage you, if you're out there, to participate in that. If something about it is you don't like it, well, come help us change it. It's not a set in stone thing. I've told my team this a million times, but I like land battles. I like hosting events. I like having fun with all of you. I'm not super picky about things, so I'll throw together something. I'm like, fuck it, it's fine, and then other people might be like, human boy, there's a way better way to do this. Cool, come tell me that. I don't know. So I would encourage you, if you were playing and having fun today, but you had some notes, hop in league feedback and definitely shout that at me, or vote in the upcoming pick and ban format, because that would be important. So just thought I'd shout that out. Yeah. Mold this league into something you enjoy. We don't give a shit. We just want people to have fun. Because if you have fun, you play more games. If you play more games, I have more content. If I have more content, I have more money. Oh no, how did this happen to Berserk? I mean, some people out there were asking for Ogre Kingdoms, so you're going to get your Ogre Kingdoms, but this is not the matchup for you. Beastmen are low leadership, but they're really good at abusing low leadership factions, and the Ogre Kingdoms are just that. I am terrified. I'm terrified for Berserk here. I've never seen this matchup, but my heart says it's heavily Beastmen favored. Yeah. Don't love that. Ooh, another announcement for anybody who cares. You know how Alfredino hosts those tournaments every so often? Well, ODM does. I shouldn't say just Alfredino, but ODM hosts those tournaments like the one yesterday. We partnered up with them. It's not set in stone yet, and they can back out at any time. It's not a binding thing. But I did offer them, I said, hey, if you guys want to offer Vermin League points for playing in those land battle tournaments, you can feel free to do that. And that should help us separate out the brackets some more. Though this lower tier, I hate saying lower tier, but the Stormriver and Grace tier tournament's going on right now. This bottom tournament is actually turning out to be a banger, but if there are people in here that are just like, I haven't played Vermin League, I don't have a lot of points, but I'm a great player, more tournaments will help with that because they'll get further in the tournaments. And if you get further, I give you more points, so you get promoted out, and we can really see new players versus new players. So if you play in an ODM land battle tournament, it probably is also going to award Vermin League points. For future reference. GGX also said they might be hosting some land battle tournaments. I could put points into that too. Because the points are just measuring how good of a player you are and how much you've played the game. So it's trying to match you with other people of your skill. The points don't actually do anything for you. And some people have worried about that when I was talking about points, and they're like, what if someone just cheeses it and gets a bunch of points? Then they're going to get into the top tier of playoffs and get their ass kicked by actually good players. What's the point of getting to the really good playoffs if you're just going to lose? It's much more beneficial for you to be accurately judged, because then you'll be in a playoffs where you can actually win. You know what I mean? Or if a bronze player cheats their way to go fight Void Lulls for the finals for $200 or whatever I'm going to put up for the prize pool, you're not going to win. So what are you doing there? Why wouldn't you fight for $50 against someone of your skill level so you can actually win $50 than never ever going to win $200? You know what I mean? So I just don't. I don't think people will cheat, and if they do, they're only going to hurt themselves, because you're not going to beat Void Lulls if you didn't actually practice. We're getting into the game. And ladies and gentlemen, it's Minotaur time. Taurox and triple Minotaurs versus the Ogres. Super curious how this is going to go. Minotaurs have been shit for so long, and we've seen them twice today. Once they did great. Will they do great again? We will see. General chat. Turin is starting an Age of Empires 4 stream, so if you want to go watch that, feel free. He said he starts in 15 minutes, 10 minutes ago, so if you want to watch that, I would not be surprised if my viewership dropped, because Turin is kind of a big fish around here. But if you stick around, there's no end to that sentence. I have nothing to offer you. But if you stick around, cool. I got nothing. I'm a clan rat technically too, but I decided to play in the higher tier tournament. Pop Palpatine, that is honorable of you. I enjoy Slanesh bots. More Slanesh bots, please. Teehee. Sucks. You enjoy all the land battle, all the bells and whistles on a laptop, thankfully. Yes, don't worry, hubby. I'll make a tournament and actually play the game. Void Lulls is bad. I'll win. Good. No one cares about AoE 4. Got him. All right, talking about the builds. Berserk, currently down 0-1. And he is my last tournament favorite in the running. I need him to win this so I could be right and get internet points. Internet points. We have Ogre Bulls, Man-Eaters with great weapons mixed into the Ogre Bulls. Double Lead Belcher. We have some Noblar Trappers, one Man-Eater Ogre Pistol in the back, couple Saber-Tusk packs, a few Noblars dotting the front line, and we have Scrag the Slaughterer rising from the deep with the Maw and Troll Guts. Two very expensive spells. But this is smart and something I really like when players do. If you're going to take expensive spells, almost never take the lore passive because you're not going to cast a bunch of times, so you're not going to get your value out of it, so save the money and get rid of it. Really like that play when you know you have two expensive spells and you're not going to be like spamming. That applies to almost, I want to say every lore of Magic is if you're just taking expensive spells, cut the lore because it's not worth it. On the other side, we have Ungor Spearman Herds, 5 of them. Anything with the spear in its hand is excellent versus the Ogres, so I like it. 2 Ungor Herds. Besides that, we have a Brave Shaman of Wilds with Traderkin. I'm curious how Traderkin will do against Ogres. I haven't seen it in a while. We have the Butchers of Kalkengard, plus 2 Minotaurs of Great Weapons, and Torox the Brass Bull, plus triple Centaurs with Throwing Axes. It's a good, solid build. I like it. Get in there, get out, do some big murders. Oh, the humanity. Let's go, Ogres. Everybody loves a game 3. I hear Lead Belchers shooting. Lead Belchers are firing at the Centaur, throwing axes. Centaurs are just going to back off, not deal with that. Noblars versus Ungor Spearman Herd. You would assume the Ungor Spearman Herds would win, but I don't know. I've never seen these units face off, and Ungor Spearmen are pretty trash as far as our, like, infantry go. It's intentional, but they are pretty trash. The Mino Bus is coming. The Mino Bus is rolling in deep, and Traderkin Overcast is actually doing a lot of damage to the Lead Belchers, so it looks like it is still quite effective against, like, multi-entity models, but not so many that it's infantry. And the Mino Bus has plowed through. The Man-Eaters with great weapons are getting the counter charge, and we got Minotaurs versus Man-Eaters. I'm betting on the Man-Eaters because they got a counter charge while the Minotaurs were already charged in by the time the Man-Eaters are popping up. And, ooh, yeah, we have all the Minotaurs in this space, but Ogres are completely surrounding them and getting great damage off. I think the Minotaurs have to either pull back or get some support nearby. But since all of this is dedicated to killing off the Minotaurs, you can see the rest of the battlefield is going against the Ogres a little bit. We have Centaurs with Throwing Axes dealing some damage. Saber-Tusk packs actually might catch them, and that's pretty bad for the Centaurs. And Brave Shaman of Wilds, if he can get another Traderkin out, will do big damage to the Blob. But the Minotaurs have been stopped. Oh boy, getting surrounded by Ogre Bulls and Man-Eaters with great weapons was not a good time for them at all. Lead Belchers have been shut down, both of them are running, and both of them are constantly under threat, and Ungor Spearmen need to get involved in this fight, because Ogres struggle against anti-large chaff more than they struggle against hard-hitting Minotaurs. Good job, though, from the Gentle Rat, really recovering from a bad situation, pulling out his Minotaurs and not just leaving them to fight. Leaving them there to fight to death is a good play. 2 Man-Eaters with great weapons surrounding Torox, but they're about to get poked in the butt by Ungor Spearman Herds. This could turn into a good trade, especially if the Minotaurs come back for a nasty charge. I can just imagine it going quite poorly. But Lead Belcher's firing down on the Brave Shaman of Wilds. His leadership is 0, and he is going to be out of here with the Man-Eater pistol sniping him down. Yeah, he needs to run, and this might actually be a good thing that he's routing, because it was a mistake to leave him there for that long. So thankfully, he will take his life into his own hands and get out. 1 Lead Belcher is pretty much shut down. The Minotaurs did get their side charge onto the Man-Eaters. It looks like maybe they did, and Torox is next to Scrag. Torox can absolutely body Scrag if he's allowed to stand up and get a few hits. But the Beastmen are faltering. The Beastmen are falling behind in the balance of power, and I also agree with the state of the game. Torox has kind of got to make a big play by taking out Scrag here or something. Ooh. Ooh, Centaurs with Throwing Axes stuck up in some Ogre Bulls and some Saber-Tusk packs getting charged on the side by more Ogre Bulls. We really need the Traderkin caster back to throw another couple Traderkins at this somewhere, somehow, some way. Butcher's Kalkengard still fighting. Torox is clubbing the shit out of Scrag. He needs to turn this game around for his team. If he can kill the enemy leadership, Ogres are also rather low in that department, so they could rout off quite easily. But these uncontested Man-Eater pistols doing so much work. Lead Belchers having trouble through this game, but they got a couple nice shots off, and the Brave Shaman of Wilds is back. Can he get a game-impacting Traderkin off? But the Centaurs with Throwing Axes getting wrapped up like that is a huge problem for Gentle Rat, and Berserk is taking heavy command of this game. Just look at the damage values. It does look like he's probably going to prevail in this one. Torox is still chasing around Scrag, but there's currently a different Minotaur in his way. He can't get through! The poor lad! Big Traderkin hits 3 units, one of which is a Noblar, but the Ogres are going to charge the Brave Shaman from that point. And Scrag's going to heal himself up. I think this game might be over. Berserk does it, man. He does it. I was doubting. I was doubting. But those saber tusks, the wrap up on all three of the throwing axes was pretty huge. Sniping the Lord was pretty huge. Just good plays. At this point, I think there is no hope. Army loss is going to hit any second now as Scrag heals himself up, and well played from Berserk. We're going to game 3. Minotaur's still trash. Minotaurs are good against Kislev. Beastmen without Centaurs make you sad. Big rat greater than big fish. He tried to deploy the Noblar side-on so they would hold longer. Eee. Minotaurs are still trash. My 2 favorite factions are now not bad. Wow. Berserk, Man of the People. There's some seriously trash Warhammer 3 units. Did they do to buff Norska again? Trader's in the chat. Trader knows best, but he might be busy with a tournament unless he got knocked out or if he's waiting for his next opponent. Minotaurs got good initial value, but then they got surrounded. Torox did fine. He did okay. Trader Concaster did fine. Centaurs with throwing axes, getting caught by those dogs was a big problem. But you can see the Ungor Spearmen did actually pretty good as far as Ungors go. They usually just suck and die, but in this matchup, their spears can actually get great value. Scrag did great. Man-Eaters with their Ogre Pistols did excellently. Leadbelchers didn't do very much, but man, they were a good bait. Man-Eaters with great weapons, I think both paid for themselves and one up way above and beyond. Basic Ogre Bowls did really good. Berserk got a lot of nice charges off in the Sabertoss pack. Got 700 value. I told you Berserk's good. You didn't believe me. You didn't believe me, chat. We're going to game 3. Pop Palpatine, I would agree. But I wouldn't say it as cruelly. Oh, did you hear that squeak? Grace loves this chair, because whenever I sit in it... Squeaky. Yeah. I'm loving how factions are matching up. There's not many factions who have no bad matchups. True. True. I will say another thing, if you're a new player watching this and you're just joining the Vermin League, there's a little bit of read the room. And we have a rule break chat. So like looking over here. We have a rule break chat. You can go if you have any issues. We have rule clarifications if you just have a question and that kind of thing. But there's literally a pin. This ain't a daycare. If you don't like a ruling, just DM me and move on. Or also in the, I think it's in the Vermin League. We literally have a draw function that was entirely just there in case like you and your opponent just can't agree, you're having a bad time, you're both yelling at each other, just draw and move on. Who cares? Like it doesn't matter. Just go get it. Just go find a different game that you can find someone you're actually having fun with. So I really want to encourage that. Like, yes, it's a ranked league, and yes, you get points for winning and losing. Like, that is a real thing. But we also want you to have fun. We don't want you to be stuck. It's like, no, you matched with like this person you absolutely hate and you just never have fun playing with them. Nope, you have to play it out. It's like, just draw. If you two are going to fight, just draw. Get out of there. Don't match with each other again. Totally fine. Or if you match with someone who you already know you don't want to play with, you can just exit and queue up again to find someone else. Those are perfectly fine things. Some people just don't get along. And if someone keeps getting dodged, they'll eventually have a hard time finding someone to play with. Maybe they'll stop being a dick. Maybe they'll stop being a dick. When it comes to Beastman plays, I can be very cruel indeed. Pop Palpatine, that reminds me of the Pirates of the Caribbean thing when they're talking to Diadoma or whatever her name is. You have no idea how cruel I can be. It scales longer units in melee. So Trader's talking about the reason Norska's good now. Zinch versus Wood Elves, who's favored? My heart says Wood Elves, but I've seen Zinch win it twice, so maybe Zinch. I'll dodge everyone who's better than me. Easy clap. Easy clap. We do have mods. Like, you can ping the Hell Pit Abominations at any time to ask them about a rules thing, or to ask them, like, you know, just, I'm not even in a game, and I have a question about this rule. Ping them, ask them. If you and your opponent are having a ruling issue, ping them, they'll come help you. But they're not referees. I mean, they are, like, they're technically referees, but I just think people shouldn't care enough about Vermin League points to get in a fight about it. So if the referee says, yeah, this guy's right, like, replay it or just move on or whatever, and you're going to fight the referee, it's like, why? No one cares. Just, if you absolutely can't come to terms with someone, just, like, exit or, like, something. It doesn't matter. The points just, I mean, I've said it a lot this stream, but the points just place you next to people who are your equivalent skill. They're not worth anything at some point. Like, just go get a different game. I don't know. Some people get real mad. So far, it's been fine, actually. We've only had 2 incidents of people getting really mad in... When did Warhammer 3 IE release? The 14th, so in about 20 days. Samarik, you have a good day. Your Wood Elf, see how it goes. Count Leak, good luck. Don't take ward answers. They don't work. Maybe once Kairos and other keepers stop taking all Slanesh's lubes, they wouldn't be such bullies. How long has Warhammer 3 been out? Since February... I think it was also February 14th, so... I don't know. 7 months-ish. Who gives a damn about a game Warhammer 3, really? Daniel, I agree. I just don't want to feed someone's points I don't know. That's fair, Biggs. Yeah. But I'm just saying you can exit. Obviously, if you lose... Okay, if you lose the series, don't just exit so your opponent doesn't get points. That's a dick move, and we'll talk to you about that if we notice you doing it. But I meant, like, if you meet up with someone and they're just an asshole, yeah, you can leave. Like... It came out on the 23rd? I thought it was the 14th. Was it the 23rd? Has it only been out for 2 weeks? Weird. What was the 2 instances of people getting really mad? Well, you see. No, I'm not gonna go into all that. I don't even remember the first one. It was a long time ago. We have our first Warriors of Chaos sighting of the day, and it's versus the Vampire Coast. I don't know how this matchup goes. I haven't seen a ton of it, but my heart says the Vampire Coast is going to be fine. You have Depth Guard for just bodying through a million Marauders. You have Sirens for armor piercing to deal with Chaos Warriors. You have handguns that can shoot against Skirmish Cav. You have pretty good healing. I don't know. I'll message the Gentle Rat and just make sure that they don't have the bugged lore passive. I just don't want a rule break, so I'm messaging him ahead of time. Coast is bad against Chaos? Is it after all the buffs? Damn. Maybe you got early access on the 14th? Oh, maybe. I even won with Slaanesh versus Coast, and Chaos is just Slaanesh in land battles. Okay. Count Noctilus went down in price, so I think he did have the bugged lore passive on him. Which is good. I mean, it's good that he took it off, because if you don't know what it is, Same as the Tomb King's bug. The lore passive of vampires gives infinite ammo if you're at full HP when it gets cast. So if you were trying to game the system, you could start a match, throw out before anything happens, just throw out a quick spell, and all of your units with ranged attacks are gonna have infinite ammo, which is some bullshit. So it's banned for this tourney. Just what it is. Sirens are not as good anymore on account of Tzeentch units? What? They're very good. The full armor piercing plus frostbite is good enough to overcome the fact that Tzeentch units can bring magic damage. Because Chaos can always bring magic damage. You could just bring Flaming Sword of Ruin. But I think on the whole, Siren buffs overweigh that. Air Cheese should be somewhat viable. I don't think so. Chaos has access to Furies, right? I mean, they only take like 4 or something, can't they? No, they don't have Furies. They still have Skirmish Cav, though. They have plenty of good Skirmish Cav. But yeah, I guess the Air Cheese could still be pretty effective. I don't know. I think Papa Palpatine's going to be happy if he's still here. We have Kolek. I don't think he's the best lord for this situation, but he's here. And I love Kolek. You Count Noctilus, Queen Bess, a Gunnery White to give ammo, double Sirens, double handgun mobs, one of which is the black spot. We have 1 depth guard, and then a shit ton of zombies. On the other side, Noctilus is on foot. He doesn't have his lore passive. We do have Queen Bess too. Kolek versus Coast is bold. I agree. I don't think it's the best decision, but man, Berserk is a Chad. We have double Feral Manticore, Kolek Sun Eater. We do have a Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Fire, who's going to imbue magic damage for everybody, plus Burning Head and Fireball. Backline is Marauders and Marauders of Slanesh with Hell Scourges. The Mirror Guard. More Marauders of Slanesh. What? But these aren't the same Marauders of Slanesh because they don't have anti-infantry. I didn't realize that Chaos had different Marauders of Slanesh than Slanesh. Very weird. Triple Forsaken. Some Mirror Guard. Sorry, everything's moving around, so I got a little confused. And then we have 2 Marauder Horsemasters, 2 Marauder Horsemen, I'm guessing? Yes. 2 Marauder Horsemasters, 2 Marauder Horsemen. Double Manticore, Firecaster, basic frontline. With Queen Bess, I'm not sure, but if this was like a Carronade, I would think the Coast is going to be fine, because Skirmish Cav versus Cannons is a bad time for the Skirmish Cav. This, I don't know. I actually don't know who's going to win. This is wild. Hard to complain about a best game. Can corner camping be prevented by having deployment lines shorter than the actual battlefield once you hit start battle? What? Sorry, I have to think about that sentence. Can corner camping be prevented by having deployment lines shorter than the actual battlefield once you start the battle? Yeah, you could. I mean, that's on CA, though. That's something we can do as a community. I think the Slanesh specific one are called Devoted. Weird. It's weird and complicated. I don't like it. I'm scared. Kolek might have made sense against the Rotting Leviathan that are not that uncommon. Devoted Marauders of Unspeakable BDSM. Thanks for screaming at me, Noctilus, for no reason. Glad you decided to do that, you asshole. Oh, and the Gunnery White. The Gunnery White does have Scab Scraith and more ammunition. More powder. Does Queen Bess hit? No. So Berserk's gonna dodge on his advance. Are the Vampirates a fun campaign time? They're pretty great. They're pretty great. Your early game is going to be a lot of zombie spam, unfortunately, but the mid and late game are pretty fun, in my opinion. Noctilus was my favorite. Somebody asked a long time ago what Aranessa would need to be viable, and I just realized I never answered that. She would need to be able to be healed by undead spells, because the fact that she can't get any healing whatsoever kind of sucks and blows. I'm sorry I didn't answer that earlier. It blanked out till just now. Berserk is very on top of dodging. Whenever Queen Bess fires, he dodges with the unit it fires at. It's pretty good. Because if you hold down spacebar like I am, you can see what your enemy is aiming at. Ooh, but he slips. And Bessie gets a hit, taking half health off from Marauder of Slanesh with Hell Scourges. We're getting close enough now. The handgun mobs are going to start firing, but what sucks with the handgun mobs is they want to shoot Kolek, they want to shoot the Manticores, and they want to shoot the Skirmish Cav, all of which is staying out of range, and I bet they're all going to come in at the same time, meaning the handguns are going to have to pick their targets, and they don't like that at all. Noctilus and the Sirens are stepping up to sweep through this front line, and I agree that's probably the best choice. But what will stop this Manticore? There's no animated Hulks, and that's not a meme. I mean that. They got buffed, and they're actually worth it to stop Manticores. Because right now the Manticore's just going to dive in, and I mean, you're going to have some halberds walk up to it, but it can just leave. And it pushes Queen Bess away from the crew. You bully! Kolek's walking in. He has targeted onto the Gunnery White. No, he's walking into some halberds, and now the Gunnery White's going to shoot him in the face. We do have some handgun mobs walking away from the front line, but they're walking towards Kolek. And just a nice surround from the Vampire Coast. I do think Queen Bess was a bridge too far. Because good players can dodge her like we're seeing Berserk doing. And now that 1600 gold is just going to get shot by Skirmish Cav, and Queen Bess's like gigantic model is actually going to die first, not the crew. And that makes her worthless after a bit. Quick Burning Head does delete an entire Siren unit, but Queen Bess takes half health off of Mirror Guard with her last shot. Now she is gone. Vampire Coats are going to be in trouble. Noctilus should probably heal up that Siren if he has the wherewithal to do so at this exact moment. Kolek charges into the black spot and a bunch of halberds while he's getting poked by Noctilus. And I'm scared, Captain. I'm scared. Flaming Sword of Ruin is thrown down for the Sirens. That means Forsaken are going to start bodying these fools. Maybe, possibly. But Depth Guard, Rear Charge will take care of them also. Noctilus and Gunnery White teaming up on the Chaos Fragment who are trying to keep these Gunnery mobs online. Queen Bess, as we said, is down for the count. Sirens are back, and it looks like they did get an indication of heck, barely keeping them in this game. If the Undead unit gets more buffs than Chaos, debatable. Yeah, debatable. Forsaken are gone. Damage value is going in the favor of the Vampire Coast, but the balance of power slightly favors Chaos, and I would tend to agree. Kolek is running, rampaging, rolling dirty, and one of the Manticores is rampaging. Oh no! Noctilus is going to body him for a little bit, and the Depth Guard have moved on to their next prey, the Mirror Guard. Sirens and Halberds trying to take down Kolek, getting a little bit of poke damage in here and there, and a brutal Burning Head down a whole blob of undead troops. It's going to start them a crumbling, a fumbling, a rumble, tumble, tumbling. And there they go. One Manticore is dead. This Gunnery mob is actually plenty alive. It's a pistol summon, that's why. It needs to turn and shoot at Kolek most likely. Now, the Vampire Coast are far from out of this. While Berserk has had some really good plays, really good dodges, really good burning heads and such, you can see that the Vampire Coast front line did some serious work, and all the infantry of Chaos are suffering mightily from their blows. The Vampire Coast are also trading okay against the Skirmish Cav and Noctilus. Noctilus plus the Sirens are making this Chaos Sorcerer Chaos Sorcerer of Fire punished. Words are hard. Wraithstorm is chasing Kolek around the map. Boop, 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 badoop, badoop, shoop. Can Noctilus and the Depth Guard carry this? Is that all you've got? Black Spot are fading away. Pistol Summon is a summon, so it'll be gone soon. And the other handgun mob is currently surrounded by Skirmish Cav, but the balance power is about even. Gentle Rat is still up on the damage value, and he has healing while the other faction doesn't. Another Burning Head comes through, does good damage to the Sirens, but not as much to the Depth Guard, and Noctilus gets charged by a Manticore. We do have a Gunnery White just chilling. I kind of forgot about him too for a little bit. Kolek's getting low on HP, and Chaos is running out of... I wanted to say state troops, but that's Empire. Another pistol summon from Noctilus is going to turn around. I wonder what he's going to opt to shoot at. There's tons of good targets. I do worry. Chaos has plenty of Skirmish Cav, but it's running out of ammunition, and it only does so well against the undead bump and grind. We have both of our Sirens here. I wonder if Noctilus can get out an overcasted Invocation Heck and try to heal both of them up at the same time. But he gets a brutal charge onto the Firecaster. Maybe he can finish him off, stop any more Flaming Swords of Ruin from getting cast, and keep his Sirens just a little bit alive. Just a little bit alive. Depth Guard are trying to heal themselves up, but they got Invocation of Heck, not the Sirens. Oh, no! Oh, no! That might be a mistake. I don't know. I mean, it's a good target for the Invocation Heck, but I think the Sirens would have been a better one. And Kolek found the Gunnery White. The Gunnery White's like, no, please. No! Kolek is destroying him. He's trying to run. Both the Mirror Guard and the Manticore are routing. Can you scuttle, little crab? Can you scuttle? Get to Nocti. Get to Big Daddy Nocti. Get away from Kolek. Kolek, no, leave him alone. Kolek gets distracted by the Depth Guard, and he runs to Papa Noctilus. Big Daddy, please give me an invocation of the heck. I can't, I used it on the Depth Guard. Firecaster is routing. More Chaos Troops are routing. Mirror Guard are routing. We have Depth Guard still bodying through some kids. And Noctilus is like, what did you do to my son? I think we have something coming through. I don't know what that is. It is another Wraith Storm poking Kolek literally in the butt as Noctilus peels his son away from the giant spooky dragon over. Another invocation of heck on him, and the Vampire Coast take the lead on the balance of power. I think that's a little aggressive. I do think chaos is still plenty in this game, but it is far from over, I would agree, in most cases. Noctilus does have a Pit of Shades, but does he have the Winds of Magic to ever use it? I don't know. He's throwing out tons of summons and tons of heals. I don't think that's a bad choice. He just has so many good Winds of Magic choices. Skirmish Cav are throwing in the last of their abilities. Chaos Sorcerer of Fire is somehow back. Noctilus throws out a big overcasted Invocation of the Heck, and he doesn't take... Ooh, wait, no, that was a Flaming Sword of Ruin. Never mind. All of these guys have fire damage. That doesn't matter against the Depth Guard, but you know, you never know. Noctilus needs to get damage onto Kolek Sun Eater as the Gunnery Wight starts to walk away. I don't know. I think that was actually just attack animation. But he's trying to stay next to Noctilus. Noctilus, save me. Gunnery Crab, for the love of God, shoot that Chaos Sorcerer of Fire like once and he's gone. Or shoot Kolek. I don't know. You just got to get your shots off, little buddy. Another slam from Kolek takes him down low. Noctilus is trying to protect him. Another slam from Kolek. 40 HP on the Gunnery Wight. Can he get a heal? No, he is gone. But the balance of power is massively in favor of the coast. As the Depth Guards stand next to Noctilus, Noctilus is pissed. He lost his Gunnery Wight. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord of... I always say Lord. The Chaos Sorcerer of Fire chucks out a quick fireball before running for the hills when Noctilus is coming knocking. Kolek is running away as Forsaken turn to fight, but the frickin' Depth Guard are unkillable. Still regenerating while in melee combat. We have no ammunition left on any of the Skirmish Cav. Noctilus is so healthy. He has heals left. He can fight Kolek all day. The coast might have it! Maybe. It's far from over. I've said similar things about a certain High Elf versus Skaven game, and then it was over. In the other direction. Everybody's charging in. This Manticore's about to break. I think that's for the third time, so I think it will shatter if that occurs. Depth Guard are getting awful low, but they're still regenerating a little bit. It shattered. Haha, I was right. Something needs to happen about the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. He's coming back for like the 90th time. Depth Guard are getting real low. Noctilus' summon is fading, but the balance of power gets even worse for Chaos as more units retreat. Army losses is going to be their least favorite friend here as the Depth Guard are still crumbling. A nasty Burning Head is going to even make them crumble faster with the burnt leadership debuff and just taking more damage. Depth Guard are chewing through infinite things, but there's just nothing left. There's just nothing left to deal with Noctilus unless Kolek gets some serious RNG on his side. He misses his first attack. Not a good start for that RNG train, and Noctilus hits him on the butt. It might even trigger army losses, all things considered. If these Marauders run, that is it. Berserk is down! Both my tournament favorites losing to upsets. What is this? What is this? I agree with Pop Palpatine. I don't think Kolek was the best choice. It was a Chad choice, and he played well with it. But he's just expensive. Okay, alive. You got me, Grievin. Noctilus got 1,400 value. Queen Bess, 600. Queen Bess was definitely not the choice here. On paper, it looks good, but Berserk is the caliber of player that he can just dodge it. Gunnery Wight paid for itself almost exactly, also gave a bunch of ammo. Depth Guard did great. They were complete world beaters, and Sirens did fine. They took a bunch of burning heads and died, but they did fine. Handgun mobs were a good choice. I think there was some slight misplays around them. Too much blobbing for the Vampire Coast. They got punished by burning heads, but overall did just fine. Kolek, 1,700 gold. Pop Palpatine in the chat, currently hating on his favorite lord, also hating on him. I agree meta-wise, but I think Berserk is just a big Chad. Both Manticores did very well. Firecaster did very well. Forsaken did fine. Skirmish Cav did okay. Marauders of Slaanesh with Hell Scourges and Marauders of Slaanesh in general didn't pay for themselves. Skirmish Cav did great. Marauders did as fine as the Marauders of Slaanesh, so might as well just take the Marauders, but happens. GG! GG. I'll message CubeCat. We'll get in here. How y'all feeling? Man, what an amazing High Elf Skaven game earlier. Yeah, that was a good one. High Elf Skaven game is really good. The games I've caught today have all been pretty fun. They've all been pretty good. I don't think we've had a stinker yet. And trust me, you can get some stinkers in land battles, but we haven't had any yet today. How many times are Widows played today, and how many did they win? I don't think they've been played yet today. I heard about them being played, but not on the stream. Burning Head has returned. It's normal. Burning Head was not meta at all before Immortal Empire's released because it wasn't particularly good against any of the Game 3 factions in my experience. Maybe in domination mode, but not in land battles. But Hazel, leave your paws alone. It wasn't meta in my experience, but if you saw it plenty, then that's fine. It just didn't have a lot of good targets in Game 3. Mr. Kolek spokesperson in person and throwing shade. How do I enter into this prestigious tourney, Luca? Luca Sperling? Join the Discord. Join the Discord, hold on. I got you. Luca. I posted my Discord. I post about these tournaments. We host one every week or every other week. We also host new player tournaments. We also just sometimes do streams where it's like I'll sit in a spectator slot in a lobby that I just opened with no password, and we'll let anybody come in and play, and I'll just comment on your builds and tell you what you could be doing better or worse. So tons of fun events. Just watch for the pings. Some people get annoyed by pings, but I don't know how else to get your attention about a thing that's occurring. So hop in there, do that. Imagine instead of Kolek, you had Sigvald and 2 extra Chaos Martyrs. Oh yeah, Palpatine. I think that would have been pretty good. Depth Guard finally being good makes you so happy. Good to see Depth Guard. Void Laws is not a fan of how those marks were used. Well, Void Laws is in your clan. You gotta go put some discipline down. Gotta get the VM boys together and show them how it's done. Come on, buddy. But we love Berserk in this house, and he played great. So don't be too mean to him. We love Berserk. Don't scare him off. Come on, Void Laws. Should have picked Wolfric. Can finally play Warhammer 3. It's beautiful. Nice, Mr. Casual. Luca, yeah, so we have tournaments, but we also just have the Vermin League. You can go in there and queue up for ranked games where you just get land battles. But some people find that a little scary, so, I mean, you could just hang around for the tournaments. We're trying to do more new player tournaments because people really seem to like it, so it's fine. All right. Therein, I got to update the scorecard. So this is not the final I was expecting. This is not the final I wanted. In fact, I'm going to kick both of these players out of this Discord after it's over because they have upset me so. But it's the final we got, so I guess live with it. Cube Catton versus the Gentle Rat. Both of these players have been playing a decent amount of Skaven today, I think, if I remember Cube Catton right. So we might see some Skaven. We might. How's the other tourney going while they do their picks and bans? We have narrowed it down. Void Laws versus Hanadins. Moore versus Palpatine. Raced versus Trader GG. And Low versus Charix. Good to see some of these faces again. Good to see them. Miss some of you guys. It's been a while since I've seen Sharks. Very good Wood Elf and High Elf Kite player. Handen's been around. Void's been around. Always good to see you lads. I haven't seen Moore in a bit, but I've seen him on Discord, but I haven't actually played with him or spectated him. Palpatine's been in and out playing domination mode, I think mostly. He was in the chat, so he can answer that if he has time, if he's not busy strangling the life out of Moore. But it's good to see him back in land battles too. I always like when players play both. Raced and Trader. Race does mostly land battles. I actually think almost 100% land battles. Trader does a bit of both, but he is a Norska Chad. I don't know if Low does Dom or land battles, but I've seen him around land battles a lot. Good top 8. A good top 8. So what's probably going to happen is we're going to do finals of this tournament. These guys will be on semifinals. I'll cast one of the semifinals and then the final. But it is getting late in Europe, so I don't want like Void or Hanadins or Palpatine to have to stay up too late for this. It is Sunday after all, and people got to go to work. So I'll ask one of the semifinals wait for me and the other one doesn't. And we'll catch the finals. Really good turnout today. Really good turnout. Welcome, Rat Boy. Somebody joined. Wait, I joined my own server? How is that possible? At Trader. Okay. I'm just setting it up. I'm letting the people know that they shouldn't proceed without us in the other tournament, so we don't get there and then both semifinals are underway and we don't get to spectate anything. So sorry about that moment where I was just typing. I was messaging the players and saying, hey, if you win, wait for me. We have Wood Elf versus Beastman, our first Wood Elf game of the day, and it is versus Beastman. This was towards the end of Warhammer 2, kind of a classic matchup. I personally thought it was very Wood Elf favored. Some Beastman mains thought it was Beastman favored. I don't know. The Sisters of Twilight in general are pretty hard for the Beastmen to deal with. They don't have a strong Air Force, and they don't have a strong anti-Air Force kit. But for the Wood Elves, they're generally light armored, so if the Beastmen can get good charges off, they can kill a lot of units quickly. Alright, where are we at with chat? Scarbrand crushes Throg. Perfect. Yes, he does. Your laptop can handle unlimited memory settings. Good. Burning Head. Going on through Halberd Mob, and then it goes on like twice, turns around, burn a mob twice. It's normal. Oh, it turned around? I didn't see that, but... yeah. I mean, Burning Head is good versus low armor factions. Palpatine, you play whatever tournament is on when you have the time? Hell yeah! Glad you're enjoying both modes. It happens in the field. That's really weird. Did that happen in the last game and I just missed it? This is a thoroughly enjoyable stream? Yeah, I've been having a great time. I am Ratboy. Well, welcome, Luca. The horses lost most of their ammo, so Chaos lost its balance of power. Yeah. This was Beastman favored in your opinion. Almost impossible for Wood Elves in my experience. Well, you are a Beastman main, and I did say Beastman mains thought it was Beastman favored, so I'm right as always. You should saw that Burning Head. I'll save the replay so I can go back and look for it. Hazel! I gotta do it. I'm sorry, I gotta do it. There. I saved the replay as Burning Head bug. I'll check back on it later and make a video about if it's true. Hazel, we gotta put the cone on you because you keep licking your little paws and you're not gonna have no... It's bad for your little paws. You're not letting them heal. Alright, game's gonna start in a second. I gotta cone the dog. BRB.
You're being so poorly behaved today. You're being so poorly behaved today. You gotta get the cone put on you. Why would you make me put the cone on you? You hate the cone. You know you only get the cone when you lick your feet. Why would you lick your feet? Hey, no amount of being cute gets you out of this. Hey, come here. Hazel. Hazel. Hazel.
sorry. Sorry. Dog is licking her paws so much that she stripped the hair off of them, so we have a cone for her if she keeps doing it, and I had to cone her. No, it's not comb, it's the cone, like the big thing around your head so you can't lick your paws. Boop. Banner down. Oh, good, you're only 4 hours late. Son of Kyrian, you might want to go back and watch stuff later because it's been a good stream. There's one big rock that head bounced off of in an otherwise open field. Weird. Plenty of content for later. Mossy Frail. Did he say cone? Hazel's getting a high elf helmet put on. Cone. Ha! Alright. Let's go. Cube Catten and the Beastmen. Ungor herds and Gore herds spammed in the Vanguard. We do have a great Bray Shaman of Wild with only Traderkin. We have another Gorgon. Really loving the Gorgon for them, apparently. Double Chaos Warhound of Poison, double Centaurs of Great Weapons, one of which is the Sons of Goros, 2 more Centaurs of Great Weapons, and 2 more dogs. So it's all dogs and Vanguard infantry. Don't look at me all sad. You know you did this to yourself. On the other side, Tian will be happy if he's here, because we have 2 War Dancers. We have War Dancers with Azrai Spears, 2 Eternal Guard in the back, a front line of 5 Dryads, 2 Hawk Riders, and the Sisters of Twilight up on their dragon. And we do have Ariel for a spellcaster. I was worried they didn't have a spellcaster for a second. Interesting build. There's been a lot of tournaments lately, lots of content to watch. We're doing our best. Remember Human Boy panning the camera away just before it hit the rock, seeing it floating back the other way later. Oh, I'll have to go watch that. Nice catch, lads. I didn't see it. Gore herds will do well against Dryads. Ungor herds will not. The Gorgon probably just wants to hunt down Ariel, but it doesn't have a ton of targets otherwise. And this great Bray Shaman of Wilds is most likely going to get sniped for the entire game, so he's in for a bad ride. But the Beastmen should do Beastmen things, but they're extreme superiority in mobility. There's no cavalry for the Wood Elves that isn't flying. They should be able to effectively cycle charge and kill off all of the Wood Elves. Now the front lines have pounded together, and these War Dancers are making the Beastmen sweat, but we do get the rear charge of dogs onto Dryads, rear charge of more dogs onto War Dancers, and this Chariot Caster ain't sitting still and letting the archers just take him for free. Now Ariel's getting awful close to the Gorgon, and he should probably follow her, as she's the only target for him, honestly. And the Sons of Goros are charging in, but the Hawk Riders go into melee combat with a bold rear charge, and while they do rout all of these Ungor herds and Gore herds that were right here, you have to be very careful that you don't get hit with the Centaurs. But what is that? Is that a Dwellers Below? Dwellers Below hitting the Sons of Goros and 2 other Centaurs with Great Weapons. A very nice cast, hitting 3 extremely elite units as the Sisters of Balance hit the Great Bray Shaman of Wild in the back of the head with a double shot. More Centaurs with Great Weapons getting rear charged by the Sisters, and now a dragon has landed in the middle of a bunch of armor-piercing cavalry. But both sides, everything is routing. It's a Beastman game, you know, when everybody has died in the first minute and a half of the game. The Gorgon is getting distracted, and that could be a huge misplay from CubeCat. That he's ran off into the distance and not stuck near Alariel or not stuck near the area where he could punish the Sisters of Twilight. He's just fighting some random Wood Elves in the distance. And that is brutal. We have some dogs now fighting these War Dancers, but this Bray Shaman of Wild, if he hasn't used Traderkin, he needs to use it right now. Overcast on these 2 blobbed up Hawk Rider units. They'll do good damage to them and try and bring this game back a little bit. Sons of Goros charging back in once more, hitting these Eternal Guard that were not braced on the side, trying to rout them off, but they immediately tear out from Ariel. And again, the Gorgon is stuck fighting infantry, not his bread and butter. He is a single target duelist, not an infantry clearing machine. Sisters of Twilight have been sniping this Bray Shaman the whole time, and now even going into melee with him with the Hawk Riders as well. I think the Beastmen are doomed in this game. I think we're going to a game 2 rather shortly. Boom. Nice charge animations. Will kill the great Bray Shaman. And without magic and without a lord, I think that will be the end of the Beastman Scourge. What's better, having a mother and daughter both at once? Having the mother and 2 sisters? Oh god. Do sisters fire well in melee? I don't know. I haven't tested it. I would assume so, since most things. Dragon rear charge on all these Centaurs is probably going to get them a run-in pretty soon. And again, the Gorgon, I mean, yeah, he killed all those Eternal Guard. That's not what he needs to be doing. Unfortunately. Ariel taking decent damage. She can heal herself up with Apotheosis at any time, and I think that Dwellers Below on the Centaurs is going to end it. Even though the Centaurs react pretty quickly and start to run away, they're just so low health and so low leadership that running won't save them. They're all going down. It's just the Gorgon, and I think Army Losses is going to hit this poor bastard in just a second here. Watch his leadership spike in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I was a little off. Damn. There it is. There it is. Alright, sorry. Some people are talking about some stuff. And to make sure. Okay. Sorry, dealt with a rules question. Not about like the in-game rules, but there's some pick and ban confusion due to a way I worded it, so I'm just dealing with that. Sisters of Twilight getting 2,300 damage value. Ariel getting 2,100. Hawk Riders got like 500 apiece, but they had plenty of ammo and full health left to give everything they had. War Dancers didn't quite pay for themselves, but did better than you would have thought, honestly. And Dryads did okay. War Dance with Azar Spears got bodied. Brave Shaman of Wilds got 1,100 values. He must have gotten a good Traderkin somewhere that I wasn't looking. Gorgon only got 300. He was fighting infantry, and unfortunately he's an anti-large duelist. Centaurs had no cavalry to play with, and then they got Dwellers Below, so they did die. Dogs did it honestly fine, and Ungors did what they needed to do, but yep. Rough time from the Beastmen. One blob got punished by Dwellers Below, and the Gorgon was a little misplaced, but it happens. Cube Cat will take the win on that one. Boop. Wait, no he won't. No he won't. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm made out of stupid. I got it. Gentle Rat takes the win. That was quick. Yeah, it's a Beastman game. They win or lose in 3 minutes flat. GG, well played. We are up to 80 likes. That's the most likes we've ever gotten on anything ever. And it feels nice. Find your power. Okay. While they do the picks and bans, checking in on the other bracket for those of you curious, Charix has prevailed over Low. Race and Trader GG are still fighting it out. And we'll cast the winner of... Not the winner. We'll cast this semi-final when we get over there. These are the players I messaged. I know Void Lulls can have some lag issues from time to time, so I don't really want to burn at him. And I think Papa Palpatine has long load time. So if it ends up being Voids versus Papa Palpatine, I think it's best if we don't stress out their connection in computers with a spectator. Is how I made that decision, but gotta watch one or the other. If Moore and Hanniden's win, then there'd be no connection issues, but I had to make a decision before it was ready, so we had something to go watch after this. So I just went with the safer bet connection-wise. 50-50 shot in the finals. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. God damn it. It's a fucking Skaven mirror. It's a fucking Skaven mirror to potentially decide the finals. It's a Skaven mirror. If the Gentle Rat wins the Skaven mirror, it's all over. But can Cube Cat Can the cat beat the rat at playing rats? Or is the rat the best rat in the room? How about that? Schmat. Your last video was like 300. True. I was just kidding. I'm sorry. Lambell Tourney is so tight. Yeah, it's slapping. It's slapping. This might be the end of the fun, though, ladies and gentlemen, because if we go into the next tournament with all the big lads, the OGs, the mega slappers, it might be back to Nurgle Blobs. You never know. Might be back to Nurgle Blobs, so enjoy it while you can. And if it is a Nurgle Blob, just rewind the stream and go watch the good games again. Haha, got him. Cat always beats rats. Some things don't change. What up, Charix? I messaged you on Discord, but since you're here as well, whenever you get your opponent, get a lobby going, do your picks and bans, build your armies and such, but wait for the stream. We're coming to you. All right. This is the finals of the previous tournament. We are 1-0. If the Gentle Rat wins the Skaven Mirror, I am heading towards you. Otherwise, we might have to wait for another game, but it won't be too long. We'll do your semifinal, then we'll do the finals. Oh, true, Grieven. This is the Vermin League, and this is the finals, so of course it's got to be a Skaven Mirror. Though the only way this could be more thematic is if it was Game 3, because if Cube Cadden wins, then this isn't the last game. So, just saying. Just ban Nurgle Slash and VC so we can all have fun. Good, Charks. Hey, Charks, how you doing, man? We were talking about you earlier, but it's good to see you around. Haven't gotten to spectate you in quite a long time. Your famous Wood Elf Kite is not doing so good right now, but I hope you're overall having a good time. I mean, you got to semifinals in the big tournament, so you're clearly plenty good still, but glad to see you. Glad to see you. Have you tried Domination Mode at all? And if so, how you liking it? Chat, decide which faction I'm going to play for first campaign of Warhammer 3. Mr. Casual, I got you. I'll start a poll. Mr. Casual, first campaign. Norska, Empire, Lizards, Skaven. Boom. And we're ready. We're getting into potentially the last game of the first tournament. Who will win? What Waywatch Your Kite works in Domination? Oh, good. I'm worried it wouldn't have worked for your sake, my friend. But it's good to hear. Oh, wait, it does work or doesn't work? Because then when you say I tried, I'm scared. Alrighty, for the Skaven Mirror, we have Clan Molder for the Gentle Rat in Banner and Clan Molder in game. Gorich and Throt with a Plague Priest Summoner, Vermintide, and Pestilent Breath. The rest of the army is Rat Ogres, Wolf Rats, and Skaven Slaves. It is a full Molder rush with Morskatar's Hellion as well. All Molder, all day. This build can work. It's hard to make work. It depends on the roulette of what your opponent brought. On the other side, repping Clan Rictus's banner, we actually have Deathmaster Snitch and Assassin, another Plague Priest, but this one on a Furnace with Vermintide and Pestilent Breath. We have a bunch of Skaven Slaves, 2 Death Runners on the far side, Wolf Rats, Rat Ogres as well. We have the Council Guard, a little bit of shooting with Natty Booba Sharpshooters, Skaven Slaves, Slingers, some Clan Rats, some Dogs, some Rat Ogres. A much more balanced build on the side of Erictus, a full Molder rush on the other side. I think the Skaven Slave Slingers, if they can be protected for even like a millisecond, will pay for themselves. It's going to be great. Largely up to Snitch and the Assassin to keep these giant monsters off of them. Not exactly the same as in land battles. It's kind of different, but we could still name it Waywatcher Kite. Okay, alright. Well, it sounds like you're enjoying Domination, so that's good, dude. That's good. I heard, Charix, this is my grudgin, this is my dwarf in me. I heard RTK loves Domination mode, and then whenever I host a Domination tournament, I don't see any of you guys, so clearly you just don't like me, and I feel hurt. What does the poll say? Lizardmen 45% right now out of 25 votes. The more I think about it, though, the more I'm worried. I think this Molder build is actually going to win. Because there's just nothing to stop them from slamming through the front line and shutting down the shooting. And if the shooting shut down, then this build's just worse than that build. Because, I mean, you paid money for something you're not going to get much value out of. Yeah. I think as soon as you realize what's going on, these Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats have to get pulled to the center because they're going to need to slam into the enemy front line and just stop them from pathing through for free. But I am really concerned about the Rictus army. I'm just going to go with Rictus versus Molder. I'm really concerned for the Rictus army. They just don't have enough mass to stop what's going to happen to them. Both is good? Hell yeah, Chargs. Snitch and the Assassin are falling back, currently still hidden, and Gorich just got attack orders straight onto the Plague Priest. He's going for it, and the Warplock Jazales are trying to get their rage out on Throt the Unclean. But Gorich is now fighting. Deathmaster Snitch is running in behind him, and he gets a nice shot on the Plague Priest at the very start. And Slingers are already throwing at, it looks like maybe Skaven Slaves, but the dogs are running straight through the front line. You see the other side's flanking, but the problem with this is you're flanking nothing. Like, there's nothing over here for you to flank. You have stuff to protect. You know what I mean? But now this stuff is unprotected. Wolf Rats are charging straight through. They're going to take out the Anti-Boobo Sharpshooters right away in this game. Morskatar's Hellion has chased the Plague Priest off to the side. Skaven Slave Slingers are also all mucked up, and the Rictus build is already showing some weaknesses, and Gorich is slamming Deathmaster Snitch right now. And without a Lord, without ranged units, we might be out already. Cube Catton going real low on health. I guess that's not Cube Catton, that's Deathmaster Stitch, but still real low on health on that side. Now on the flanks, the Death Runners are getting involved. Wolf Rats are getting involved, but Death Runners are kind of shit against Rat Ogres, and they're getting side charged by Wolf Rats. Really not having a good time. This build was brought to deal with enemy range, and there just wasn't any. It was a full clan Molder rush. Deathmaster Snitch is real low. Throt the Unclean and Gorich are stuck in a bunch of halberds with Rat Ogres nearby. This could be a big play if you kill Throt and Gorich just out of nowhere. That could be a way back into this game, but if Throt survives, I do think the Molder build is going to be at such a significant advantage that it'll be impossible for Rictus to get back in the game. Damage values are getting actually quite close to even. Deathmaster Snitch is back, but Throt is pathing for him. Throt is pushing through. The big boy is coming, but Snitch ain't scared of nobody, and maybe he should be, because he takes a massive shot to the face. He's gonna take another one, and the Assassin is coming to help as well. Snitch just isn't backing away from this fight as Throt throws out his Rat Ogre summon. The backline has been cleared out by the blue side. Molder has killed all of Rictus' shooting. Plague Priest is still trying to get away from Morskatar's Hellion, who's just been following him around. Snitch routes for the second time, and this time I don't think he's coming back at all. But Throt has taken some damage as well. He has plenty of healing left to give himself. He will be just fine. Death Runners on the far side are hanging in there, but they're just not getting their value out quickly enough. There's nothing for them to kill. There's nothing for them to fight. Snitch is low in the middle of Rat Ogres, in the middle of Throt. I don't think he will be escaping anytime soon. Enemy Plague Priest is still full health, and Gorich is coming back. Gorich is wheeling and dealing, throwing out some smoke, misses his charge attack, because of course he does. His animation's janky as shit. Throt's fighting an Assassin, knocking him around a bunch. Snitch is running, Snitch is running, Snitch is running. Can the Council Guard carry? I don't think so. Who would win, Scarbrand, Torox, or Gorich? Scarbrand. Easy clap. What up, Beaches? Back from lunch and you're still chugging along? Yep. Your guess you're playing Nikayan campaign? Alright. Good. Gorich is probably going to lose to this Assassin if given enough time just because he's already so low. And the Assassin, well, I guess if his debuffs aren't up. Any terror routes, wow. Get fucked, Assassin. And that will be it. The Gentle Rat will take it today. Good job, Cube Cat, for getting this far. A semi-final in your first tournament that I've seen you in, at least. I don't know what you've done outside of this channel, but first tournament I've seen you in semi-finals is a plenty respectable outcome. But the Skaven Mirror, why I hate mirrors so much, and particularly the Skaven Mirror, is it's so much rock, paper, scissors, and full Molder Rush just destroys an Eshin shooting build, unfortunately. GG. Well played. Charix versus Blank coming to you next, but it looks like the actually the Blank isn't ready yet. GG. Well played, that rat. I agree. The Gentle Rat will be our winner today. Congratulations! You're going to get so many Vermin League points you can't play with new players ever again. Welcome to the Void Laws League, boys. Gentle Rat's like, oh, fuck. Can I go back? Very well played. Throt, 700 value, not a ton. Gorich, 1800, actually did great. Morse Hellion, 1300, did fine. Plaguecaster did fine. Rat Ogres routed a bunch of stuff and did well on value. Wolf Rats did very well on value as well. Skaven Slaves for Skaven Slaves. For the other build, unlucky what you loaded into. Snitch did okay, but he got killed by Gorich real bad. Celts Guard were there, couldn't get their value back quickly enough. Death Runners both did fine, but couldn't carry the game. Assassin did really well. Slingers got immediately bodied. So did Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. GG, well played. Cube Cat, it was an honor. The Gentle Rat, it was also an honor, but less of one, because you were victorious, and I don't like you. Spoiler alert, if you win one of my tourneys, I hate you. Amazing Tournament, Wild Games. Good. GG's, off tournament fix. Thanks for that. Yep. We are going into our second tournament now, which is, we're going to cast one of the semifinals and then the final. So we have 2 more best of 3s left in the night. If you are not quite done with content, but I'm currently waiting for Raced or Trader GG to prevail. Or at this point, if the other semifinal magically gets done before this one's ready, like if both of these finish up before this one, we'll 100% go watch that. So now at this point, it's just whoever comes out first, we will spectate. I'm getting nervous that series wasn't over and I left. CubeCat lost both, right? I don't know. They haven't recorded a score, so now I'm scared. I'll message them and make sure I got that right. All right, Gentle Rat 120, and then I just leave the lobby, and they're like, bro. Okay, good. Especially ending with the Skaven Mirror, it's hard to keep track of who's who, but seems like we'll be fine. Okay. Cool. Update this. End this tournament. And I'll have to go back. So for people, like, I'm going to work on it, but my bot aficionado, Zep, who made the Vermin League bot and has been an invaluable asset to us, he's going to have to help me get some of this stuff because some of you people were not in the Vermin League at all. So I don't know how that's going to work. I think I can add you to the bot, but also you could just play a game on the Vermin League and then I can add points. I can add points. I know how to do that. I don't know how to add people who have never played. Because, like, the Gentle Rat is going to get 60 points, but in current standings, he's not on here, so I can't just, like, type in his ID and tell the bot to give him 60 points. But that'll take the Gentle Rat up to Grace here. He'll be 11th right behind Kiara at this moment. So, yeah. He would have to not play a game for a very long time to fall down to Skaven Slave and Clan Rat again. So he will say goodbye to the new Recruit League. CubeCat also played plenty well. Getting second place gives him 45 points, so we'll see him rocket up. Again, he wasn't on this at all, so he's going to go from 0 to Chieftain. He'll be tied with Trader GG. So he will also not be in the next new player tournament, giving anybody who wants to play in the next new player tournament a chance because, you know, the people who got this high get enough points that they probably won't be in this tournament next time. So it'll nice cycle through players. Make sure we don't just have, the Gentle Rat's going to steamroll the newbie tournament every time. And if you played it all today, by the way. If you played it all, you get 5 points. Quarterfinals get 15. Third and fourth get 30. So, yeah. FYI. FYI. It's the same for this tournament, but I was just talking about the one we already have resolved. So currently, all 8 of these players get 15 points. And then whoever gets the semifinals will get 30. So Chargs is already getting 30, even if he loses right now. Yeah. Oh, also I owe the Gentle Rat $10. Okay, I gotta do that. So, Vermin, League, points, and money for winner. Cool. I'm looking around. I don't see any games that we should be hopping in on right now. So we're in a bit of a lull. We're in a bit of a lull. I'm going to go to the bathroom. BRB. Take 5, everybody. Take 5. Ooh, Hanniden's versus Void just... I see the lobby appeared. They're on Knight's Run, so if it was a 2-0, Void Laws is about to... Well, sorry, I shouldn't do that to Hanniden's. Void Laws is my favorite to win this whole tournament, so of course I would assume he wins. But if they advance right now, it was 2-0. Otherwise, I might be able to join that one. Now I'm curious. Who will finish first? It was either Scavamir or I was Dwarves. Oh, yeah, Gentle Rat. That's not a good way to go. Was going to play, but in the hospital today. Phoenix! Are you okay? Phoenix! I hope you're okay, buddy. Cube Cat in the chat. You played great, buddy. You pulled a huge upset over my boy Golden Floof. You should be proud. Molder Rush works. Promotion regulation system would be funny. Ant Ladder, you had to lose points for a loss, but Vermin doesn't do that. Yeah. Yes, he is. Okay. I'm going to go check back on this now that I checked on chat. I'm going to message Hanniden's and see if he and Void are still playing. Okay. So I'm going to message Hanniden's and see if I can spectate a game 3, because they haven't reported a score, so I'm thinking they're still playing. I'm a bit. What happened? I'm scared. Game 2, we're already in game. Oh, okay. Good luck. So Hanniden's and Void are just entering game 2 now. I see, I see. Sorry about the lull. We're transferring between tournaments and there's just no like easy game for us to hop right into. So I'm figuring that out at this moment. Okay. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Everybody go get snacks. You had alcohol poisoning, so not too great. Oh, Jay. I hope you're okay, buddy. Sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. Yep. Great. Grab a snack. Go into the bathroom. Do it. Here is the bracket that is infinitely more interesting to stare at than the multiplayer lobbies. So, Burb. I'm back. Did I miss anything? No. No. Trader GG. I see his lobby. Hold on. I'm going to message Trader. It doesn't have a spectator slot, so I can't just hop right in. But if they're playing a game, I want to see it. All right, we're going to game 3 with Trader GG and Raced. So, for context, it's right here. Is this quarterfinal to see who's going to go fight Charix? They're entering game 3 right now. We're going to hop in there. So the score is going to be 1-1. Whoever wins this game wins their series. I just saw Trader's lobby. It was Trader GG. It's gone now. Trader, what the hell? Where'd your lobby go? There it is. We're in. Boom. Game 3. They said they had a banger Grand Cathay versus Empire matchup. I don't know who won it, but he said it was great. So, Trader GG, local Norska enjoyer, might be involved in that secret thing I was alluding to earlier. That has nothing to do with me, but I am very excited for. On the other side, Raced, runner-up in the Vermin League finals for Season 1. That was pre-Immortal Empires. Land Battle Grinder. Plays a shit ton of them on the Vermin League. And we'll see how he does. He stopped dwarves from winning a turn land battle near their total war Ember 2. I always appreciate him for that. Yeah. Oh boy. So, there was something I was going to say, but I'm forgetting it. Ladder, no, something about that. I don't know. I lost it. Okay. Race switches over to High Elves and Norska, baby! Let's go! High Elves and Norska. Trader somehow didn't use his best, favorite, most OP faction in the previous games. He knew we were coming to spectate, and he saved it. He saved it for us. And I want you to appreciate that he risked his entire tournament best of 3 for you, the viewer. Just so you know that. High Elves is also a pretty Chad move. Norska indeed, Mr. Casual. You're finally here for a Norska game. Whenever you're not here, Norska happens. When you are here, never. All right. We're loading up. We're getting in. We're doing it. Norska build is mostly completed. High Elf build is mostly completed. Mostly. Raced has something they want to say. But I know Trader was in the chat, so I'm not gonna say anything, obviously. But Race is making a statement. In the top of the bracket, Void Laws has prevailed over Hanniden's. It's a shame to see the good man Hanniden's go. He's a friend. He is a lovely person. But Void Laws is an unstoppable monster. A monster! So we'll see how that goes. And in the most recent update of the rules, Double Star Dragon has been allowed. It used to be banned. And I have heard from Coops in the chat, but also from other people that Raced is a big fan of Double Star Dragon. So we'll see if Trader can stop it. Ah, yes. The Golden Turd. Perfect. Dragons! Yeah, Double Star Dragon is allowed, and Race is a big fan, so let's see if Trader can take it down. For the High Elf build, we have discussed most of it. Double Star Dragon, that is 4,000 of your funds, and High Elves are not a cheap faction, so you know the ground force is going to be limited. We have 1 Phoenix Guard, 1 Swordmaster, 4 Spearmen, triple basic Archer, and we have a Lariel the Radiant with Star of Avalorn, Earthblood, and Foz Protection. It's a small build, and if you mess up with those Star Dragons, you're in big trouble. For Raced, we have quadruple Marauder Horse Masters. We do have the Beasts of Tashnar, Norscan Hounds. We have Marauders and Marauder Champions mixed as a front line. And we have Throg the Troll King. Familiar Balefiend of Shadows with Pit of Shades. A Shaman Sorcerer of Metal with Plague of Rust. And we have 2 Marauder Hunters with Javelins. Can the Marauder Hunters with Javelins and all the Skirmish Cav take out the Star Dragons? I don't know. The Norscan front line is going to win, I think. Ooh, wait, there's Swordmasters and Phoenix Guard. I think with Pit of Shades, they'll still win. I would bet on the Norscan front line to win. High Elves have Archers. Uncontested, pretty much. I mean, Javelin throwers aren't going to beat Archers at all. So High Elves need to protect their Archers and protect their Star Dragons, and they'll be fine. Norska needs to beat down the front line, force the dragons onto the ground by killing all the ground units, and also skirmish them effectively, get your spells out effectively. It's going to be a hard fight. Sorry, what's the quality hierarchy of the dragons again? Moon, Sun, Star? Sun is the worst. Moon is the second best. Star is the best. I never found this matchup to be High Elf favored even at best. I don't think so, but with the Game 3 buffs for High Elves and the Game 3 buffs for Norska, I just don't know anymore. We'll see. Moon beats Sun. Pathetic knife here logic. Got him. Got him. Charix awaits atop his throne of... I want to say elven skulls because he plays elves, but that would imply he kills elves. So atop his throne of arrow-pierced skulls. Alea Yakta Est, you played today, and I hope you had a good time. I hope you did. I think you played in both tournaments, but I don't remember. But I hope you had fun. Hope to see you around. Sorry I didn't get you on the stream. Seeing 2 Star Dragons in one army? Yeah. It was allowed in the most recent fruit rules. And I've been hearing horror stories about it, so we'll see if it's truly that oppressive. Because Trader's no fucking slouch. So if this is a complete bodying, the double Star Dragons might want to be looked at, but Trader has the tools he needs. I think it's going to be fine. But we will see. No farting around with the central piece. Looks like both players guessed correctly on where they're going to be. And they are moving up. High Elves are shooting. It's hard to see on this map, but that was the attacking. You know, he's attacking, he's shooting. It's just hard to see on snow, but he's shooting. Dragons are strong now? Yeah. Everything feels wrong in Warhammer at the moment, so leave our dragons alone. A Star Dragon Breath Attack front on to Marauder Champions definitely missed, and the other one missed too. That is 1/3 of your breath attacks for the entire game all missing. That is pretty brutal. Trader GG backing off with some Marauder Champions, letting the Marauders take the Spearman fight. I think he might want to walk around or something, don't know. We have other Marauders just sprinting past the High Elf front line, deciding not to take that at all. Marauder Champions are stuck fighting Swordmasters of Hoeth, but a Pit of Shades is going to even that combat up real quick. And his cast on the back line is only going to catch the center of the formation, so it won't do as much damage as it could, but it'll also do as little friendly fire as possible, trying to take out the Swordmasters in one fell swoop. It looks like it is doing a bit of friendly fire damage, though, as both Marauder Champions and the Swordmasters of Hoeth are getting bodied right now. And a Star Dragon lands in the center of the formation, taking out the Marauders that push through the front line. Now, these other Marauders have also pushed through the front line. They're shutting down these archers, which is a pretty big play. And we see Trader as well in hand with his javelins ready to start chucking at the Star Dragons. If they ever want to land again, they're going to be sitting and getting shot by spears, which they are landing, and they might take a crap ton of damage right now. They need to be very careful about landing in front of these javelins like this. It looks like the other javelin is also coming over. Not really here to entertain some shit. Trader is on top of it with his skirmish cap. These Star Dragons need to get off the ground. They're doing great damage to the Marauder Champions, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they're about to get their comeuppance. Throg is thinking. He is thinking about sprinting in there, and he's like, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't, but I want to. But maybe I should not. And these guys are getting melted. Plague of Rust, Overcast takes his armor down to 30, and the skirmish cap getting a nice goodbye swing on him as he leaves. This Star Dragon is not having a good time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, both the Marauder Hunters with Javelins are both largely healthy. Another breath attack from the Dragon does do good damage to the Marauder Champions, but those Marauder Champions were already quite wounded, honestly, in the first place. Norska is up in about 1,200 damage value. Their skirmish cav has tons of ammunition and is largely very healthy. I'm sure they're happy about that. The Marauders have pushed through the front line. While the High Elves are winning man-to-man, there's just so many filthy, unwashed Marauders sprinting through. And another breath attack, but it's onto basic Marauders. It's not even onto Marauder Champions. I'm sure Trader GG is happy with that. There's only one more breath attack per Star Dragon. And then after that, they're just kind of big single-entity meat clubs, but he can handle that. I think Norska's doing really well right now. I need to see the Beasts of Tashnar get involved. I think they're being held back because they don't want to fight Spearmen, but there are 2 archers currently unsupported by infantry. I think you just dive your dogs in there and get the value you can. it's fine if your dogs get attacked by a dragon. It's pretty whatever. Beasts of Tashnar instead are opting to fight the Star Dragon. They are getting some good poke down, but I worry about leaving these archers alive. They're the only thing that can threaten your skirmish cav, and the skirmish cav are what are going to take down the dragon. Them paired with Plague of Rust, we saw how good that was. I think they should focus on getting the archers shut down, take the ranged advantage in the fight, and then from there take out the Star Dragons. Star of Avalorn comes out. It is going to heal Star Dragons for a bunch, but the thing about this is that you know the Star Dragons with Earthblood and the part of Avalorn, they're going to get heal capped. They're just going to. You have to chew through their health bars twice. It's just a fact. And they're doing really well right now. Javelins are throwing in, getting tons of value onto this 30 armor Star Dragon with the Plague of Rust, Overcast, and the Beast of Tashnar are running away. The Skirmish Cav is used to take out the archers. I'm glad something took out the archers, but I would have preferred the Skirmish Cav attack the dragons and the dogs attach the archers, rather than the dogs attack the Star Dragons and the Skirmish Cav attack the archers. But the result is the same. Norska falls actually pretty far behind on the balance of power, which is shocking considering how the game is going. Right now, I think the game is going great for Norska. I think they're very happy with what's going on, but balance of power is kind of a fickle thing. Marauder Horsemen are running over the back line. Fighting Swordmasters of Hoeth in melee combat is bold, even on a charge, so I think they should back off of that one. But Trader is doing a good job to clear out the field. Throg getting involved at all is risky. He gets a nice rear charge onto the Star Dragon, takes his healing cap with Insight, but I think he needs to back the fuck off before he gets 2 Star Dragons surrounding him. Marauder Hunters the Javelins, still just waiting to get free throws onto anything they can. And the Phoenix Guard over here are fighting Marauder Champions and Marauders, but it looks like they are going to win that fight. High Elves up on the balance of power, down 2-1 in damage value. Balance of power, come on, buddy. Come on. It's fine if your dogs get attacked by a dragon. Hubby, terrible dog owner. Yeah, I'm trash. 1 Star Dragon, the injured one, lands on the Marauder Hunters with Javelins. They are going to get attacked by it, but the thing about dragons is without their breath attack, they're actually not good at clearing out hordes. You can see as soon as he lands, he is punished. Both Star Dragons are very low. Alarielle is up here. She's doing okay, but you can see their heal caps are already within sight, so there's only so much more healing you can give these guys. Another Plague of Rust is cast onto them. Trader GG is very good at hunting down these large monsters. He is embracing the Norska lore, and he is like, oh, you want to beat me with big beasties? Oh, yeah, because Norska doesn't have any fucking giant monsters in it! And he is hunting them down easily. Now, the Phoenix Guard might be a bit of a problem as Norska is running out of infantry with to throw into that meat grinder. But the Phoenix Guard could also get healing from Alarielle if they have the time. But the first of the Star Dragons is routed. The first of the Star Dragons is low. The second of the Star Dragons is routed. The Star Dragons are getting taken down. And all the healing in the world can't save you from Throg the Troll King. The Troll King. King! This Star Dragon is probably going to rally, all things considered. I don't think these Marauder Hunters are going to be able to keep up with him. He's flying awful slow, though, for having 72 speed. He looks rather slow, but he does rally. Larry probably has some healing for him, but this game is looking over as Norska still has plenty of ammunition left in the tank to deal with this Star Dragon. And the Star Dragon's healing cap only has so much more left to give. Larry's heal cap is also within sight, and Race is just trying to keep the Star Dragon in range of the healing, desperately trying to heal up. But for the more he heals up, the more he stands in place. A quick Pit of Shades is going to take out the last of the Phoenix Guard. And that is going to probably be GG for the High Elves. Or is it? Norska's running out of ammo. They have 2 volleys left in each of their Marauder Horsemasters. They have 7 ammunition on this infantry unit, but you could just charge it with the High Elves. And if you get it in melee, it can't throw at you, most likely. And using some of your ammunition on the Phoenix Guard is bold, but I guess they don't have a lot of options left. Star Dragons in the Sky uses the last breath attack of the game on the Marauder Hunters, and the Phoenix Guard are routed off. Send the Beast of Tashnar after them. Turn fire will off! No! Marauder Horsemasters using the last ammo on the Phoenix Guard who already routed! Oh no! No! Oh no, that's really bad. Damage value is still 2-1. Oh, thank God for Trader GG. He has 2 more Marauder Horsemasters with plenty of ammunition. 6 and 7 volleys apiece is going to be fine. Turn fire will off, for the love of God. Don't shoot at the routing Phoenix Guard. They're not worth it. Please save your ammo. Larry is obeying the attacking rules. Don't worry about that. They were chasing off some Marauder Hunters with Javelins. They shattered, so now they're coming back. Attacking rules are being followed. No rule breaks in question at all. At this point, I think Trader should fall back to his Marauder Hunters, to his Skirmish Cav. Let them help him. Throg running forward and getting a quick breath attack off on the Spearman is a pretty cool play. I like that a lot. Throg's breath attack is doing just fine these days. And I think it's all over but the crying. Raced is gonna fight at the very end because he ain't no wimp. But that Star Dragon's getting real low. His healing cap is well within sight. Throg is charging in. I think some of these skirmish cav could be brought over to charge the Spearman as well. And here's the last-ditch effort. The Star Dragon and Alariel are landing on Throg, but that means they're going to get shot by javelin throwers this entire time. And Throg also ain't scared of you. He's got anti-large, he's got armor piercing, he puts a thwappin' on the Eagle Lady, and another overcasted Plague of Rust takes the Star Dragon down to 30 armor. The javelins are flying in, piercing his skin. He is running for the hills, army losses is coming in, and Norska finds themselves in the semifinals. Great news, Rapper. I got you a singing coach. Is it Ice Power? It's probably Ice Power. I'm going to become Throg, the Troller of Worlds. 2,200 damage value on Throg. Shaman Sorcerer of Metal got 1,000 value. Wait, Shadows got 1,000 value. The Metal Caster honestly won him this game and only got 39 value, but those Plague of Rust were clutch. Marauder Champions got mostly bodied by Swordmasters and the Phoenix Guard, but they were critical, and one of them got a ton of value by probably killing archers. Skirmish Cav, you can see 2,000 value across the board, except for, I guess, like that one, and I guess this guy only got 1,200, but that's how you deal with Star Dragons, ladies and gentlemen. Norse Moorhounds did fine. Javelin Throwers also got 1,000,000 value, and Marauders got destroyed. Now, for Raced, it was a good build, and it ended up being a very close game, but he just couldn't shut down all the spears getting thrown at his precious Star Dragons. Phoenix Guard did great. Swordmasters got Pit of Shades in trade for a Marauder Champion. It was fine. And Archers fired their damnedest until they were overrun with Skirmish Cav. Very nice from Traitor. And we will have Traitor versus Charix as our first semifinal. Moore and Palpatine are fighting, and whoever wins between them will go fight Voidlaws. We'll join that best of 3 if we can. But again, I mentioned earlier that we might have lag issues over there. So I want to give Void and Blank the best chance of having a good non-laggy series. So I'm going to avoid being the spectator there. So let's go get Charix. He is willing to do a learning rat boy to stop squealing stream, but there's a lot nicer about it than me. Ice Power is quite musically talented. He plays piano, correct? Yes. All right, we're going to get Charix. In this game, we're going to join Charix's game. I don't know. Are we joining Charix, or is he coming to us? Because I know Charix had a lobby. I saw it, but Trader and I are also here, so I just don't. I don't want to tell Charix to come here and then Trader leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to get yourselves a treat because Charix, in case you haven't seen him, and I believe I'm saying that name correctly, but it's hard when you have a C and a Z, is an excellent elf player. Excellent elf player. So I would expect to see some elves in the next series. I could say more, but I don't want to entirely give away the game. You know, Trader's listening and I'm just like, Charix's favorite build as the Wood Elves is. That would be kind of a dick move. RTK's Charix, the clan that has moved over to domination mode. They've abandoned land battles entirely, and this is not a meme or a joke at all. It's definitely the truth. But Charix decides, you know what? I will stamp our clan authority back on land battles and let these fucking casuals know that RTK hasn't left just yet. He said, creating artificial hype. I wonder why Dragon Prowler doesn't have the breath spell vector targeting. It's so awkward to park those right next to it so it doesn't spew. Mostly at the ground or allies. Yes. Sad possibility of high chances. He went to a musical school for the last 4 years, played piano on stream once. Did I hear High Elf player? Yeah, Phoenix King, you just missed Race. Race played High Elves into Trader GG. It was a close game, but Trader has successfully kited out Double Star Dragon. And now we have Charix, who is also an infamous high-end Wood Elf player. Very good. Has the good hand fingers. Yes, yes. See what we get. What's the map supposed to be? It's Prague. We have Prague, Shimmer Sword, and Tower of Hoeth. So Prague is a flat, smallish map. Shimmer Sword is a flat, smallish map with some forests and some terrain. And then Tower of Hoeth is a large map with some forests. So that's what we're doing. I'd say Prague is more medium than small, but still. The Phoenix King, the High Elf Commander when you're busy. They're doing some picks and bans at the moment. And more has prevailed over Papa Palpatine. I will say I'm surprised. I was personally betting on Papa Palpatine in that one, but Moore is certainly a good player. So Moore and Void Lulls can start their games. No need to wait for me. Oh, where is he? There he is. ODM, VM, RTK, and unaffiliated. No chance of an inter-clan finals. That's what we love to see. We'll have to see representation from all the clans. Pop Palpatine's DBD. Raced is unaffiliated. Low, I think, is still unaffiliated, surprisingly. I thought ODM would have scooped him up by now. Need XMT count leak. Where's the GGX lads? GGX was present in the lower tournament. There's John Pesto. Didn't realize he was in GGX. That's a good get. He's a good guy. BBB with Rocket Row. Was Charx the only RTK in this tournament? He was, and he got all the way to the semis. God damn. RTK putting all their eggs in the Charx basket, and it's a good basket, apparently. My Beastman got banned out twice. God, what a jerk. Isn't Trader LS? I actually don't know. I know Rinless is LS. I don't know if Trader ever joined up. Who bested Mofet? Oh, Mofet was in this tournament. Who bested Mofet? I don't know if he checked in. I don't think Mofet checked in. So the concept of checking in beat Mofet. Yeah, he's crossed out. He didn't check in. Mofet beat Mofet. You got a Hell Pit Abomination win. That is, in fact, a win. We're still hovering Bretonia and Norska, and Trader hasn't been changing the build at all. It's still his exact build from last time, so I do think they just haven't completed the picks and bans yet, which can happen. When you get to the when you get to like the semifinals and finals, players start to take the shit really seriously, which, you know, they should. So picks and bans can take a little bit. Where's Rinless these days? Probably sleeping till like 4 p.m. That dude has the most fucked up sleep schedule I've ever seen. Charx immediately switches over to High Elves. So High Elf players rejoice. You get a second shot at Trader, who might, all honesty, just stay Norska. I don't know what his picks and bans were, but he might just stay Norska. Charx pulling out the High Elves. I told you he was an elf player. You didn't believe me. You didn't believe me. Yeah, Trader's changing the Norska build. So we have a run back of game 3 between Raced and Trader. Charix enters the lobby and is like, let me show you how to play High Elves into goddamn Norska. This is more important than sleep. Larry Mad, you're exactly right. Unless you have something going on tomorrow, then I'm very sorry that you weren't sleeping right now, but yes. That's why we're not watching both semifinals, is because, as you noted, it is getting rather late in Eastern Europe, so anybody playing over there probably wants to go to bed soon. Don't have time to wait around for me, so Void Lulz and more are just going to play their games. What up, Eldrin? How you doing, man? What up, dude? Okay. Trader is ready. Charix is still working on it. Nothing big tomorrow, just work? Yeah. Rinless will return in a few weeks, he told me. Good, we miss Rinless. Charix is almost done with the build. Currently just allocating chevrons, so we'll get into game soon. And we're off. And we're off. Very different take on how to do this matchup. Norska is largely the same because, I mean, he has the same things to worry about. He didn't take the build the first time because he thought it was a funny laugh. He took it because he liked it, so it's very, very similar. But Charix loves himself some archers, loves himself some kite play, cavalry too. I didn't want to out him, you know, for his opponent because Trader is in the chat. But now that we're in the game, I feel like I can talk about it. He is not the one to usually spam dragons. He loves himself some archers. He loves mobility. His Wood Elf and High Elf builds are both very arrow and mobility focused, so this is exactly what I expected out of him. We have 1 Silverin Guard, 3 Rangers, 3 Lothern Sea Guard. We have a Sisters of Avalorn, Dragon Princes mixed with the Fireborn, Alariel the Radiant in the sky to provide some healing, and a Lion Chariot of Krace. Much more standard High Elf build than we saw last time. But though he does have the same Foz Protection and Earthblood that Raced took. The sophisticated snobs and all of the old world versus the Unga Bunga people. Almost done. Allocating 37 gold worth of chevrons is half the build phase. Yeah. Alright, for Trader, we have Marauders, Marauder Champions, Marauders, Marauder Champions, Marauders, Marauder Champions. You saw this before. Double Marauder Horse Masters on one side, double on the other side. We have 2 dogs, one of which is poison, one of which is the Norscan Ice Wolves. We have 2 Javelin Casters, and we have Throg, Famir Balefiend of Shadows, with his Armor Sundering magic damage plus Pit of Shades, and then side by side with a Metal Caster, Plague of Rust only. It's very nice. And Throg the Troll King, though Trader seems to enjoy Throg quite a bit. I think this build is much less ready to deal with Charix's build. I think Trader's going to have a much harder time. I don't think it's unwinnable, but I do think he will have a harder time. The Lion Chariots of Krace are uncontested at the moment. The only thing you could do is if Charix drops his micro on them, you could shoot them a bunch with Plague of Rust or something, but Charix is not going to do that. I would be shocked if he dropped his micro on those Chariots. So I think the Chariots are going to run rampant over this game unless Throg can catch him or something. Dragon Princes are going to be uncontested in the heavy cavalry game. The only way you can damage them is with a Plague of Rust and some Skirmish Cav, which Trader can do. I just think this is going to be much harder. The double Star Dragon win condition for him was obvious. Don't let the double Star Dragons get a bunch of breath attacks. Shoot them with Plague of Rust. Awesome. This one, much more multifaceted. He has to keep track of 2 heavy cav, of a brutal chariot. The front line is going to go heavily to Norska. No doubt there at all. And I do think Trader will do the similar thing. I think he's going to push through the front line rather easily and contest the archers quickly. On Charix, it's actually going to be heavily on his cav play, if he's going to win this game or not. The archers won't have very much uptime. I think as soon as Trader gets in the fight, he's going to body these rangers and Silver Guard and push through. Throg is walking up. Another thing about this build is there's really no great targets for Pit of Shades. Maybe the Sisters of Avalorn, but they can dodge or just get healed. And then Heavy Cavalry can try to dodge the Pit of Shades. So it's not as obvious with the Swordmasters and the Phoenix Guard missing. So his Pit of Shades will be a little less effective. And the Plague of Rust has to be used on probably the Cavalry. Get a little bit of healing in here from Alarielle, already healing up her White Lions, and we do see immediately an overcasted Plague of Rust onto the Dragon Princes, and he is right on top of it. Marauders with the Javelins just butchering these poor Dragon Princes, who are now trying to path back through the front line, but you can see a couple of them are caught up on the Marauder Champions, and very nice early start from him. A couple of the models are dead. It looks like we've lost about 16 models, but if Larry can heal them up, they'll largely be okay. Father and Seaguard are starting to trade back with the Marauders, and they will largely be okay if they do that. It's largely too many times. Sorry about that. Rangers have pushed through 1 unit of Marauders, and they have already contested one of the 2 Javelin throwers. That is a little bit of a brutal start for Trader, losing half of his standing ranged assets like that. Marauder Champions have pushed in the backline like we said, though, and the Sister of Avalorn are already forced to run. Father and Seaguard might soon be behind them, meaning those archers don't get to shoot. Over here, Marauders have pushed through as well. Father and Seaguard, again, compromised. So the High Elf archers are already under threat. Charix moves some Lothern Seaguard off to the side. Now these Marauder Horsemasters can run into them, but they're Lothern Seaguards. So they're like half melee spearmen, half archers. Marauder Horsemasters, looks like they wanted to break the Rangers with a little charge, and they did so, but now the Fireborn are countercharging them and getting good damage value out. Damage values are equal across the board, but the High Elves are taking a bit of a lead, because I think they have more healing, so they probably spammed some healing that kept them safe. Foz protection on the wounded Dragon Princes, trying to fight the Marauder Champions, trying to chase down the Marauder Horsemasters. Charix has kept his backline alive for as long as he could, but all of the Rangers are gone, leaving 1 infantry unit trying to defend 4 archers. It's not going to work. Lothern Seaguard and Sister of Avalorn are compromised, having a hard time getting any shots off, but the damage has been done. Trader's forces also looking quite injured. Marauder Horsemasters, 2 of them were routing off a second ago. 1 has rallied. Marauder Champions getting shot in the back, shot in the front. They can't turn around. Their shields can't be everywhere at once, and Larry is going to throw down a quick Star of Avalorn onto some Dragon Princes, but it looks like they moved out of it, and some Lothern Seaguard, so a bit of a whiff on that Star of Avalorn, unfortunately. The Fireborn have run into the back line. They had an Earthblood for a moment, but now they're back. Now they're trying to run into Star of Avalorn themselves. Dogs have rallied with near full HP, but their leadership for some reason is blinking, because I don't know, reasons. Sovereign Guard are holding, but with the armor sundering, ooh, nice Pit of Shades. Going to take out some Lothern Seaguard. Just missed the Fireborn, but Charix is up and moving. He never leaves his cavalry anywhere for too long at all. Anyway, back to Silver Guard. The last infantry unit for the High Elves has its armor sundered by the Familiar Balefiend, and they're not loving their life right now. Close to breaking, and if they do, that'll leave the High Elves with just mobility and archers. These aren't 360 archers, these are just archers. Sisters of Avalorn are the last archers that are actually up and standing, and they have Marauder Champions sprinting into their face right now. These Lion Chariots I talked about earlier that we were worried about, still running strong, still very healthy. 4 out of 4 models can receive plenty of healing. So they're doing good. Both sides probably happy with the trades they've got so far. Norska would like to have a little bit of its health back on these Marauder Hunters of Javelins, who are now trading with Lothern Seaguard, but they're not winning that trade. They are slowly losing, and Throg gets off a free, nice little breath attack. Larry is going to land on him, and that's not a fight she wants, I guarantee it. Throg is better than you remember. Throg kicks ass now, and he literally kicks her ass as I say that, and Larry is going to back out. Both the Dragon Princes have plenty of models. The Lion Chariots have plenty of models. Other than that, the High Elves are looking a little stingy on resources. As for Norska, 2 of their Skirmish Cav are healthy, 2 of their Skirmish Cav are almost dead. Their Hero Squad is looking okay, and Throg got onto the Lion Chariots. This is huge. Charix immediately starts to pull away, but Throg can maybe get off 1 more attack onto them before they get out of range, but it looks like he's not going to be able to. Instead, he just walks away from the Sisters of Avalorn. Needs to start healing up, needs to get away from those fire archers. Javelin Hunters are, meanwhile, getting shots off onto the Dragon Princes. Very nice for them. Good value trades over there, especially if they can take out models. Because, again, this isn't undead. You can only heal living models so much. They charge. The Dragon Princes take a great melee fight, but what sucks for them is any melee fight they take, they get stuck standing in the same spot for a little bit, and that allows these Javelins and Pit of Shades to catch them. Charx, instead of running away, opts to push further forward, and somehow the Pit of Shades gets canceled. Looks like the Premier Balefian got knocked over, but that might honestly be a blessing in disguise for Trader, because that Pit of Shades was not going to hit what he wanted it to hit. And instead, they cast it on the Sisters of Avalorn. They're getting tired of these little elven women slipping away from them. They're sick of it. They're over it. They want them dead and gone, and Pit of Shades is going to guarantee that a little bit, taking them down to about 40 models. Maybe if Larry can get some healing, they won't rout, but I think they will, especially with all the skirmish cav nearby to chase them off. Throg is in deep trouble, however, as Larry and the Dragon Princess is surrounding him. He's running back to his own lines, really trying to get there before his leadership breaks. And now that he's in his own support, he can turn and fire. He can turn and fight as best he can. Pit of Shades was just used, so we know it's on cooldown, and all the Dragon Princes are blobbing up. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see some healing cast on this blob, because Charx is trying to take advantage of it while the Pit of Shades is on cooldown. Marauder Horsemasters are coming in for a rear charge. They do have plenty of ammunition left for what little they needed to. Throg is barely holding on to his leadership. Norska still has infantry support coming nearby, but it's all very low, and Norska is currently behind on the balance of power, and Throg breaks, which is crucial. Charx owns the mobile game, so I doubt Throg will be able to come back if he's on top of it. But man, these Dragon Princes are taking a beating. Their healing cap is within sight, and the Lion Chariot of Christ is coming back in as well. Still 4 out of 4 models. Still getting healed up, and Throg is the main thing that can damage them, and he is busy running for his life. But he's not getting very far. He's trying to regen back up, but he has broken. He has shattered, and without it, I do think Norska is going to lose this game. I think the High Elves will take it. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is what it looks like when two equally skilled high-tier players fucking battle it out for 7 whole minutes of pure adrenaline-filled joy. Trader is up on the damage value, but the High Elves have gotten so much healing, I really don't think they have much chance in this game without Throg. Another Pit of Shades, just as one last middle finger to the Sisters of Avalorn, taking them out of this game forever. Fireborn break. Rangers are going to break in a second. The other Dragon Princes have barely rallied, but I really don't see what can kill Larry and the last Lion Chariot. Now, I suppose maybe these Marauder champions tumbled up around the Premier Balefiend and the Shaman Sorcerer could try and win this game, but I significantly doubt it. I wonder if Trader's seen Double Dragon again. Marauder champs are just so good against High Elves. High Society 1, Lowborn Filth 0. It was a great match. I think this one is over, especially with Larry getting some heal onto the High Elf Chariots. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this balance of power tip into army losses territory all of a sudden as this really expensive unit gets some healing on it, and more of the Norska units are routed off. Man, these Fireborn and Dragon Princes barely hanging on to life. And who's messaging me right now? It's Eldrin? Okay, Eldrin, I'll check that in a second. Marauder Hunts with Javelins throwing up at Alariel, but I think as soon as this Chariot charge hits them, they're going to break, and when they break, I think Army Losses is going to hit. They broke. Army Losses didn't hit. I'm a liar, a thief, and a charlatan. Marauder Horse Masters take the fight against the Fireborn and Dragon Princes, but they're just not going to hold up. Even this wounded the Elite High Elf Cav will beat them. And I think we're in Army Losses territory, lads. This is what land battles can be if you don't take a Festus blob. Very well played to both players. I liked it a lot. And I told you about Charix. I saw at least out of the 65 people watching now, at least 24 of you were like, yeah, he's not that great. He's not that great. He sucks. Well, who sucks now, 23 people? The King of the Elves has returned. And then the Phoenix King is going to be like, what about me? And I'm going to be like, I don't know, fight Charix. I was just pumping up a narrative. I wasn't really thinking about this too hard. Sister of Avalorn, 1,300 value. Lion Chariot, about 1,000. Dragon Princes, the Fireborn both did well. Larry did great. It was very nice. That was very nice. Throg, 1,200 value, still very well played. It was a banger game. It was very close. From a Balefiend of Shadows is 1,500. Metalcaster got a couple Plague of Rusts off. Marauder Champions doing their damn work. Marauder Horsemasters doing fine, but not as good a value as the Dragon game. Dogs did fine. Marauders did great, but there's just so much healing. There's just so much healing. Phoenix King, I just mentioned you. You did great. Just like, you gotta fight Charix to see who's the king of the elves. I was just trying to hype him up. I was just trying to put some energy and life into this. My Balefiend got knocked over when he was about to get a big fat Pit of Shades off. I saw that. Charix was trying to dodge it by just pushing further inward, but yeah, the cancellation definitely didn't help you. He's from ARRTK and not playing Pirates. That's a bannable offense. Oh, RRTK, I see. Charix is the OG High Elf player. Norsk is back on the menu, boys. Rusty, also from Clan RTK, in the chat, spying for Charix. Filthy cheater. I see you, Rusty. Get out of here. No more spilling secrets with Charix. That's mean. Norska has pretty limited tools for dealing with high armor cavalry. True. I fought Charix turns factional 12. I lost the best 3, but I beat him with high elves. Phoenix King, you are the new king of high elves. Charix, who's that loser noob? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Bring me more Phoenix King. No double Star Dragon on unit caps. Yeah. Sorry, I just got lost in thought for a second. Right. Get a moon dragon alongside? Maybe. Maybe. We have had some pretty insane viewership today. I will say we've been averaging around 70, which is really good. So I want to thank anybody who's been here. It's been a great stream. There's been a lot of great games, but you know what? If viewership's low, it doesn't matter how great the games are. So I want to thank you for being here. You have all been fantastic. And I'm really excited to see no Nurgle blobs today. Remember, after the stream, I will post a poll in my Discord about what the pick and ban future for the Vermin League should be. If you have an opinion, if you have a pick and ban you prefer, remember to go vote in that. If you don't vote, your vote doesn't count, and then you'll let other people decide for you. And then, say it with me, you don't get to complain what the pick and ban is if you didn't vote. You didn't say it with me, but that's fine. I figured it out. Charix goes over to Wood Elves, his second favorite faction, or first favorite. I don't know. I know he plays a lot of High Elves. I know he plays a lot of Wood Elves. And Trader is going to go on to the Vampire Coast. This used to be rather heavily Wood Elf favored, but the coast did get a lot of buffs, as did the Undead. And Wood Elves, unfortunately, have been struggling in Warhammer 3. So we'll see if Charix can breathe some life into them. But so far, the Wood Elves have had a very hard go. I'm going to message Trader like I've messaged everybody else. Just going to make sure he doesn't have the Vampires passive on. Don't want to have to remake the game over a rule break or something stupid. So it's better to just send a quick message. All right. Trader does not have the lore passive. Perfect. I like the current system a lot, especially the one global ban is amazing. Yeah. We did pick one ban 3 as just a placeholder before anybody knew what Immortal Empires was going to bring. And now that I feel like we've gotten a couple weeks under our belt, I'm going to put up another poll and be like, hey guys, where are we at with picks and bans? What do people prefer? Why is the vampire passive banned? Because any ability in the game that has resurrects dead models, whether it's the Bastildon with the Revivification Crystal, or the Tomb King's passive, or the Vampire Count's passive, or Invocation of the Heck, anything that resurrects dead models, if you have full health, full models, for some reason the game spawns another ranged unit inside of your ranged unit, giving you double or triple or even infinite ammunition. So we don't want to ban the Revivification Crystal and Invocation of the Heck and Tomb Kings for having the Realm of Souls and their lore passives. So the easiest way to make the bug as least impactful as possible, because CA is going to patch it next week, so they told me, we just banned the lore passives, because you could literally start the game and cast Invocation of the Heck on a random thing, and your whole army as the Vampire Coast gets infinite ammo. Or as the Tomb Kings, you could start the game and cast Inaro's Incantation of Protection on something, your whole army gets infinite or double or triple ammo. So it's the easiest way to stop that bug. Now you could still activate the bug by having Invocation of the Heck and spending Invocation of the Heck to single target heal a deck gunner. And your deck gunner is going to get more ammunition, right? But you didn't get it for free. You had to use Winds of Magic. You had to cast it on a unit that's already full health. You had to spend the Winds of Magic and put it on cooldown. Like, it's one of those bugs that's so far-reaching we can't possibly police it. So we're just going to take out the easiest way to proc it and see what happens. You know, it's just that kind of thing. But it'll get patched out soon, so it won't even be a problem for that long. I have been assured. Now they might fuck up the patch, who knows? But they told me it's fine. After transfer to Warhammer 3, which races struggle the most in multiplayer now, and which are the best? I only know about land battles. Domination mode, you'd have to ask somebody else. The Palpatine is in the chat. He's a very good domination player, so he can probably tell you. Demons of Chaos, Ogres, and Dwarves. Wait. Demons of Chaos, Khorne, Ogres, and Dwarves are having the hardest time in land battles, personally. Demons of Chaos are too expensive, and they crumble very, very quickly. Dwarves are just Cathay, but worse. No magic is really hurting them. Ogres, you can just bring anti-large, and their whole roster is weak to you. And then Khorne really struggles with the balance of power. Not having a mage and all those things is pretty bad for him. That being said, any of these factions can win if you outplay your opponent, and that's kind of why this game is fun for people and people enjoy playing it. But I'm just saying, if the two factions were played by AI, those four would struggle the most. But, yes. The Realm of Souls does proc the ammo bug too, but unless we ban Tomb Kings in general from being played, it's fine. Frontline infantry got stronger with more armor. Wood Elf Spears just held and didn't get good value at the best. Tried stuck against armor. Yes, I agree. I don't know, Gorefork News. I didn't even know that was a bug. Thanks, son of Kieran. Rune magic needs a fix bad. Does it? What's wrong with it? I don't disagree, but I'm wondering if you mean it's bugged or if it's weak. Because if it's bugged, I didn't know about that. If it's weak, probably. Alright. Charex on his beloved Wood Elves. We have Gladeguard with Hagbane Tips, Hagbane Tips, Hagbane Tips, Hagbane Tips, Starfire Shaft, Starfire Shaft, Starfire Shaft. So 7 Gladeguard, none of which are 360 shooters, but normally he likes Deepwood Scouts or Way Watchers, so interesting to see him do this. Drycha on the ground, we have 2 Glade Riders with Spears, 3 Glade Riders with Spears, 4 Eternal Guard with Shields, 5 Dryads in the front line. It's the dreaded, the haggard Wood Elf 20 stack. As for the other side, for Trader's attempts to stop the Wood Elves in their conquest, he has 3 handgun mobs, one of which is the Black Spot. He has 5 pistol mobs. He has 1 Carronade, 4 animated Hulks, 2 zombie deckhand mobs with polearms, 2 Depth Guard, double Deck Gunner, and a Vampire Fleet Admiral of polearms with vampires. Range model count, you're limited to 12. We have 2, 6, 11. So 11 out of 12, no rule breaks here at all. 1 cast shouldn't put everything on cooldown for 2 minutes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you could argue it's pretty weak. But dwarves are meant to not rely on magic, rune magic or otherwise. The problem is like in this fantasy setting, magic is just so good that like dwarves and Khorne both suffer from being factions that are, their whole gimmick is like, heh, we don't have magic, and it's like, okay, cool story, bro, but magic's really fucking awesome. So nice job not having it. Trader asked me to check their formation to make sure there's no rule breaks. And yeah, I'm looking at it, but Skaven are great in domination, and Norska as well. I've struggled with Skaven, but I'm also not good at all with Skaven and domination mode, so trash. Alright, they have readied up. They have moved on. Carronades are going to force the Wood Elves in. There's not a lot of great targets for it. Maybe the Glade Riders with spears, but cannons don't really want to shoot infantry. They want to shoot cavalry or large monsters. Are Warhammer 3 races better in land battles than Warhammer 2 ones, or are they similar in power except for the OP? They're very similar. They're very similar in power. Nurgle, Tzeentch, Slaanesh. I mean, Slaanesh is strong, but they're not unbeatable in land battles, but they're strong. Khorne's pretty weak. Demons of Chaos is pretty weak. Kislev is B tier, Cathay is S tier, so it's really all over the board, which same with the Warhammer 2 factions, so it's like, yeah, both games have factions that are OP, both games have factions that are weak as shit. It's pretty good. The Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs are just running forward and shooting at the Dryads, which is very funny. They're just advancing and firing as they go. Dryads are taking a ton of damage as we move up. Drycha is also not having a great time as the deck gunners really lay into her. And what was that? Something just happened. These guys are on fire. Oh, it's the Glade Guard. They're in range. Vampire Coast got a good start, but now the Glade Guard are getting their vengeance, and you will see the Vampire Coast do not enjoy getting shot by arrows in the face. They are going to have a very bad time. You have a 100% win rate with Skaven and IE. Pop Palpatine, I believe that, because I think you're a significantly better domination player than I am. Honestly, Rune Magic would have to be the regular win system. Lore-wise, Greenskin Magic doesn't use wins either. Yeah. Alright. Wood Elves are quickly pulling ahead on the balance of power. A quick little hit of shades from Drycha is really wounding the Depth Guard, but an Invocation in the Heck countercast could keep them plenty alive and happy. Wood Elves are pushing in. So far they're up about 2-1 on the damage value now that the archers are in range, and this is traditionally why this is thought of as a bad matchup for the Vampire Coast. They need to push out, they need to get aggressive, because they just can't outshoot the Wood Elves. It's not something that happens at medium range. A Dryad summoned from Drycha is chasing down the deck gunners, and it looks like some zombie pirate deckhand mobs are trying to get between them and the deck gunners, but deck gunners like Warplock Jezzails are so squishy that they're just getting obliterated by this Dryad summon. And the Carronade is still firing at cavalry. Now, that being said, the Wood Elf cavalry has gotten very little done this game. They have been shot quite effectively by the Vampire Coast, but they're also not needed. As unfortunately the animated hulks are caught up in Glade Riders and Spears and other Eternal Guards, the Vampire Coast is having a hard time busting through the front line with the Wood Elves, which is what you need to do versus the Wood Elves. You need to get through their front line quickly. Because the Wood Elves won't win the front line fight, but they don't want to win it, they just want to keep their archers safe. So Vampire Coast will grind you out, but that's not the type of game we're playing right now. We're playing the get in, get out type of game. Some Pirate Gunnery mob is now shooting some Glade Riders Starfire shafts, but I just don't see the Coast winning it. They've lost so many animated hulks. They've lost too many Depth Guard. Both of their Depth Guard are extremely low and crumbling. Even their healing can't save them. Both of the deck gunners are feeling the pain. I think this is going to be a GG. It looks like it is still a bad matchup. %, fire weakness, double breath attack, did decent amount of damage on the flying, committed to Zazel. Oh, okay. You guys are talking about a different thing. Not this matchup. Vampires are spamming out some summons, but I do think the end is nigh. All of these Wood Elf archers are so safe and protected. We've only routed off one in this entire time. They're about 2-1 still on the damage value. And even some Glade Riders with Spears are going to get back to the deck gunners. We love Trader GG on this channel. We hope to see more of Trader GG on this channel. But I also do think it might be GG for old Trader. Gotta love the guy, though. He's got spirit. Wood Elves. Still very strong against Vampire Coast. Still very strong. Oh, the animated Hulks got insta-killed. I liked the pistol front line. I think the pistol front line was pretty good. Animated Hulks unfortunately got bodied. Depth Guard also got bodied, but the pistol tech was neat. I think that might be the way to go. Maybe pair that with some dogs. I don't know. Dogs, mortars, pistol tech. Could be something. But it's a tough matchup. You saw just... Those archers got in range and everything disintegrated. GG, well played to Trader. And I'll message more and see if he and Void Lulls are doing okay. More. Charx advances to finals. I'm joining a game. I don't know what game it is. Alright, it's more Void Lulls. And Moore tells me that Void Lulls is up 1-0. It is nothing against Morris. He is a very nice gentleman. I've worked with him before, but Void Lulls was my favorite to win the whole tournament. So, I have to say, he is the underdog in this. But maybe he can turn it around. ODM or more. Whoever wins this will go fight Charx. I know I just said it, but in case you are a visual learner, we are here. Watching Void Lulls and more finish up their series. Charx awaits. And then that'll be it for today's stream. Oh, it's been a banger. Oh, it's been a good one. And if you have been enjoying the content, remember to like, subscribe, give me $400 in the super chat. I think Void will win the tournament. I also agree, Papa Palpatine. I also agree. Norska Tomb King's Warriors of Chaos ban vampire counts. My brother is mentioning something to me that I actually should go check on. Okay. So Moore said Norska Tomb King's Warriors of Chaos ban vampire counts. And it looks like Void Lulls is sitting on Beastman. I don't know if that was the game one thing. Where are the ogres? Time to play some ogre boys. Tom Bombadil, ogres were in the tournament earlier, and they did in fact beat the Beastmen, even though I betted hard against them. Hoping to get a shot at Void myself now, that I can remove his VC from the whole series, but Moore got me first. Pop Palpatine, there will be more tournaments, my friend. There will be plenty more. Are Sirens any good against Wood Elves? Seems to me they outrange their guns, and their slower units get crumped by the armor boys. The Aura boys. I do think Coast Rush is probably the way to play that. And Sirens would be good. The only problem I could see is that Wood Elves do have a lot of archers with magic damage. But I don't think that makes... Ooh, yeah, Dryads also do magic damage, actually. Yeah, no, Sirens would not work. There's just too much magic damage on the roster. On horseback, feebling foe, regrowth. You guys are talking about high elves. What the hell? Well, I have $400 and you can have €2. Hey, man. Luca, thanks for the €2. Appreciate the donation, and you're right. €2 is better than $400. Any amount of euros is better than filthy, stinky dollars. All right, at least you figured this out. I'm gonna take a leak. Booby. All right, we took the cone off of Hazel. Anybody want to take bets on how long before I have to put it back on her? Or do you think she's going to be good? Okay, Void's asking me what he picked. Okay, I think there was a miscommunication. I think Moore accidentally sent me his picks and bans, and Void Lulz is like, what the fuck is going on? All right. All right. Void had some questions about the ban thing. Because he... So... Void's pick 3 previous game, he had vampire counts in it, and Moore got rid of vampire counts from Void's pick 3. And now that Moore is first picking, his only ban is vampire counts, and Void is like, can he ban vampire counts twice? I'm saying yes. Is that the perfect pick and ban system? Probably not. We are going to have a vote on what the Vermin League should do going forward, but it is the pick and ban system we've had for this whole tournament. So, it is what it is. Now, if Moore wins this game, he'll pick 3 again. And then that third time, he cannot ban vampire counts that second time, quote unquote. Because if he does pick 3, ban 1, that ban 1 has to be different than the previous time. So Void can play his vampire counts in game 3 no matter what. Yeah, no matter what. So game 3... Okay, yeah. So if Void wants to play vampire counts, he's going to bring it up for game 3. Okay, sorry. I was just dealing with that stuff off screen. Euros are now worth less than dollars. But euros are classier. Classier. Death Runners are the name of the game against half of the new factions. What up, Viking? How you doing? Do you think there will be a game 3? Void Laws is pretty heavily favored. Being up 1-0 versus Moore. But Moore is a clever guy. So I wouldn't be shocked if there was a game 3. I think you can take it. And it looks like we're having ourselves a Warriors of Chaos mirror. We could ban factions twice. pseudo Hanadins in a way, where what happened is Void's game 1, he had vampire counts in his pick 3. So let's just, I'm making this up, but vampire counts B and C. Moores said you can't play vampire counts. I picked this. Then Moores had first pick, and he said I'm going to play A, B, and C, ban vampire counts. If Moores wins game 2, he also has to say I'm going to play A, B, and C for game 3, and in that case, he can't ban vampire counts again. So Void, no matter what, can pick vampire counts in game 3 if he wants to. And it looks like we're not going to get the Warriors of Chaos mirror. We're going to get Tomb Kings versus Chaos. The Tomb Kings! But Human Boy is cool, J Phoenix. What up, Viking? What up? Thanks for the appreciation. You been streaming anything recently, dude, or you just vibing? You just vibing like that puppy who better not lick her paws. Or the cone's going back on. You don't want the cone. Uh-oh. Is the party over? Is our second Warriors of Chaos of the day? Is it going to degenerate into a blob, Hazel? Is it going to be a blob, buddy? Because I think the only other person we saw was VM Berserk took Warriors of Chaos and he took Kolek Suneater. And Papa Palpatine was not a fan of that. And it did lose the game, so he's probably correct. But it was a Chad move. Thanks, yeah. Hanadins, yeah. And it might not be the best pick and ban system. We are going to put a vote up for what the pick and ban system should be after this. We were just trying out the global bans concept and the pick 3 ban 1 rather than pick 1 ban 3. Yeah, so we were just trying something new. Drink your milk, boys. The spookening is imminent. There is going to be a lot of skellies. About the pick and bans, why not make it the same as the Vermin League? Because we're trying a new one. Yeah. And then after this tournament, we were going to ping people and say, hey guys, we've done 2 weeks of Vermin League now. Pick 1 ban 3 was a placeholder while we figured our shit out. How are you feeling? And then have like a poll and see what the community wants to do. Because we want the most people to enjoy the pick and ban as possible. Haven't streamed in ages, not playing anything at the moment, doing other stuff right now. Boo! That's illegal. No, I'm just kidding. I hope you're having a good time in life. Moore is ready. Void Laws is ready. Can Moore pull this back from the gates of despair? Or will Void Laws blitz straight through? And Charik stands between the Lord of Warhammer 3 and yet another championship. We do have Festus the Leech Lord. We do have an Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Double Manticores, some Chaos Warriors with great weapons, Hellstriders of Slaanesh, Chaos Spawn, 2 Chaos Chariots, 2 Marauder Horsemen, and 2 Marauders. Shield and Axe. For the Tomb Kings, what will they bring to counter Festus? I honestly didn't look that closely at their build before we got into it. We have a Light Caster and a Death Caster, so no worries about the bugged lore passive. No worries at all. We have High Queen Khalida in an elimination game in semifinals of the tournament. Moore busts out Khalida. Bold. We have a Lich Priest of Light and a Lich Priest of Death, neither of which have any items. It's just Spirit Leech and Shem's Burning Gaze. Chosen the Gods of Shopti Great Bows are the only shooting I see on this Tomb King's line. Other than that, we have Triple Chariot, 1 Skeleton Horseman, double Tomb Scorpion, Kepler Guard, and a front line of Tomb Guard mixed in with Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spearmen. Can't use Demi. Void Laws is so afraid them. He permabanned Empire. He permabanned Empire? Really? I guess Void Laws might be one of those players that he's so good at the meta factions that he just bans some random shit so that at least some of the considered OP factions get through so he can play them. Because I bet he just knows that he's better than most players at the meta. Whatever the meta is at any point in time, so why would he want to shake it up? You know what I mean? Like, there's no interest for him to take matchups he doesn't know intimately, because he just trusts himself to play the known matchups better than you. Anyway. I digress. Those are the builds. We covered this build before in the loading screen. It isn't so much of a Festus blob. It is Festus, but the rest of it isn't really looking to blob. It's pretty basic. Chaos Warrior frontline mixed with Chaos Spawn to rush through it. A couple skirmish calves, some chariots, and double manticores. Chosen of the Gods are not very good at killing Festus at all, so they'll be focused on other things. I think it'll be mostly up to Kalita and the double Tomb Scorpion to kill Festus, maybe with a little bit of Spirit Leech and Gem's Burning Gaze action as well. But the Chosen of the Gods shouldn't be shooting at him because they're just not going to hit. Their spread arrows go too far. They won't hit him. So we're in. Nurgle's going to start to advance. Their 2 skirmish cavalry will be no match for the Chosen of the Gods, so I do think Chaos is going to want to get in the skirmish, into the fight and not prolong this phase for any amount of time, because Chosen Gods will just slowly whittle you down. Nice dodges in from Void Lulls, though. Yar. Yar, yar, yar. Hellstriders Slanesh are pretty happy with how this is turning out. Their chariots they can charge, their skeleton horsemen they can charge, there's your Chosen of the Gods. There's not a lot of stuff they're afraid of out here. Here we blob again. This lord is so annoying. Yeah, Festus is annoying. I don't think he's OP, but he's no fun. I'll agree to that. Chariots are chasing chariots, and the Chaos Chariots are 4 versus 12, so they don't really want that fight. They'll run away. You think the Tomb King's build gets outgrinded in the blob fight? Yeah, I wouldn't hate for there to be a random basic other archer, but we'll see what ends up happening. Shem's Burning Gaze is thrown at a Manticore plus a Spirit Leech, really trying to rampage it out, and they almost get it, but the rampage doesn't quite proc, and it is going to get away. And the Exalted Hero of Nurgle is running awfully close. I wonder if Kalita activates and runs over to him. I also wonder what the double Tomb Scorpion can do versus Festus the Meme Lord. Chaos Chariots get rear charged by the Hellstriders of Slanesh. We saw this coming, and they're very excited about it, but they will pull through their Skeleton Spearmen, and more pulls them back easily to protect. Chaos Spawner sprinting at the Chosen of the Gods. There's nothing left to protect them here, as the Exalted Hero of Nurgle has to retreat from the double Tomb Scorpions, who gets a double charge and animation off that actually might leave him stranded. With an Exalted Hero of Nurgle, and with Chaos Warriors with great weapons, and with a Manticore, this is a big loss for more, and the Tomb Scorpion is going to be caught out, most likely destroyed. Hellstriders charge back in from Void Lulls. Very good command of his cavalry. It is going to be some skeleton horsemen countercharging, but a counter charge is the Hellstriders. I think the Tomb Kings are in real trouble in the backline. Warriors of Chaos are up on the damage value, and it's only getting better for them as the Tomb Scorpion is getting Spirit Leech, getting slammed, getting slapped, and is going to start disintegrating soon. It's an entire single entity destroyed as the Chaos Chariots are running around. Void Lulls still has very good command over his micro, as we can all see. And I'm already thinking this might be a GG for the Tomb Kings. Just too much pressure in too many areas. All their chariots are getting mucked down and killed. Chosen of the Gods have already gotten compromised, can't really fire. And one of the Tomb Scorpions is dead. Kalita is currently fighting Chaos Manticore and doing good with it, but I don't think she can fight off 2 Manticores and Festus and Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Are Tomb Kings any good now? Yeah, they're pretty good. Can you zoom the battle more often? I'll try. I like to usually keep what's going on the battlefield in note. Chaos Spawner getting ground down by the Kepler Guard. No chance they live there, but Chosen of the Gods. Ooh, 10 out of 10 models. They might actually still have a little bit of chance. Looks like we're going to get Spirit Leech onto the Chaos Chariots instead of Festus or the Exalted Hero. Interesting choices. Rancid Visitations is cast upon Kalita. It's just like Spirit Leech, but twice as much damage, twice the points of magic cost, otherwise the same. Tomb Kings top 5 now made a good faction to bring this infantry spam one. I don't think infantry spam is particularly good for the Tomb Kings. I've seen a lot of those builds fail. They really need like strong carry potential. Void Lulls is up about 2-1 in the damage value. I do think this one will be over soon. Festus piling forward, healing up his Chaos Warriors with great weapons, but the cavalry won the game. Hellstriders of Slanesh did so well. They caught chariots, they caught Chosen of the Gods, they just did excellently. And I hope Charx is ready. Void's a coming. Out of all the ways they buff infantry spam, they did buff the infantry spam, but it's still not a good way to win the game. You do need archers with some sort of carry potential. Yeah, because we've seen a lot of infantry spam builds just lose to Mortis engines or cycle charging cav or anything like that. The Ushapti summon is doing his best to fight a Chaos Feral Manticore. Their 28 melee attack is nothing compared to its 34 melee defense, though. Army losses is looming. The Tomb Kings are surrounded and just getting badgered. Alita's also dying. Thanks for using lights under units and unit icons so you can tell what's going on. Yeah, if you just do this, you have no idea what's happening. But I usually do this. Like this, tell me who's winning right now. GG to Moore, well played. You tried, buddy. You tried. Void walls be spooky. Fastest 2,400 value. Pretty good for him. Everything else in the Chaos roster did fine. Hellstriders both paid for themselves with gusto. For more, the Kalita Chad pick unfortunately did not pay off because Kalita still kind of blows. Tomb Scorpions also struggled. Kepler Guard did fine. Chariots did okay for a bit. Tomb Guard did fine. And Skeleton Warriors did what they needed to, but Kalita's just too much of a meme. Too much of a meme, too much of a dream. Void asked if I want a best of 5 final. 6.5 hour stream. We just doing best of 3 for now, lads. GG's 2i, homie, for hosting the tourney. Yeah, Moors. Thanks for playing, buddy. Thanks for playing. You're doing great. You made it all the way to semis. But Void Lols, it's a hard task. It's a hard task. Where's Charks? Oh, I haven't messaged him for a while. The lobby. All right. Boop. And Void Laws. Boop. BO3 finals. Nice, fast. And this stream's gonna go for about 7 hours, so I don't know if I could hang for best of 5 or best of 7. I'd fall asleep because I'm tired of screaming at this computer. Swamp of Terror is the map. Now let's go. Just make sure Swamp of Terror is in the map pool, right? Yeah, that's fine. Best of 5, I'll write C8, or I'll write C8 to nerf Skaven. God damn it. You got me. You got me. Alright, Void stays where he is. I'll put RTK Charks on the other side. Can the elves beat the vampire counts and chaos? One second, needed to restart the game. VC Master Race. They are pretty good. They are, in fact, pretty good. I would not be shocked if Charix Global banned them for this series. But then you leave Slanesh open. So it's tough. Sharks is in. We have Swamp of Terror, Valley of Thieves, and Eastern Straits Isle for the maps. Map is set. Void Lulls is top bracket, so he picks first. Void Lulls had to pick first in all but one game. He was the top of the bracket and then like just went through the top of the bracket. Very silly. Sleepy Pup is not biting her paws, which is good. Good job, Sleepy Pup. Don't bite your paws. Sorry, I'm just checking some things off screen while these guys do their picks bands. We've been streaming for 6 hours. Damn. Yeah, it's going to 7 hours for sure. It's going to 7 hours for sure. I'm predicting Void Lulls will win this. Because, I mean, he was my tournament favorite. Nothing's changed, so I'm going to keep with that prediction. But we always love an upset, so let's hear it for Charix. Love Charix. Hazel Basil, do you think we'll get any Norska in the finals? Probably not. But do you think? Yeah, you're right. Probably not. But maybe. Yeah, you're right. But what if? Alright, we're going to take 65 years. So I got to take charge of this. It's the puppy. It's the puppy with her naked little paws because she keeps licking them. Don't lick your little paws. Yeah, they're getting better. They're growing some fur on them, but you gotta leave them alone. Gotta leave your little paws alone. Oh, did I embarrass you in front of the internet? Oh. You do not like me talking about your little paws? Hello. Silly pup. Charix has switched over to Zinch. And since Void picked first, I think that means his counter pick to whatever Void brought was Zinch. So we'll see what Void decides on. She has socks. She's the opposite of socks. Her whole body is covered, and then she just has bare little tootsies. Hey, Pup Pup. How you doing? Come here. Up, up. Hi. Are you excited? After this best of 3, I get to come play with you. And then we're going to watch EG versus TL together in League of Legends. And we're going to play tug on your little tug rope. You love your little tug rope. Probably play indoor fetch because you love indoor fetch. You love indoor fetch. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Oh. This is a good puppy. She's not seem impressed with you? Nah. She's just chilling. So Charix has chosen Zinch. Void Lull switches over to Warriors of Chaos. Can Zinch beat the undivided might? Or will the power of friendship prevail? And Zinch is just one god out of 4. Will friendship prevail, Hazel? Will friendship prevail? We love friendship. Son of Kieran, 99 cents. Thank you. Any tips are appreciated. You're appreciated. Thanks, man. What? The dog is wearing a body sock. True. Why does CA love blobbing so much? I mean, even Zinch and Village, if I blob 2 Chosen's ROR aspiring champions in the weird spawn around Village, the barrier gen so much it's hard to outdo. I don't know. I'm hoping the next patch will help with that a bit, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I have to ready up. That's right, I'm the host. Hi. I mean, who did we see almost beat that thing? It was Infidel Castro versus who? It was that, it was the Skaven guy. God, why can't I remember his name? No, my challenge won't scroll far enough. I just want to see that guy's name because I'd know his picture. And I'd know... It's whatever dude. That is literally his name. Yeah, whatever dude took... He was fighting Infidel Castro's Zinch blob like that. And he had some pretty good cycle charging with Slanesh. Just left his Exalted Keeper of Secrets in battle for just like a second too long. And he died, but... Yeah, Skirmish Cav and effective cycle charging could deal with it, but it is definitely brutal. Friendship is magic. Magic is made of chaos. Therefore, chaos undivided is literally the manifestation of friendship. True. Son of Kieran giving $19.99. Hey, man. Thank you a lot. You were very generous today. And I sincerely appreciate it. That'll buy this dog puppy food instead of the usual garbage I feed her that I dig from the dumpster. Today you are going to have leftover paper scraps, but today you might get real food because of Son of Kieran. Son of Kieran. I doubted myself on that name for a second there, but I got it right. I got it right, didn't I, puppy? Thank you for the content today. Excellent turning content. Too boomer to make super chat work. You figured it out. You did great. Yeah. When do we get a 2 versus 2 tourney? Probably within the next week or two. Cuden normally hosts a lot of those, and then I cast for him, but I'm definitely excited to run more of those. Those are some of my favorite content. Those 2v2s. Last game, Flamers died like 3 minutes in, but the blob grinded it out. True. True. That's one of the things, though, is people want Pit of Shades nerfed. And while it does deserve a nerf, I'm worried they'll over-nerf it, and then, like, blobs will be too powerful. And then people will be like, man, why are blobs so powerful? And it's like, we nerfed Pit of Shades. We nerfed Final Trans a while ago, though that's actually been pretty good recently. What did they nerf before Pit of Shades? Pendulum, which also deserved the nerf. Like, I'm not saying these things didn't deserve nerfs, but it's just funny. It's like, if you nerf anything that clears out blobs of infantry, and then all of a sudden the meta is blobs, some people be like, wait, why is it so blobby? It's like, because you nerfed everything that punishes clumped up units. I don't know. So I hope they don't, like, put a gun to Pit of Shades' heads, you know? I hope they just bring it into line so it doesn't instantly delete whatever unit it touches, but it's still an effective tool if 2 or 3 infantry units end up on top of each other, that you can cast it and do a fuck ton of damage. They nerfed the direction of vortex spells. True! That was another one. Upcoming blob meta, it's going to be chuffed. Well, let's hope. Let's hope it doesn't. Let's hope they've learned from tournaments and that maybe having so many Mortis engines in the game be so powerful and so much healing isn't a great idea. So we do have the Swamp of Terror. It's a wide open map with a couple forests, but also a lot of water. Does anyone have the aquatic trait? Let's find out. They improved the lighting on this map a lot. Warhammer 2, this was like the darkest map ever. It's a cool map, and I like it, but it's dark as hell, normally. Don't get your help, Human Boy. We know CA has 2 modes. Make something OP or nerf it into the dirt. Yeah, just ask Pendulum. Pendulum's worthless now. Alright, for Charix, Kairos Fate Weaver with Infernal... Wait, no, Gaze of Fate, not Infernal Gateway, and Blue Fire of Zenith. So Blue Fire and Zenith and Regrowth are the two things here. We have Pink Horrors, Blue Horrors, 4 and 2 respectively. Spawn of Tzeentch, Chaos Chariots. Do we have 2 and 2? No. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch with Lances, 4 Marauder Horsemen, 1 Chaos Warrior of Tzeentch. That's a very diversified build. Alright, 4 Skirmish Cav, some Chariots, some Heavy Cav, a whole bunch of Blue Horrors, 1 Spawn. Kairo's favorite event. For Void Lulls and the Warriors of Chaos. Looks like 5 Skirmish Cav. Hellstriders of Slaanesh, Chaos Chariots, Marauder Horsemen, Masters, Masters. 4 Horse Masters, 1 Horseman, 2 Chaos Chariots, 2 Hellstriders of Slaanesh, 1 Chaos Spawn. A front line of Chaos Warriors and Marauders mixed. We have an Exalted Hero of Nurgle, and Festus, the Leech Lord. Can someone remind me what is the bug with the healing passives? If you heal something with full health, it will get double ammo. Yeah, Ben got it. This map is dope. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't know. I think it was GGX, Matthew. I forget if he has the 969 or not, but Matthew B. That kind of changed my way of thinking about maps, where it's not all about being flat and stuff, it's just about being balanced. So we're trying to get a better mix of like forest maps, hill maps. In this case, some kind of swampy maps with a mix of water, terrain, and not. Just diversify the map pool a little bit. And the important thing is that both opponents are struggling with the same challenges, rather than the challenges existing or not. You know what I mean? But if one side starts on top of a hill and the other side's in a gully, yeah, that's a shit map because the side who starts on the hill has an inherent advantage. But both of these players are playing with the same trees, playing with the same water, playing with the same restrictions. So then it seems like a fine map. Hellstriders of Slaanesh are going to try to run down these Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, but Void Lulls does back off and Charx immediately runs away. Charx is a very, very seasoned kite player. So I would not expect a lot of mistakes out of him, especially with these Skirmish Cav. Is this L'Angui? It's not L'Angui. This is the Swamp of Terror. L'Angui is not in the map pool. It is in the game, but it's not in the map pool because I personally don't find it very balanced. One side spawns right behind that bucket of trees and only has one place to spawn if they want to use shooting, and the other spawns in like this open spot. So I don't know. That map's not like equivalent, where one side spawns in a forest and the other side doesn't. Marauder Horsemen trading with Marauder Horse Masters, and the Horse Masters are getting a little bit better of it. The Hellstriders of Slaanesh are getting awful close to getting the rear charge on the Horsemen of Tzeentch, but it looks like the Horsemen of Tzeentch will get away at the last second. Charx is also pulling away on the other side. So far, Charx is up on the damage value, and he has shields that can artificially inflate Void Lulls' value. So far, he's doing okay, but Nurgle does have healing that can artificially inflate his value. We need more forests and obstructions in maps. There's forests in this map, KV. All right, I listened. I listened to you. Did they fix forests? What about them did they fix? Units still collide with the trees, so they kind of stumble through. And certain units can still shoot through trees. And trees are indestructible. So I don't know which part of that you like or don't like. But forests are still forests. I mean, they're kind of janky. Which is why there was rules about forest camping, is just because forests don't behave like real models. Like, each tree is invulnerable, which inherently makes it kind of weird to deal with. So that's why there's rules about forests. It's just because they handle a little weird, but yeah. Tzeentch is so far content with the kite game, even though the value has evened up quite a bit. Nasty shot out of those Chaos Chariots. 100 armor is a thing, but these Marauder Horsemen don't give a crap about it. Ooh, they inflict Warp Flame? Really? That's crazy. Okay, alright, Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. That's very strange of you, but fine. No forests are still awful. You can't see in most of them. Oh, if you mean the seeing thing, yeah, it's pretty bad. Hey, Jay. Charx made it to finals. That's exciting. Void Lulls does at last get a melee engagement onto the wounded Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, immediately routes them off, and then pieces out. Before the other ones even lose any barriers, and the blue horrors are going to fire at the fleeing Horse Masters, but it does look like he'll get away with that one. Charx is getting hemmed in on either side, and the Hellstriders of Slaanesh now get a nasty side charge onto the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. They're going to do so much damage bodying through this, and Charx is all of a sudden in trouble. But the pink and blue horrors are starting to fire, and maybe if they aim at Festus, they can get some good damage. Oof, and the Chaos Spawn are getting worked over right now. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, Hellstriders want nothing to do with them and immediately peace out, and Charx is doing a good job zoning for his own chariots. And his own Skirmish Cav. On the other side, we have Chaos Spawn routing off Marauders, and Charx pulls his Skirmish Cav into the formation. So far, nothing has really contested Festus. No blue fire, nothing like that, and the blue fire instead is getting spent on cavalry on the far side. Interesting choice. It does do a bit of damage, but I don't know if that was worth the cast, especially not if it was overcast. We will see. Pink and blue horrors turn around, and Voidballs is caught napping for the first time in his life. Takes about a quarter of his health value on those Hellstriders and has to run away. But you do have a bit of a blob forming, which is Festus' bread and butter. You have 2 skirmish cav and a bunch of horrors caught up in the Mortis engine. They need to run away now, but it doesn't look like Charks has noticed the danger. He's currently just sitting and vibing in the Mortis engine's warm glow. Hellstriders slash get the Gaze of Fate passed on to them to let these Chaos Warriors catch up, and Kairos is even going to hit them, routing them off the map. So far, Charks is still barely up on damage value, but I think that'll change very quickly as Hellstriders pile into the backline. Marauder Horsemen just sneak out away from the Hellstriders. The Hellstriders are immediately off on top of them, but I think these Chaos Knights of Tzeentch will take care of that. And Festus is not having a good day. I wonder if this could be taken advantage of in any way, if maybe Blue Fire could be cast over here instead of wherever it is getting cast. Maybe Charks could snipe out the Leech Lord, but we'll have to see. Blue Horrors are stuck in melee combat with Marauders and Horsemen. I think they are doomed. It also looks like the Marauder Horsemen on the other side are fighting Chaos Chariots. But Charks' chariot is very healthy, plenty alive, and doing great. Charks is up on the balance of power and very equal. A little bit ahead on the damage value, but I think it's equalizing quickly. The Spawn of Tzeentch are doing great work, and both of Voidballs' chariots are pushed off the map. You can see they're both extremely low. Another Blue Fire cast. He just hates casting Blue Fire at Festus. I have to wonder if this is the right decision, but so far Charks seems to be confident in what he's doing, so I'm just going to have to trust that he knows better than I do. He is certainly a better player, so I'll just let him do what he wishes. Both Chaos Chariots are extremely low. As for Tzeentch, he's doing just fine. A regrowth, overcasted regrowth on a Chaos Knight of Tzeentch that isn't even that wounded. That seems bold. I feel like you're going to heal cap any second now. And Festus is trying to heal himself up, but again, his health has been chunked for a while. I wonder if he's taking a lot of damage or if he just hasn't had the healing on for very long. I don't know. Voidballs at last takes the lead on the damage value, but on the balance of power, Tzeentch is still quite ahead. We have a very healthy Chaos Spawn, some decently healthy Chaos Warriors, and Blue Fire getting cast onto Festus, who's just trying to heal up after a hard day of work. I think these Chaos Knights with Lances are eyeing these Chaos Warriors for maybe a nasty charge, or nope, they're thinking about it and going somewhere else entirely. Pink Horrors have been caught up and killed. Charks is still ahead on the balance of power, but Voidballs has taken a pretty, not a sizable lead, but maybe the most sizable this whole game, lead on the damage value. Chaos Knights catch some Marauder Horsemen with the Gaze of Fate net on top of them. Gonna body them, get rid of them here. What does Voidballs have left? Marauder Horsemen out of ammo, Marauder Horsemasters mostly out of ammo. A couple Marauders, some Chaos Warriors, Festus, and the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Now I would advise for just Blue Fire spam onto Festus. That could bring his healing cap into sight rather quickly, but we've seen Charks use like a million Blue Fires not on Festus, so I have to wonder how much Wings of Magic he really has left to spam those. Who knows? In 3 Kingdoms, you can see units outlies in them, and the foliage disappears if you get closer, select a unit. I wonder if they did that here. Or was it in Troy? Yeah. The forest should be flammable. That would be interesting. If you get like a Mortis Engine type effect in the forest, if the forest is on fire and you're standing in it. Damage value creeping back to the center. But you can see the entire Tzeentch army on your screen right now. There's really no other units for them that could rally. So it's these healthy Chaos Spawn, healthy Chaos Knights, and healthy Chaos Warriors. Kairos and a chariot versus the Warriors of Chaos. And the longer Festus can sit there healing, the more that balance of power creeps back towards the middle. The Exalted Hero of Nurgle going to take a good side shot from the Blue Fire of Tzeentch. It looks like he dodges some of it, and there's maybe even some friendly fire into Chaos Chariots. But Chaos Spawn get a charge off, and they just whiff it, running straight past the Exalted Hero. Kairos is trying to group back up. Cavalry are thinking about engaging on the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Is this really a good idea? I have to wonder. And Voidballs immediately decides it is not, starting to run away. And meanwhile, Chaos Spawn get their fight onto the Marauder Horsemasters, also running away on that side. Festus is going to be a big problem this late game. He's approaching back to full health. He can obviously switch back over to his Mortis Engine. And the only tool you have left for dealing with him is maybe a Chaos Spawn round, but mostly Blue Fire. And the Blue Fire has been used on everything but him this whole game. Kairos dives in. But even with a charge bonus, he only has a charge bonus of 20 and a melee attack of 35, so that's not really that great. Charks is charging in with the heavy cav. just gets it into the area before rear charging some infantry and running away. Festus turns on his Mortis Engine ability, and the Bolt of Change is coming in for these Chaos Warriors. I am nervous for Tzeentch. I am scared for Tzeentch. I don't think they have anything left that can kill Festus. Kairos is cycle charging, and he's artificially inflating the balance of power, because we all know it really loves Kairos. But if you look at the battle, I do think Void has this at this point. Kairos can't carry, and the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are getting worked down. So are the Chaos Warriors in Spawn. It's just going to come down to Kairos, and he's not enough to kill this entire Chaos army. Tzeentch got bodied. I wouldn't say bodied. It was a close game. I just think, like, I would have to talk to Charx and figure out what his priorities were, because it was a conscious decision, but he just, like, ignored Festus the whole game, and that's clearly going to be a problem in the late game, because there's nothing left that can kill him. I feel like Blue Fire do so much damage to him that just spamming it on him would bring his heal cap into sight and eventually get rid of him, but oh well. Shit happens. Kairos is now landing on Festus. Gets his charges off, but he does just a small amount of damage to the big fat boy. And a Gaze of Fate, locking down the Exalted Hero. Just Kairos asks for a brief minute to get a quick 1v1 in with Festus. And the Chaos Knights are charging from behind. One Chaos Spawn remains to poke at the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, lowering his armor from 120 to 90. So, you know, huge change there. And the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch trying to fight their way out of a bad situation as all the Skirmish Cav with no ammunition charges in, just weighing down the Tzeentchian Knights with their bodies, getting decent trades in because they are Marauder Horse Masters. Kairos is trying to take off from the blob, but there are too many men. There's Chaos Warriors, there's Festus, there's an Exalted Hero somewhere. And that is it. Yeah, it didn't get bodied at all. Yeah, I would agree. I think Samrak was just having a bit of fun, but I could see how that could come off the other way. Damage value is very similar. It's just a heal diff. Just a heal diff. Quick regrowth cast onto the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Well played by Charx. Brought it close. I bet Festus's heal cap is right around the corner. Whoa, that looked like it didn't do any damage. Weird. Weird. Because Chaos is down to just infantry and a super wounded chariot, so cycle charging with these cavalry could rout off all of the infantry if we had an hour and a half, but I really don't see what can kill Festus at all, and I think every time the cav charge in, he's just going to switch to his Pestilence aura, or he's just going to stay on it, and every time they charge in, they'll take a little bit of poke, even if the infantry can't get their poke in. Looks like the Exalted Hero of Nurgle isn't even going to let Kairos take off at the moment, and Charx does run his cavalry back in to try and save the day. He'll take out the chariots, and they'll kind of fumble around, start to pull away as the Pestilence aura shows up. It looks like they're currently targeting this Marauder Horse Master. They're trying to run after him. But instead, they'll opt to run back at the blob. Nope, they're running back after the horses. I have a body, don't tell the cops. Balance of power is quite against Tzeentch at this point. I have to agree. And also what sucks for Charx is the more he farts around out here, the more Nurgle is just going to heal up his Chaos Warriors. It's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose. I do think it's over at this point.
Give up, Charix. Give up to the eternal slumber of Nurgle.
He's routed off some skirmish cav, but the longer he waits, the more Chaos Warriors he has to fight. He charges in now. If he routes that chariot again, it's going to shatter, because I think it's already routed twice. Quick stream of corruption from Nurgle and the Harbinger of Pestilence, really whittling down these Tzeentch Knights. They are heal caps and no more regrowths for them. And that's it. In all seriousness, I think there's an error in Kairos' balance of power. He gives so much more than you'd expect. Yeah. They treat him like he has good melee stats, and he doesn't. I do think your Winds of Magic Reserve should apply to the balance of power because it's just like currently so mage favored. Even if you have nothing left. Well played. There's army losses. Kairos is going to start crumbling real slow. And we'll go on to game 2. God, if only he had brought double Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, am I right? Am I right? They're agreed to be really good, right? What's that? They're bad? Oh, fuck. My bad. There's too many people making too many problems. Say what you will, though. Void had to sweat for that game. He had to sweat. Kairos 1700 value. Chaos Knights 2300. Excellent heavy cav micro. Almost 1200 on his Chaos spawn. Pink and blue horrors, mixed values depending on if they got to shoot or not. And Marauder Horsemen all paid for themselves except for the very last one. Festus about 3000 damage value, 1500 on the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Marauder Horsemasters mixed value, overall did pretty good. Chariots got kind of bodied, Chaos Warriors did fine. Hellstriders actually got also taken out. Yeah, GG. Why this map? It looks horrible to play on? I don't know. So not everything's just a flat, open plane. I think it's fine. The next map's Valley of Thieves, so it's pretty open. There's no trees to hide in or anything. May look cool, but doesn't look fun to play on at all. There's not that much difference in it. It's just a couple trees and a swamp. Random rivers for debuffs. All that for a drop of blood. Maybe. If you don't like the map, Rusty, you can go in the league feedback and talk about it. So far, I think only Kiara has complained about that map. Nobody else has seemed to mind it. It's pretty even, though. Both parties have to struggle with rivers, but there's an aquatic trait in the game. I don't think it's bad that there's like 1 or 2 maps that actually have water features. Lizardman and GG? Hell yeah, dude. Bring him. Do it! Every map should be flat and featureless, don't you know? That's true, dude. Give me MP Crossroads 8 games in a row. Let's fucking go. No. I joke. But if you have, like, yeah, people can have legitimate criticisms about a map. I think it's a good map if more people enjoy it than don't enjoy it. But if everyone keeps their opinions to themselves, then we don't know if people enjoy it or not. So, you know. I'm not saying it to be salty. I'm just like legitimately saying if you have a problem with a map, totally bring it up in league feedback. That's how we got rid of Alpine Ridge, is because Loopy and some other people were talking about the fact that you can't see it in its snow variant. Its snow variant has a ton of glare, and I was like, yeah, you're right. Got rid of that. Kelp and Coal Dust had some shitty deployment zones. That was in our original things. We've taken maps out before. We're no strangers to taking maps out of the rotation people aren't enjoying. Almost 100 likes. Don't hit the like button, everybody. We can't give the boy over 100. It's true. My mind would instantly explode. Void immediately flops over to Tzeentch. Charix is hovering the Tomb Kings. Do we get a Tzeentch Tomb Kings? Maybe. Maybe. Rusty is also on the Vermin League Council. He is one of our beloved Hell Pit Abominations, which is a rules helper. If anybody has a rules question while I'm streaming or just not home, he's around to help you. If you would like to be a part of this, we have 2 roles for you to help out on the committee if you want. Now, it doesn't mean just because you ask for one, I'll give it to you, but you could either try to join the Hell Pit Abominations if you want to help out with rules, or if a new player has any questions, or if there's a potential rule break, doing something like that. You can 100% join, and also I ask those people a lot of stuff about the league, like, hey guys, what maps, per se, do you think are good, or what's the best pick and ban format should we propose? Is a tournament on this day any good or not? So there's those people. Or if you like my channel and that sort of thing, I have a role called Pack Masters. They have nothing to do with the rules. If there's a rule break, they don't really get involved too much, but they do. I ask them a lot of questions about the type of content I should be posting and whether or not people are having a positive feedback to the work I'm doing, when I should schedule tournaments, those kind of things. So if you are probably not a new player, like not trying to be an asshole, but just like, you know, the people that I usually want in those roles are people that can offer me a lot of insights that have been in the community for a while. If either of those roles sounds interesting to you, shoot me a DM on Discord. And if you and I get along well and, you know, you've been in the community a long time, don't see why I wouldn't accept you. Now, obviously, if you and I fight all the fucking time, you ping me and you're like, hey, you and I have fought 3 or 4 times over the years. We never get along and we hate each other. Let me into your team. I'm like, well, all you and I are going to do is going to fight all the time, so no. But, Map bans would increase time between games, which I don't recommend. Oh, no, not between games, but I meant like, we have a map list in my Discord. It's the map pool the bot draws from. I mean, we already got Alpine Ridge cut out. I posted some proposals that not a lot of people have commented on, but it's cutting this for the Snow Glare, cutting that for bad deployment. Estalian Tomb is not the Estalian Tomb you remember. Cliff of Beasts, too big and plenty of flat maps. And then people wanted me to add these 3 maps back, and I indicated here, I don't like it, but if enough people want it, then sure, why not? I mean, the league is for everybody, it's not just for me, so I don't give a shit. But yeah, if people don't like any of the maps that are in here, just go into League feedback and say, hey, bro, this map sucks ass, and we'll consider it, you know? That's how we cut Alpine Ridge. So, yeah. Or if there's maps we don't have in the pool that you think should be in the pool, list them. I don't know. We'll check them out. How we got all the maps we got is just when I had early access, I went through all of them by myself, loaded into them, looked at them, and said yes or no based off of that. And it was like, now we're just getting the data. So as people play it over and over again, it could be like, hey, did you know that on Altdorf Outskirts, if you go over by this rock, your units fall below the map? Didn't know that. We'll take that map off the list. All right, Tzeentch versus Tomb Kings. Void Laws is ready. Behind the blocker, Charix is almost ready. It's Chevron distribution time. Do we fight all the time, hubby, Mr. Casual? Hell yeah, dude. I mean, like a map ban function in the bot, so you can select some maps. Oh, you're talking to Bowmore, not me. I see. Are you going to marry your mods? Of course. Of course, dude. Bowmore is not on our team, even though I've invited him several times, because he was a homie back on the Ent ladder, but he just doesn't want it. He just doesn't want it. Oh my god, Void Laws took the double Soul Grinders of Tzeentch. I was memeing. Why would he take those? Why would he take the double Soul Grinders of Tzeentch? They're bad. I mean, they're not terrible, but they're bad. They have their Zeus lightning bolts they throw, but they're pretty easily dodgeable. They're not the longest range, and their ammunition's pretty limited, if I remember correctly. Also, his build is tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. It's 367 models versus 1,200 of the Tomb Kings. So for the... I'm going to cover the small build first because it'll move less. We have 3 Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. We have the Blazing Squealers to give the Soul Grinders of Tzeentch some more ammo, maybe. Then we have the Knights of Immolation, double Chaos Furies of Tzeentch, and Kairos Fate Weaver with Blue Fire, Regrowth, and Harmonic Convergence. This is a Lord sniping build 100%. Arkin better watch his ass. On the other side, we do have Arkin the Black on foot to make him slightly tankier. He has a lower health pool, but he'll get knocked over by stuff and maybe not take as much damage. He does have Spirit Leech, no other spells, so he's nice, cheap, and chipper. Eyes of the Desert, Chosen of the Gods. We have a front line of Skeleton Spearmen, a secondary line of Tomb Guard, including the Kepler Guard, double Tomb Scorpion, double Carrion, one Chariot, and I think that covers all of it. I mean, builds-wise, nameplates off. I definitely favor the Tomb King's build. Nameplates on, Void Balls is pretty good at this sort of, like, kiting stuff. Maybe. But the Chosen of the Gods are not usually ideal for taking out single entities. At least not gigantically tall single entities. Ow! Soul Grinders of Tzeentch plus some Blue Fire, really putting work on the Chosen of the Gods. Soul Grinders of Tzeentch turning around again, firing at the Ushabti Great Bows, and they're doing incredible damage value right now. Tomb Kings are advancing, realizing there's just no hope for their one Chosen of the Gods to outshoot these Soul Grinders. But as I was talking about, dude, look at the Soul Grinders. They're already like a third of the way through their ammunition. It's a little tough. Carrion do advance to fight the Chaos Furies of Tzeentch, and I wonder if there is any support given to them at all. Harmonic Convergence is cast even by Void Balls onto his Chaos Furies, so they just demolish the Carrion of Tzeentch. I mean, sorry, demolish the Carrions of the Tomb Kings, not Tzeentch. And a quick little Spirit Leech onto Kairos Fate Weaver against Tzeentch isn't particularly effective because it's just going to eat through his shields, and then he'll back off, get more shields, and be fine. Both the Carrion from the Tomb Kings do ground themselves, try and get away from the Furies, and the Chosen of the Gods are already almost dead. Sparkle Stalkers trying to keep these Soul Grinders of Tzeentch honest, and both are below half ammunition already. Chosen of the Gods getting a Blue Fire to the face, going to lose another of their 4 models, I suspect. Yep, down to 3. Down to 3, down to 2. Are they crumbling right now? They are crumbling right now. And the Tomb Kings are advancing. Void Lulls is getting us around, kiting just fine. Yeah, as Marauder Horsemen are moving up now. Getting range. They're throwing at the Skeleton Spearmen. It's just normal kiting things. They are throwing at the backs of Skeleton Spearmen, though, so they're not holding their ammunition. They're just moving up and getting into position. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Eyes of the Desert falling back a little bit. Tomb Kings continue to advance. Furies fighting the Carrion. Now the Carrion are back in the sky. It seems like whenever these Carrion take flight, they do get murdered. Soul Void is kiting. He has returned back to his blazing squealers to give everybody ammunition, it looks like. And the Soul Grinders are at half and just above half, but that is the only refresh you get. Void is up about 2 to 1 in damage value. It's all about the damage you can get during this kite, though, because if he ever gets stuck in a melee fight, he is going to lose it 100% because he has literally, like, no melee units. Another Blue Fire on the Sparkle Stalkers, taking them down, and a quick Spirit Leech onto the Knights of Immolation has gotten through their shields because something else poked the shields down, and now they're taking raw health damage. The kite continues, carrying it on the ground, waddling forward towards the Soul Grinders, and Soul Grinders are picking off Sippy Stalkers. Fury's moving in to make sure that the sight lines continue on the Sparkle Stalkers. It's fine. Soul Grinders is a cool tech piece. I wonder how they would trade versus 2 or 3 regular Ushabti. I also wonder. And the Furies are even going to dive into combat. It looks like the Knights of Immolation are going to fly over and get their bomb drops off. And the Soul Grinders are still throwing. Now they're throwing at Arkin. Honestly, who I thought their target would be from the very start. They're just starting to Lord Snipe onto him. And I think Sharks is in big trouble. Kepler Guard take a nasty bomb shot. Furies are attacking the Sparkle Stalkers. Some Tomb Guard and some Skeleton Chariots are going to do fine at killing those Furies off. But still, it's a worthwhile trade. As Blue Fire, massive shots from the Soul Grinders and Nurgle are all hitting Arkin, and then a Bolt of Change. He goes from like 3/4 health to almost dead in one rotation. And Void Balls is taking over this game. And don't worry about rule breaks. We have Furies attacking right now. The Skirmish Cav have been firing plenty. The Soul Grinders have been firing plenty. It's totally fine. It is totally fine. Skirmish Cav still firing at these skeleton spearmen. Now these Furies are moving up, moving in. Marauder Horsemen running around the sides, trying to get an angle, I think on the skeleton chariots, or what are they trying to throw at? Another blue fire comes in. Oh, they're still just throwing at the skeleton spearmen. It's fine. I do think Bowmore is right. I think the basic bow shop D would be a little better here than the Chosen of the Gods. Because the Chosen of the Gods are great at taking on infantry and cavalry, but they just can't contest with the single entity prowess of these soul grinders who are occasionally throwing in. Looks like now their target is the Tomb Scorpions. I think they know that one more basic blue fire to take out Arkans, so they've now moved on to taking care of the Tomb Scorpions. Tzeentch is a pretty degenerate faction, all things considered. Yeah, they are pretty degenerate, but Voidlals is built different when it comes to kite builds like this. He always took double Soul Grinder of Nurgle. He's taken double Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. He loves double Soul Grinder as long as they have range attacks. The Furies are now attacking the Sprockle Stalkers. Skirmish Cav are still attacking these Tomb Scorpions, and I think Charx is out. I think Charx is out. We're down over 2-1 in damage value. Oof. The Soul Grinders are firing away. They only have one ammo left. And then Void's going to have to get a little more aggressive. Obviously, the Skirmish Cav have been throwing. The Blazing Squealers are just running for their little lives. Skirmish Cav move up. Probably going to throw out the Chariots at this point. They got to throw. Ooh, Knights of Immolation are going to go pick off this caught out Skeleton Spearman. If you're already out there wondering, I've been watching very carefully. I haven't seen a rule break yet. He's always been attacking something. Even throwing Marauder Horseman ammo into Skeleton Spearmen, which is not optimal, but he is obeying the attacking rules just fine. Oh! Charging the Kepler Guard with Kairos and getting the Tzeentch overcast, the main army ability down onto them while picking off these Skeleton Spearmen. He's just so much damage. And this is why Voidlals was the favorite for the tournament. This is why most people hate getting him in round one. He's just not a fun guy to fight against. I can say that and still say he's a very good player, but I don't want to fight him. I don't want to fight him at all. That sounds like a miserable time. Soul Grinders are out of ammunition. Now they're just overrated melee combatants. Skirmish Cav is charging in and out, but the Knights of Immolation plus... they just finished off their Skeleton. But these Skirmish Cav plus Kairos are finishing off the Kepler Guard. It's just wherever these Tomb Scorpions aren't, the melee fight's happening. Oof. The Blazing Squealers are just running away. They're like, please. We just wanted to reload our friends once. We don't even want to be here anymore. Can't we just go? Jesus Christ, that's amazing. Yeah, Void is really good at this playstyle. And it is not, I can tell you, it is not fun to fight against this playstyle, but he's real good at it. Skirmish Cav are all out of ammunition on the backside, and the Knights of Immolation are considering diving down on these Skeleton Spearmen, who, these infantry caught out from the rest of the formation. The cavalry are going to punish them heavily. Meanwhile, these other cavalry are running away. Blazing Squealers are still trying to get some space. Tzeentch is like the faction you really don't want Void to get his hands on. A lot of the Chaos factions you don't want Void to get his hands on. Charx is going to back out. A brutal way to end the tournament, but that is how Voidlals does things. Charx, it was a pleasure seeing you again. You demonstrated your skills in game one of this best of 3 and versus Trader GG. I hope to see you around in the future. Also hope to see you in some domination games on Turnstream or something. As for Voidlals, he did it. He did the thing. He did the kit kites, the runarounds. And it was a good tournament, all things considered. Had a ton of fun casting the new players. Had fun casting the old veterans as well. Well played to everybody involved. I will get the Vermin League points distributed, and as soon as I shut down the stream, I will post the pick and ban poll for what we'll do in the future for the Vermin League. It's been a long stream. I'm running out of gas. I hope you all have a great night. And if you care about NALCS, go watch EG versus TL. Do it. I was cheering for Charx, GG. I was cheering for him too. It's boring when Void wins all the time, but it wouldn't be an upset if he lost all the time, right? Wouldn't be an upset. I don't think I have anything else to say. See the rest of you around. We'll have more tournaments in the future soon. And goodbye.